so thank you to the council for providing an accurate timepiece we can all refer to throughout the day. So this is day 2 of the inquiry, and for the purposes of the stream, I will just repeat why we're all here. So this is an inquiry made by Woodington Park Limited under section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act against the decision of Exeter City Council to refuse planning permission for an outline planning application for the construction of up to 100 dwellings and associated infrastructure. As we did discuss yesterday, this is an outline application with all matters reserved. The land in question is to the west of Clyst Road in Topsham. A few usual reminders: please make sure phones are on silent. Is there an attendance sheet in circulation? If not, could the council facilitate an attendance sheet? I suspect it will be the same as yesterday. Was this from yesterday, Mr. Leader?
No, this should be a fresh.
Oh, okay.
There was one circulated.
It's okay. I'll leave that to do the rounds anyway, and catch up later on in the day. Again, we will aim to finish for lunch at maybe 1 o'clock. It will just depends how things progress this morning. And in a moment, I will hear obviously from Mr. Cook, who's in the witness chair. I've just had an offline conversation about the temperature in the room. I think it's a bit too warm. Mr. Leader has an opposing view. I'm interested to know, Mr. Cook, are you comfortable in that seat? Because you are in the hot seat, so to speak.
It's fine, so I think it's a tad warm, but it's fine. I'm comfortable.
Okay, well, I'll see how things go, but at the break, I might ask for the windows to be open just to allow a bit of air to circulate, because it's borderline too warm for me at the moment, but we will continue.
So please do open the windows. I mean, a bit of fresh air will do me no harm.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. Would you be comfortable with that, Mr. Cook?
Yes, providing it's not trusting.
Okay, could the council open one of the windows maybe towards the back, just to try and let some air circulate? It's one of those things you just cannot please everybody when it comes to temperature. So
You are in charge.
I am in charge, but I do want people to feel comfortable when they're speaking as well. So I don't want to upset anyone unduly. Have the council had any registered interest in speaking today from interested parties? I can see obviously nobody's in the seats at the back, so that indicates to me that probably no one's going to attend today. But
We've had no interest registered source.
okay. So overnight, I think, well, I understand the two main parties have got together, and I do expect there's probably going to be some submissions either this morning or throughout the day. But just before I move on to that, just to explain, my hotel is actually very conveniently located in respect to the site. So I did spend some time walking the roads, obviously not going onto private land. So I have walked the site. I haven't been on the train, but I have walked down Clyst Road. I've been to the phase 1 scheme, Taylor Wimpey scheme, but obviously fairly constrained towards the rear of the site. I have seen some of the viewpoints we were talking about yesterday, the gaps between the fences, the gaps between the hedge, where I could see the site in question. And I think one of the gaps I saw was there was a poppy field, and then a little bit further up I could see the gap that we were talking about yesterday as well. That's just to maybe assist in, I'm sure you've probably put an itinerary together anyway, but I just thought I'd give you that heads up that I have seen a bit more of the site over the last 24 hours. In addition, I'm hoping you received an email from our case or my case officer in respect of planning conditions and an agenda for the roundtable discussion. I can see Mr. Banner's nodding his head. Mr. Leader.
Well, I'm sure I have, so everybody else has. I haven't seen it.
Okay, that's fine. All that is I've made some comments on the suggested conditions, and I'm hoping that will streamline the session, because I have reviewed the timetable, and I do think we can get through all the material today, and that's my aim. But obviously, if things aren't working out to plan, I'm not going to rush proceedings. But my aim certainly, I don't think the conditions and obligations session is going to take an inordinate amount of time. So I don't know, Mr. Banner or Mr. Leader, have you had any more thoughts about the timetable?
I decline to agree. So,
Yes, I do too.
Okay, so I will now invite submissions. I'll start with Mr. Banner. And
so I'll provide you. So I've got some things for you. Sheets on there. I'm just I can't just carry on. They have I've got a green button rather than red. This one.
it's fine for the room. I think it's more about the acoustics on the stream, really.
Two people watching on YouTube. So here we are. Right, so what I've got for you firstly is the note from Mr. Thorne on access arrangements that we discussed, you requested yesterday. The second thing I've got is a A3 plan that shows Mr. Cook's and Miss Prescott's viewpoint locations in the same plan, so that may help you for site visit purposes. I should say this, so I think having taken instructions, Mr. Cook will correct me if I'm wrong, I think we are actually happy for you to do that unaccompanied site visit if that's your preference, which you indicated yesterday. So,
Okay, that's helpful. Just if we just pause for a second. So I have received a copy of said access information via email as well, but thank you for the hard copy. But just to say, I'm going to reference this as inquiry document number 1.
Thank you. Somebody can take note of that. Then there's the viewpoint plan, which is the next one. And then lastly, we have the plan that I mentioned earlier, which is intended to overlay the various designations. In other words, what I'll do is I'll hand it up and then I'll explain what it shows. It's basically an amalgam of 2 or 3 other drawings that's in the evidence already.
I have 2 plans. Are they the same?
The viewpoint locations, they are. There's one other A3 plan.
Yeah.
And what this plan is intended to show is the dark green hatching is LS1 land. The light green diagonal hatching is East Devon, because outside this local authority, East Devon's green wedge. Then you've got the flood zone, various other designations indicated in the key. And also we've overlaid that appendix in the core documents Mr. Seaton took you to yesterday, though. So consents and the blue is the allocation. I think there's one site called Pinhoe Quarry, which isn't actually marked up, but we can mark off Mr. Seaton can show you in chief. But the intention of this plan is simply to show that once you take into account allocations and consents, which obviously are already factored into the 5-year supply as commitments, there's really nowhere else housing can be delivered other than on some designation or other. And that's the point. So it goes to Mr. Hetherington's point about compromises needing to be made.
Mr. Leader, have you seen the plan?
Well, I have now, and it looks fine, judging it by eye. I mean, the only observation I make, of course, is if one is familiar with planning in this area, East Devon District Council has entered into certain commitments to help meet Exeter's housing need, and I hadn't understood this to be a major point between us, but we'll see how it develops, because if it were to be argued that Exeter's so constrained, one has to build on strategic gap and other protected designations, well, that might open up a line of inquiries to really, so what have East Devon said they'll do? Then that matter arises in particular in relation to affordable housing, but we'll see where this goes.
Sorry, Ron Button. Any response on that?
Not for now, no. I mean, you'll be familiar with what Mr. Hetherington said about that, the concession he recorded.
Okay, I mean, I have accepted the plan anyway now, and I can't unsee the plan. So I should have probably asked for details before it was handed to me, but I'm satisfied anyway that both parties are generally in broad agreement that there's nothing controversial about this. So I will accept I'm referencing the plan that's here, this one I've been handed. ID2. So yeah, we'll call that one number 2. And then Mr. Banner, the other A3 sheet I've been given, is that just
That's just the
viewpoints?
Each witness's viewpoints on the same plan, in case that helps you doing all the same.
So we will, I will reference that as well as ID inquiry document number 3, just for ease of reference in case it needs referring to in evidence. Just bear with me while I make a note of these plans. While I'm doing that, is there anything else? I've not asked Mr. Leader if there's any other submissions, or Mr. Banner actually, had you?
No, I don't think that's nothing more from us at this stage.
Mr. Leader?
Just one thing, so there's a plan that we talked about yesterday that I'm going to put in now and accept that it may be subject to some criticism, testing, whatever. But it's a plan of the various permissions and applications that have been made in the vicinity of the appeal site.
So this is a factual account?
We hope so. So
yeah,
yeah,
okay.
if it's wrong, we'll be told.
Can Mr. Banner be provided with a copy as well? Yeah. I won't look at the plan actually until Mr. Banner's had a look at this.
It's the same plan that we gave him yesterday, so it's just on a slightly reduced scale.
Yes, as indicated
So
yesterday.
Mr. Seaton's going to comment on that in his evidence.
So I will, yeah, okay, thank you. So I will accept this plan, and this will be ID, well, we're on number 4 now, aren't we? Yeah, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Leader?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. There is the 106, and we are coming on to that later. I'm not sure, has there been an update on that at all?
There's work going on behind the scenes. I think it's probably more time efficient to wait till that work's complete.
My final point, I don't want to take any more time up because we have got a fairly packed day today. Just asking advocates to have a thought about, think about the closing submissions again. If the site visit was accompanied, my suggestion was going to be I do that tomorrow morning, and then we have closings. I might be able to do a large proportion of the site visit relatively early on tomorrow morning and this evening. And I'm conscious that if the closing submissions are in the afternoon, for example, that does leave quite a gap of time. As I've said, I'm not averse to virtual submissions, but just bear in mind, Mr. Leader's driving and I am as well. So in reality, that I'm not sure the practicalities of.
So my suggestion is going to be I shall be here anyway, because I'm not going to waste time driving when I should be writing. So if you wanted to do it remotely, I'm sure I can do it remotely from here. But the bottom line is I'm not going anywhere and stay and write.
I think the answer to this will be to do closing submissions here, unless you wanted to do them another day, i.e. early next week, which I wouldn't object to, but that would mean they will be done virtually.
Can we see where we get to?
Yeah, of course.
Can we see where we get to?
Yeah, of course. I just thought I'd put that out there.
Yeah, no, thank you. So I don't have a strong view. I have a mild preference, but I think let's just see where we get to because it may become academic.
Yeah, okay, thank you. One final point, just to say thank you to Ms. Priscott yesterday for giving evidence, and a pointer, this is not aimed at you at all, it was something I should have said before the witnesses took to the stand. Just in terms of answering the questions, just try and answer the questions, and as Ms. Priscott did yesterday, by all means qualify the answer, but try and answer the question. You do have advocates on either side who will mop up or deal with the answers that have been given either in closing submissions or re-examination. And it's just to try and not speed things along, but make things a bit more efficient, that's all. So it's not a criticism, just a general pointer. So I think now that's covered everything we need to cover this morning. And Mr. Cook.
So can I just clarify?
Put something under your that might be put.
You might put something a bit softer under there. It's sometimes. Yeah, something like a padded envelope or something. Do you want to just get those? I don't. Obviously, Mr. Cook needs to feel comfortable, and we all need to be able to hear as well. Just wait, and we'll probably be able to sort this fairly quickly, hopefully.
Okay, is that right? That sounds okay, doesn't it? Is that all right? Can you hear?
Sorry, yeah, Mr. Cook, that's fine, and I'm sure the stream can hear as well.
So,
unfortunate colour, I think.
seems to have done the job. So, just for point of clarification, in terms of your site visit and itinerary, is it the case that that is unaccompanied now, or are you're reserving a view on that point for later?
Well, I was waiting. I did ask if there's any submissions on that point, and I haven't been given an itinerary as such, or have I?
Well, I think
that plan is your viewpoints with the the viewpoints identified in my evidence and also Miss Prescott's.
Okay, shall we deal with this now then? It's probably better just to deal with this so we know where we're heading. So we're looking at ID3. This has got the viewpoints from both landscape witnesses, I understand.
Correct.
I've also had a request from the council that I travel by train, which again, I prefer to do that unaccompanied anyway.
Yes.
So your suggestion, correct me if I'm wrong, is that I visit the sites that are marked on the plan.
Correct. To pick up those viewpoints along Clyst Road and Newcourt Road, and then those are the wider views looking from the edge of Exeter, looking towards the site and Topsham.
There was one
They're all
more.
marked.
Yes, thank you. There was one more thing that was mentioned yesterday, and that was a request, or not necessarily a formal request, but an indication I should visit the site from the edge of the Taylor Wimpey site. I have been there today, and I'm not sure that's going to be that easy to actually go into the site and do that. However, I'm not sure how familiar people are with the site and its surroundings, but immediately to the north of the site, there appears to be a track which is bounded by a fence, and the fence is the boundary of the Phase 1 Taylor Wimpey scheme. I mean, can I walk up that track and look at the site from there? That's my main question, really.
You can, sir. It is a private track. I think it's called Whitehall Lane, but you can walk up there. It's slightly overgrown, but you can get up there, and it's along the eastern boundary of the Taylor Wimpey site, and then takes you up alongside the eastern side of the appeal site.
Can I just come in as well? You can get access, be contact with the site manager at the Taylor Wimpey site, and I've got a telephone number which is probably best not to read out if we're being broadcast. But there's a gentleman who, if somebody calls him, whether it's you or somebody else, half an hour before your arrival, he can let you into the Taylor Wimpey site.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
It's probably
Banner.
worth doing. Having been there myself, it probably is worth doing.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So before we close today, we will just go through this again, but I think generally I'm satisfied I can do this unaccompanied. Mr. Leader, you seem to be satisfied with that.
I agree, yes.
And it might be helpful just to email those details to the case officer at some point today, just in case. I probably won't pick that up today anyway, because by the time we finish, I think anyone on the site will be long gone. So I'll probably do that tomorrow morning. But thank you. And if you send that to the case officer, then there's an element of confidentiality as well. So thank you for that, Mr. Cook. That's helpful just to clarify that. So the site visit, as far as it goes, unless anything changes, will be unaccompanied. And Mr. Banner, it's at your own leisure as to introduce it. No, that's fine. But introduce Mr. Cook at your own leisure.
So for Mr. Cook,
You should have a proof appendix summary of the battle. The witness background is set out in the main proof on page 1. You tell us there you're Andrew Cook. You've got a Bachelor of Arts degree in Geography, a Master's degree in Landscape Design. You're a Chartered Landscape Architect, a Chartered member of the Landscape Institute, a Chartered Environmentalist, and a member of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment. You're one of the founding executive directors of the Pegasus Group, which was established in 2003. And you've got 35 years of landscape planning consultancy experience. You set that out in paragraph 1.3, the range of contexts in which you've exercised that experience. And 1.4, you tell us you're based in the Science Leicester office of Pegasus, where you manage a team of 25 environmental planners and landscape architects. Is all of the information you set up there correct and up to date?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So are you happy for the summary to be taken as read and for us simply to proceed to supplementary questions?
I think that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Cook, starting really, I'll let you. Really, sorry, of course.
Sir, I had COVID a little while ago, like many people, and I've still got a legacy cough. So occasionally I may cough, but I can assure you I haven't got COVID. I've tested, but I do have a legacy cough from COVID. So just to give you my apologies in advance, should I cough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cook. I had similar circumstances in an appeal recently, and it involved myself, so I've got every sympathy. But thank you for just informing us that we've nothing to worry about at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. So, firstly, on the issue of separation, the overarching question of the purpose of coalescence being to avoid the two settlements becoming one and to maintain their separate identities. What are your headline points of analysis in relation to that issue?
So I would split the aspect of in terms of the separation and the Topsham gap, as we've referred to it, under two aspects. First of all, there's the actual physical separation, and it's been established through cross-examination yesterday and accepted that with the scheme in place, there would be physical separation between the north part of Topsham with the scheme in place and Exeter to the northwest. And there was discussion about the distances of those, which are not dissimilar to distances I've come across elsewhere. The second aspect relates to the perception of separation. And that aspect really needs to be capable of being appreciated on the ground. And the way in which that can be appreciated is by members of the public passing through the landscape. And there's common ground at the inquiry that the three aspects within which members of the public can undertake that is through roads, the local highways, the rail line nearby, and public rights of way in the locality. And I'd just like to touch on those three, if I may. Turning to roads in the first instance, there are two roads that I'd like to refer to. So the Clyst Road, which is to a short distance from the eastern site. We know where that is. It's orientated north-south. I have in my appendices, which is probably just worth turning up, at Appendix 9, some photographs that I've taken as context photographs of these routes.
So nine is the plan showing where they are, and then 10 is the sequence of photographs. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So do you want to walk us through those?
So they're 1 to 30, so just as a reference. And these have been taken as a passenger, front passenger in the car, so that you appreciate the viewing experience for members of the public using these highways. The point I would note, sir, is that there is a distinct departure or arrival with regard to Exeter when you're at the northern end of that road, as it joins the adjacent A376 close to the M5 junction 30. As you depart that location and you travel south along Clyst Road, you can see from the series of photographs that I've taken, combined with the photo location, that the character of the lane is very rural. And that continues until you get all the way down to just alongside and south of the appeal site where the Taylor Wimpey scheme is proposed. And you would see from your visit yesterday that the Clyst Road has been modified so that it passes into the Taylor Wimpey scheme at the northern access point. And that, sir, is where there is now the new sense of arrival to Topsham. And so that's illustrated by context viewpoint 12, my appendix 10. With the scheme in place, that journey and that sense of passing through countryside will remain in place. And the character of the lane and the highway will remain unchanged with the scheme. Similarly, you've got the reverse situation with motorists travelling northbound along that road. The departure point is this viewpoint 12. Travelling northbound along the country lane until you get to the junction with the A376. There are a couple of field gates that you referred to, but the general viewing experience is that those glimpse views as a road user are very fleeting, and you would perhaps get a fleeting view of the development, but your sense of arrival would be around that junction point at the northern point of the Taylor Wimpey scheme.
Just pausing there, would that be the same or essentially the same for cyclists as it would be for?
Yes, and for pedestrians for that matter, because they're narrow field access points, a few meters apart, a few meters across. And in other words, the angle and horizontal arc of view is very limited, indeed to 1 or 2 degrees. So I won't go through each of those photographs, but they're there for your aid memoir, sir. Then if we turn to New Court Road, it's a similar situation. If we start as a motorist or a road user at the bottom end of that road, you have residential properties alongside you, and you get to a point about J or K on the photo view location plan, which is my appendix 4, where it then becomes quite rural in character.
Sorry, can you just bear with me while I
Yes.
turn to appendix number 4?
And the views are appendix 5.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
So if you turn to my appendix 5, J, IJ, K, you can see there's new development in place. And you certainly are aware that you're in the environs of Topsham. And if you look at K, there's a photo location plan. You can see where that is located. So on the location plan, it's an older ordnance survey base. It doesn't show the more recent development in that location. But as you travel further north, it adopts a much more rural character. You certainly feel that you are part of Topsham still, albeit it is rural in character. It's residential on the western side, still part of Topsham. You leave the residential areas towards the top part of that, becomes more rural in character, passes over the overbridge, over the motorway, and turns right northwards towards Exeter. And at that point, again, there is a strong sense of rurality. Locations F and E on the location plan. And it's only when you get at the far end of that lane where it terminates and it turns into a pedestrian link that you feel that you've arrived at Exeter. That's the arrival point at Exeter.
Sorry, can you just clarify the on appendix 4, which reference, which viewpoint are you referring to there?
So on appendix 4, let me just turn to I'm going to go back to the context photographs at 10. So if we go to 10, view context photographs, look at 19 and 20. You can see the new development along New Court Road there. And then there are a few residential properties on the left-hand side as you look at photo views 21, 2, 23, 24. So you've still got a sense that you're in the more rural part of Topsham, the fringe of Topsham. But beyond 24, when you look at location 25, 26, it is rural in character. You pass over the overbridge, and if you look at 27 and 28, you can see that 27 has got a very strong rural character still to the west of the motorway. And then close to the northern end of that road at viewpoint 28, you can see where the car is parked. Just on the left-hand side, you can see a couple of residential properties there. You can see the wall to the curtilage of those properties. I would say that that is still rural, is quite rural in character, right up to the end of the road. And you pass through a small block of woodland tree cover right at the end where it passes through a pedestrian area, and then you're into the residential area, urban area of Exeter, and that's your arrival point at Exeter. So those departure arrival points and sense of rural character associated with the lane would remain in place with the scheme.
Just while we're on Appendix 4, it probably is worth trying, if we go back to that plan, Appendix 4 of yours, it may be worth at this juncture dealing with what's said by Ms. Prescott about what your pages 36 to 37. So you take Appendix 4, which has the site appeal site.
Appendix 4 is the location plan.
Correct, that's right.
Yes. And then turn to the proof.
And the proof is paragraph 717. And 717, because if you remember, Ms. Prescott said she criticised what you observed at the very first line of page 37, where you say the scheme is framed by built infrastructure.
Yes.
Site is,
Yeah.
And she said, well, Taylor Wimpey is only to the south; it's not framed. But what did you mean by built infrastructure? Did you mean the Taylor Wimpey scheme alone?
So what I meant by that, sir, and I've used my words carefully, I've referred to built infrastructure, which would not only include residential developments, i.e. the Taylor Wimpey scheme, but also there's the infrastructure of the railway line on the western boundary, it frames the western boundary of the site. And passing over the site, we've got the electricity energy infrastructure of 3 overhead transmission lines.
Is that shown on the plan there?
Pylons. Yes, so if you can clearly see them on Appendix 4, on plans to Appendix 4.
So you see the railway line.
So it's a combination of the railway line, the overhead pylons, and the Taylor Wimpey scheme that provide the immediate framing context that relates to the site.
Thank you.
And that's what I'm referring to by framed by built infrastructure.
Thank you. Sorry, I took out your slide. I think you were finishing up on Newcourt Road.
Yes, I think I've made the point about Newcourt Road. So those are the 2 principal highways. I was going to turn to the second aspect, which are public rights of way, sir, in the locality. And we can stick with the same plan as Appendix 4 for your reference. You can see the locations of photographs K. That is the start. We can turn up that plan as well if we like. Actually, it might be better if we turn up. Yeah, viewpoint K, which is in Appendix 5. So viewpoint K is taken from the start of the public footpath. As you can see there, this is the only footpath in the locality, sir, with regards to north, east and west of the site. It's the only footpath, sir. And you can see that it's broadly orientated east-west. It comes off the Newcourt Road, and you can see the viewing context, and then it heads westward on a bit of a zigzag and returns back to the Exeter Road. But along the length of that road, views towards the site are obscured by a combination of vegetation and built form. And you can see that. I've taken a photograph at viewpoint K to illustrate that point. The point I'd make, sir, is that there is a sense of departure at that location in Topsham, and you cut across the countryside, and you get, because you're going across the northern part of the settlement, you arrive back at the northern part of Topsham, close to the M5, at its western limit. So you depart Topsham and arrive back at Topsham. So those are the arrival and departure points. And then you've got a sense of passing through countryside along that route. None of that would change with the proposed scheme in place.
What then about the railway?
In terms of the perception of how the site would contribute to the sense of separation between the settlements.
Then let's turn to the railway line, and I'll ask a question I obviously know the answer to, which is, have you been on the railway? Have you travelled on the railway line?
Yes, I have.
And tell me about your judgment as the current experience of the railway line, in the context of the gap between Topsham and Exeter, and what's your view as to the effect of the appeal scheme will have on that experience?
Yes. So I will just talk you through this, if I may. It might help to have the Appendix 9. It's really a matter of maybe Appendix 4 or 9, the two photo location plans, one or the other. If we could perhaps agree on one, because I might give you some reference points. So let's stick with Appendix 4, if that's right, or whichever one you're on. I don't mind. Fine.
It just mislead in Appendix 4. Yeah, okay, thanks.
So if one takes the train and it is, let's say it's heading southbound at New Court Station, which you can see the red dot on the plan there. When the train is in that section, either approaching New Court Station from the north or from the south, you can see on this plan that there is a lot of residential development to the west of the railway line, and open landscape countryside to the east of that railway line. You can also see on this plan the contours, so it's on local high ground. So your experience is that you're very clearly aware that there is the residential area, the urban area of Exeter on the west side of the railway line, and countryside to the east. And the views to the east actually drop away, as you would expect with the those contours. And the properties have actually, along that leading edge, as they relate to the railway line, face towards the railway line to take advantage of the prospect of the view. And that scenario continues a bit further until there is more substantive vegetation on the western side, approximately where location D is, so D and C. You still have views eastward across countryside, but there is more vegetation on the western side framing the residential properties. You're aware your departure point at location C, as it's referenced on this plan, so you're very well aware that you've left Exeter, and that becomes clear as the railway line passes as an overbridge over the motorway, and you can see eastward and westward from the carriage. So,
sorry, Mr. Cook, before you continue.
It's noisy.
It is, yeah. And,
Yeah.
The samba band's getting progressively louder, so it might be time to close the window. Thank you.
Conscious I was raising my voice. Thank you, sir. May I continue? It's all right.
Yes, Mr. Cook.
So, as you pass over the overbridge on the rail line, you're aware that there is countryside to the east and countryside to the west at that point, before you arrive at the site, and you get wide panoramic views across the Clyst Valley to the east. You would then see the residential scheme as it's alongside the railway line. There is some vegetation along there, but it's fairly limited, so there are views into the site. But what is notable when you're alongside the site for a few seconds is that your views westward at that location are across countryside again, looking west towards Exeter. Then as you pass the site, the same scenario is in play, where you've got the Taylor Wimpey scheme hard up alongside the railway line. But in addition to that, you've got new recent development which has taken place and under construction, as per my photographs, illustrating my photographs, between New Court Road and the railway line. So you are aware that you have arrived at Topsham, a separate settlement to Exeter. Now, what I noted, sir, is that clearly you would see the proposal, and where the train is alongside the proposal, that would be your sense of arrival at Topsham were it to be in place. But what I note is that as you look westward, you're looking across countryside and you're looking back towards Exeter, and you're looking and trying to find Exeter. It's in the different, it's 180 degrees, different direction of view. You've got, as you're either traveling one way, north or south, passengers would see Topsham to the east, and over countryside, you would see Exeter to the west. But you don't see them in the same location, in the same arc of view. They're diametrically opposite one another.
And what, in terms of the overall, what we've agreed with Miss Prescott, the overarching test, do the two physically become one, and do they retain their separate identities? What's your judgment in relation to the experience?
So it's clear on the train journey. We're talking relatively short distances here, sir. But it's clear on the train journey that there is a clear sense of separation between Exeter and Topsham with the proposed scheme in place. That is self-evident, would be self-evident. And the two settlements, because they remain separate, they retain their own identity as settlements in their own right. So that's what I wanted to comment upon the roads, public rights of way and rail as it relates to the perception of the sense of separation. So to conclude, there would be, as there is presently, a sense of separation. There would be no material change to that sense of separation between the settlements. The separate identity of Topsham and Exeter would remain with the scheme in place, and that is in part due to its strong visual containment, which the site benefits from.
And let's turn then to the issue of visual containment. Your evidence on that starts at page 41 of the proof. And
Do I need to?
yeah, turn that up for a moment. It's paragraph 8.8 and following. Excuse me. And just wait to get that.
Yes, I've got that.
And I think we can take the section's views from the countryside to the north, take that as read because Mr. Prescott agreed with it. Turn over the page, the next section from the south, the countryside to the south, again, that was agreed in unqualified terms. We then go to views of the proposed scheme from the countryside to the east. In relation to this, Ms. Prescott essentially agreed with the 819, no major significant visual degree of effect, but she did say there'd be moderate major.
Yes.
What's your view in relation to that?
I've set out a visual assessment of this, which is in my appendices, which we can turn to should we wish to.
Yes, let's do that. Is that appendix 6?
Just bear with me. Appendix 6. And this provides a summary of visual effects provided for each of the viewpoints, A through to P. And it also ties in with Appendix 4, which shows the location of those views.
Has Ms. Prescott done this exercise?
No, not as far as I'm aware.
And what methodology have you used in relation to this?
This is based on methodology which follows the guidance in Glivia 3, which is best practice.
And
Sorry, can you just explain what that is, Mr. Cook?
Glivia 3, sorry, shorthand for what is also known affectionately as the Purple Book, and it's the guidelines. It is a core document. To give you the reference. Bear with me.
CB31. CB31.
Yes.
Thank you. I have seen this document previously. It was just the acronym I wasn't entirely sure on.
And then just to be clear, the methodology you've drawn up that's led to that table is the methodology, am I right, at tab 7 of your appendices, which is based upon the Purple Book.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, the methodology you've used to produce that
Schedule.
tab schedule, which the exercise which hasn't been done by the council.
No.
That's the methodology set out in the following tabs.
Yes.
It's tab 7, based
Yes.
upon GLVIA.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the only evidence that the inquiry has in relation to LVIA of LVA.
Yes.
And so tell us which of the viewpoints on
So-
the plan.
So viewpoint A, is where there is a gap in the hedge row where the field gate is along that road, and that's documented in this schedule. And what I've estimated is that in terms of the degree of effect, it would be moderate in year 1, but that should be qualified by the fact that it is a view from that gate. And if you're a motorist or a road user generally travelling along that road, you would have a fleeting view of that access point. To be able to, if you are a motorist and you wish to appreciate that view, you'd almost have to stop the car or slow right down, orientate yourself, look through the field gate up towards the line of sight towards the proposal to appreciate that view. It is extremely fleeting, and not, you would probably, for most motorists, 9 out of 10 travelling along there, would not appreciate that view as they were travelling along that road.
And why do you say that despite being moderate at year 1, by year 15 it's a low?
Because it is anticipated, whilst it is understood that this is an outline application, as part of the reserve matters, should it get to that stage, the council would look to seek to secure green infrastructure associated with the scheme. The eastern boundary already has mature hedgerows and trees. That would be reinforced, I'm sure, as part of the green infrastructure, and therefore there would be an increased screening effect from vegetation by year 15, such that the degree of built form that would be visible would be significantly reduced.
Thank you. Then,
just to qualify, to give that some benchmarks, mature hedgerows and trees, certainly hedgerows can grow to around about 0.5 to 1 metre a year. So by year 15, there would be some considerable extra height.
Then 820 and 821 view from the west. The main point, as I understand Mr. Prescott to make, was the views weren't fleeting; they were more than fleeting. You've probably covered that already, haven't you?
It's exactly the same point that I've just made with regard to Clyst Road, sir. You've now had the opportunity of travelling and or walking along New Court Road, so you'll have the measure of those viewpoints. But they are field gates, and you pass them, and they are fleeting. They're not locations where one would particularly stand and gaze and take in a particular view. Same point.
Do we need to cover anything more about views, or in light of the
No, I think,
commonality, are you satisfied we could?
yes, I think the other point I would make, sir, is I've endeavoured to be thorough in terms of the viewpoint analysis that's set out in my proof. And I note from the council's perspective, Ms. Prescott, that when you look at the evidence, the analysis with regard to viewpoints is very limited. There's reference to 5 viewpoints that Ms. Prescott wished for you to consider with regard to your site visit. And I think that, and as is borne out in my analysis, it reflects the degree to which the site benefits from a significant degree of visual containment.
Thank you. That lastly leaves character. I'm conscious it's 10:20, so
Yes.
rather than take too much, given that there's this broadly agreement in terms of no intrinsic landscape value, etc., could you perhaps in a couple of minutes max
Yes.
highlight how the appeal site's landscape character compares to the landscape elsewhere around Topsham, which is part of Topsham's structure setting? So in the context of if difficult decisions have to be made about where housing goes,
Yes.
in that context, how does this site compare to other potential areas that could be developed?
Yes, so you'll be aware that there's been various studies in terms of the capacity study, which was undertaken in 2007, and that analysis and how it assessed and appraised the site, the appeal site. What is notable is that when you look at the environs, the landscape surrounding Topsham, the site is in quite sharp contrast to other areas. By that, let me just illustrate that. So again, I'm just referring, may help to look at Appendix 4 if we're there before, location plan, just by a reference point. Just going to see if the plan pans out slightly further. Yes, it might be worth turning up Appendix 1 actually, because it pans out slightly further to, in terms of context with regard to Topsham. Appendix 1, and that shows contours on there as well. So the point I would make, so is you can see Topsham, and you can see where the site is. The site, in terms of, if you look at the contours, it's broadly, clearly it's got some topography, but it's fairly gentle, undulating topography. If you go southeast of that location, and you follow the district administrative boundary on that meandering line down the eastern side of Topsham, you can see that the contours are very close together, and that reflects that the ground falls away steeply and it forms the western slopes of the Clyst Valley that you can clearly see associated with the river and its meandering route. And that is pronounced topography. And when viewed from the other side of the Clyst Valley, looking westward, you see that those valley slopes with elements of Topsham located on the upper slopes. So it certainly provides a landscape context to the settlement, a foreground, and is an attractive viewing context. And that's equally the case with the area to the south of Topsham around Bowling Green Lane, right at the bottom. So at the bottom where it says Mount Howe, you've got Bowling Green Marsh, you see that labelled. There are pronounced contours through there. It's the nib of the local high ground, and it's the confluence point of the Clyst and the Exe. And again, the ground is pronounced in terms of topography and very attractive landscape. When you do when you take the train, sir, and you get off at assuming you get off at Topsham and turn around, I would ask you to note that there is a public information board on the palisade fence on the northbound platform of that station. On that palisade fence is a large map, public information map of Topsham and its environs, which is pointing out all the key features. And what's interesting is it includes the landscape to the east of the settlement and to the south of the settlement, but it cuts off the northern part of the settlement off the map. That suggests to me that whoever was responsible for disseminating that public information, it makes quite clear that it's the areas to the east and to the south that contribute to the attractive setting of Topsham. And the eastern and southern parts are where the historic core is and the conservation area, which also wraps over quite a lot of that landscape. So the site sits in stark contrast to that, where it's on more level ground and doesn't relate to Topsham in that same context.
Did you have anything to add? Or-
I'm happy with that.
Okay, so that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Cook and Mr. Banner. Mr. Leader,
I get on with it.
or do you want a break, or do you want to just get on with it? Okay.
I will get on with it.
Well, I really do need to get on with it.
Shall we have a
5 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, we'll have a 10-minute break. Mr. Cook, you can get some refreshments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've managed not to cough, which is good.
Shall we, have a brief?
Do a copy, right?
You do it, I'll check it out. If I do it, you go, I have. And then, but most importantly, we need to remember to
have some water, thank you.
Okay, that's great. And Mr. Leader, when you're ready, we will reconvene now, just after 25 to 11.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Cook, good morning. And could I just ask as a preliminary question, would you subscribe to the view that natural capital embraces green infrastructure?
I would say that green infrastructure includes natural capital.
Yeah, so the two are one and the same in effect.
In effect, I think natural capital, if you're talking about, you're referring to ecosystem services.
No, I'm subscribing to natural capital because as I understand what each is, they are different. So green infrastructure would certainly be an aspect of natural capital, but I don't think it's fair to say that it would be classed as an ecosystem service. I mean, you're the expert, you'll tell me, but I think that's the right way of looking at it.
Yeah, what I would say about natural capital is that I think it's got a greater emphasis on ecological aspects as well as landscape.
Sure.
Where green infrastructure, I think, has got more of a bias towards green infrastructure, towards landscape.
Well, if we look at CP16, I think we could see that it actually embraces both. So the point of principle I want to agree is that if one is...
they're almost synonymous, but with slightly biases.
Thank you very much. So if you could pick up the NPPF and turn to paragraph 174, please.
Is it a core document?
No, it's unusually it's not actually.
That was my regrettable request now, I think.
I'm just thinking if I've got a copy to hand.
Well, I mean, I can actually. I ought to see it. So
There will be a copy, I'm sure, in the room somewhere. Just let us know, Mr. Cook, when you've got the right page.
So I've got 174. Thank you.
So if we just look at 174 together, we see the first sentence: planning policies and decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by, amongst other things, B, recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside and the wider benefits from natural capital ecosystem services. I could read on, but I'm not going to. You can read it for yourself.
But then it is also saying including economic and other benefits.
Yeah.
Trees, woodland, that's the landscape.
Yeah, absolutely. But the point I'm wanting to get at, you see, is that if one asks the question, looking at the Secretary of State's current national planning policy, is it legitimate to protect the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside by, amongst other things, recognising the benefits of natural capital? The answer is yes. It's obvious, it says it there. Agreed?
In the first line, it says, yes, to contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment.
Yeah.
That isn't the context. You've got to read the framework as a whole.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And the point is that we seek in Exeter to do exactly that by protecting and maintaining our green infrastructure through policy CP16 of the core strategy. That's right, isn't it?
It is, but what I would say, and this is very clear, so I'm turning to the core strategy on CP16.
Yeah.
Is that this is all about integrating green infrastructure with new development. The first paragraph talks about green infrastructure, and that is to be recognised and to provide a framework for sustainable new development. So my understanding of that opening paragraph, setting the scene, is about facilitating new development, but mindful that you've got green infrastructure and you integrate the green infrastructure that exists within new development proposals. In other words, what you don't do is have a site with green infrastructure, you remove all the green infrastructure that's there in terms of hedgerows and trees, have a blank canvas, bare earth, scorched earth policy, and then start to think about development. What this is saying is recognise what's on the ground and then integrate any new development into that green infrastructure, which is what this scheme sets out to do and is reflected in the illustrative framework plan. Do I still need MPPF out?
Yeah. You do, but not for this moment. Just have it to one side. Now,
Thank you.
good. So I think we can agree that CP16 gives effect to paragraph 174B in just the way you've described. What it seeks to do, to take the point you just made, is to incorporate new development into green infrastructure in a way that achieves the objects of the first paragraph of CP16. Do I paraphrase you correctly?
Yes, it's facilitating new development in a sustainable way.
Yes, and it will facilitate new development in a sustainable way if it does one important thing at least, which is to protect and enhance local identity. If we look at the first paragraph of CP16,
Yes.
that sustainable way of doing things must, amongst other things, protect and enhance local identity, because that's what the policy says.
Because green infrastructure can provide local identity.
Yes. So am I to take your answer to be yes, because? If you could just answer the question, you see, is the answer yes and then because?
The answer is that, as it's set out here, in terms of the green infrastructure network, it seeks to identify and protect, to enhance the environmental assets, to inform and look at local identity, to provide a framework for sustainable new development.
Look, I'm sorry to be a pain, but you did hear the inspector's request to answer the question.
Yes.
Any chance of a yes, please, and then giving me the qualification you just given? Because I want to make a note, you see. I do need a yes or a no, and if you want to qualify, please do, but just answer the question.
I have answered the
No,
question.
you haven't.
As far as I have.
Do you agree with the proposition that in order to achieve the objects of CP16, one must protect and enhance local identity? Do you agree or don't you? Yes or no will be fine.
It looks like clear examples about that. The intent of straight planning landscape.
I just want the witness to answer the question. It's a straightforward question.
But I think could the witness try and could you answer the question, Mr. Cook, and qualify the
Yes,
the
I
answer?
can. But please, I would please note that I haven't addressed the policies per se in my proof, and they're addressed by David Seaton.
I know, but we're going
But
to.
as far as this is concerned, I've made my point quite clear that it does seek to protect. It says that identify, to protect and enhance.
Good.
It's stated that.
Yeah. So if one were to fail to protect and enhance local identity, one can agree that the design of the scheme would not be successful in terms of the extent to which we're to provide a framework for sustainable development.
So could you repeat that?
Let me break
question.
it into smaller chunks. We can agree, can't we, that a hallmark of sustainable development is that it is well designed.
Yes.
So I do object to the question, when we structure it very clearly, planning policy of planning. Sustainable development by definition, framework paragraph 6 to 8, the multi-dimensional concept. It's unfair to seem to ask questions of one element of that about sustainability as a whole. I can understand why another independent cabinet decided to ask questions of one rather than the other. Witness you is the policy, it's framework and CP16. They're very fair questions.
I've not addressed this in my evidence.
Well,
I think, Mr. Leader, I'm not sure where this is going, but
well, I hope it's a fair point, because my next point, don't answer that question if you don't want to. If you don't know the answer, that's fine. I mean, I see you.
I'm here to assist the inspector,
Yeah.
not to.
If you can't assist the inspector by answering the question, don't. But if I could have put this alternative point to you then, in order to provide a successful response to policy CP16 in landscape and design terms, one must ensure a scheme protects separate identity or enhances separate identity of Topsham. That's right, isn't it?
It goes to the third bullet point, strategic gap between Topsham and Exeter.
Yeah. So you see, we have within your evidence a drawing which provides a design. That's your Appendix 8. Do you want to go there?
The framework plan, yes. I have that.
Good.
Yes.
So that is intended, I think, to illustrate
It is
how
illustrative.
the development of the appeal site would serve to protect or enhance local identity. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. And I believe there's common ground between the council, having heard Miss Prescott's evidence yesterday, that she considered that in terms of the development of the site, areas up to the overhead transmission lines, she considered would be acceptable. Her concern was the area to the north of the pylons. So as far as I can see, the area in dispute between the council and the appellant is the area to the north of the transmission lines.
Thank you for that. Now, having, I think, established that that is intended to represent a design that is CP16 compliant, well, that's one side of the matter, come back to it later. And if we could just explore a little bit more of the nature of what is to be protected under CP16. And coalescence has two dimensions, actual and perceived.
Yes, which is what I referred to in my evidence in chief.
You do indeed. And if we think about perceived coalescence for the moment, local identity as it's perceived is very much a psychological construct, isn't it?
The local identity in this instance is about the physical sense of identifying a settlement, and the sense of separation between the two settlements enables you to identify those settlements.
Well, let's mull that one over. You see, the people who care about Topsham's local identity are those that live there. They are the people that experience it, understand it, and live the sense of place. That's right, isn't it?
It's one dimension. You've got to bear in mind that there are other people in the wider area that also have an appreciation of the identity of Topsham.
Yes.
Not only the residents of Topsham, anybody passing through the area, being a local resident in Exeter, for instance, others travelling through the landscape and the townscape, they will all have an appreciation of the identity of Topsham to a greater or lesser degree.
Of course. But if we ask ourselves the question, why do we have bullet point 3 of CP16? It's because when the core strategy was formulated, local people felt very strongly about the need to maintain the Topsham gap. And we can establish that fact, but if we want to, if you need to, by looking at the inspectors.
Again, sorry,
No,
I object. That's a planning policy. That's about the genesis of planning policy. Local planning inspectors all covered by Mr. Seaton.
Well, this is
it's not fair. It is something actors sometimes do. Typically ask the wrong witness the right question. Very happy for these questions to be asked, but not for this witness. Now, you object. It's not a question of Mr. Cook. I object.
No, okay, Mr. Banner. I mean, it depends where this is going. If you're stating what's in the policy, Mr. Leader, which at the moment you are, I can obviously read what's in the policy, but it depends where the question is going.
well, what I'm trying to establish with this witness is why perceptions matter. And the point is this: we have a strategic gap policy because local people really care about the separation of Topsham from Exeter. That's right, isn't it?
So if you're talking about provenance, when you look at Mr. Seaton's appendices that refers to the new draft emerging plan, you can clearly see that the direction of travel is to dispense with the gap proposition. And indeed, you've got allocations which are being promoted, which are in the gap location.
As you say,
So-
you're not a planning witness. I'm going to do it, Mr. Seaton, at that point. What I'm trying to get from you is this.
The direction of travel has changed.
I'm not asking you about the direction of travel. I'm asking you about the reasons why the gap matters. The gap matters because local people have said on multiple occasions they really care about it. That's right, isn't it?
Again, sorry, sir. It's not that is about the planning provenance of the Topsham gap. Mr. Seaton talks in detail about the local inspector's report and the basis of the policy CP16 and of interpretation. What the purpose of the policy is not a landscape and visual matter. And it's dealt with by another
No, okay, Mr. I understand.
Probably object to this.
No, that's fine. I mean, I don't want any questions about the policy, but I understood from Mr. Leader's question in this regard that it was about coalescence and perception rather than, and I take the point on the other points that have been made, but this particular point I'm not sure was straying into policy grounds. I think you were asked, could you just repeat the question, Mr. Leader?
I'm trying to understand why perceptions matter. Perceptions matter because they're held by local people who own the local identity of Topsham because they live there. That's right, isn't it?
But I would say, in addition to the local people, you've got the wider community of Exeter as well. These are two historic settlements, clearly, and they have grown, and there was a recognition that the settlements ought to retain their identity in terms of spatial separation.
Yes.
Now, this scheme achieves that. However, when you look at the draft plan, as I sit here as a landscape architect, which is set out in Mr. Seaton's appendices, you can see that in terms of the emerging policy, as it relates to this area between these two settlements, there is a shift in, as far as I can see, in that sense of value.
Having eschewed your planning policy role, I now see you adopt it, so I shan't debate it. But the point I want to just reinforce or revisit perhaps is this, that you will be aware, having read the delegated officer report, that amongst the representations that were made that led to the refusal of planning permission was this continued view of local people that the gap ought to be protected. So what we have to do is put ourselves in the shoes of local people and understand how the gap operates now and how it will operate after planning permission is granted. That's what happens. Except
that's the context. Yes,
right.
But it's some aspect to the planning context.
Yeah. Now, just thinking about the morphology of the gap, if we could go to your appendix 9, I think it's probably the best.
Can we finish with the core strategy, CP?
Yeah, absolutely.
16. So I have appendix 9,
Good.
the location viewpoint location plan.
Yeah, well, the reason I'm turning to it is that I'd like to suggest to you the gap's got certain important components. And when I'm talking about the gap, I'm conscious that it's not being mapped under the core strategy, but it's simply indicated on the core diagram, on the key diagram. So I'm just seeking to seek your agreement now as to how it operates on the ground. The first component is what I would call the land to the southwest of Exeter Road. Starting, if you
Sorry,
like,
can you just repeat that?
Yeah, land to the southwest of Exeter Road, starting at Lower Weir.
Southwest of Exeter Road, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's, if we look at, you find Lower Weir on your plan, that's in Exeter. Then we follow the
I'm
Exeter.
just going to find Lower Weir where.
It's the big roundabout on the left-hand side. Do you see it? Up about 1/3 down from the top of your appendix 9. You see,
Oh, I see
see
Lower
the big
Weir.
words,
Yes.
Lower Weir?
Yes, I've got that now.
Right. When you're at
thank you.
Lower Weir,
Yes.
you head southeast.
Along the Exeter Road, yes.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
pass under the motorway bridge.
You
And
do.
one of the things that is absolutely clear, and it's even clearer on the ground today because you see the new development taking place, is that insofar as Topsham and Exeter may once have been separated as entirely distinct settlements, there has been a degree of coalescence along that particular axis to the south of Exeter Road. You see it on the ground,
Yes.
don't you?
Yes.
And if one then were to look immediately to the north of Exeter Road, so we've got the rugby club, football club, there is also, isn't there, a degree of infilling along the Exeter Road to north.
There is a degree of infilling, yes.
Yeah.
But there are also significant areas of open space.
And the inspector will take a view as to the extent to which that maintains the green gap strategic gap. And we've got a plan of various planning permissions, which I'm not going to put to you, because it seems to me that you're probably not the right witness to agree that plan or not. But the inspector will see, won't he, that the green gap to the North of Exeter Road is presently being infilled by housing development.
I would say that there is some development in that quadrant, but so I would, whilst it's not on the itinerary that we submitted to you as an inspector's site visit, it may be worthwhile taking that public footpath that I mentioned earlier in evidence in chief, that goes from point 19 back to the Exeter Road to the west. And if you walk that route, you get a clear sense of the significant area of green spaces, both fields and playing fields, recreation grounds, that exist between the Topsham, that part of Topsham, and the motorway.
Yeah, thank
So
you.
some limited infill.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, when you say some limited infill, have you seen the plan, Topsham Gap application history, which I think is inquiry document 4 put in by the council this morning? Have you seen it?
Yes, I have a copy of that.
Yeah. And you'll see on the plan in yellow the 161 unit scheme, which I think was a Waterton
Yellow.
Park scheme. Yeah, it's sort of yellowy gold.
Oh yes, second one.
Yeah.
I was looking at yellow further down.
Yeah.
Orange.
Good as well. Yeah, if you like. That scheme will infill a significant part of what is presently open along Exeter Road, correct?
I wouldn't say a significant part. It would be an infill by definition, I would say, but it isn't a significant part of that quadrant. You can see that the significant part relates to green spaces. You've got the driving range, you've got the University of Exeter sports grounds, you've got the Topsham Community Orchard. These are in shades of green. You can see that, sir. They're significant areas.
And we see the purple block, which is the full planning permission for 61 dwellings presently underway.
Yes, that's noted on here.
Yeah. So as you're travelling along Exeter Road, and the inspector will form his own views, so I'm not going to persist for too long. But the simple point is this: if one asks the question, is the impression that one forms of the character of the land to the north of Exeter Road one of open rurality? The answer is no, it's not. It is substantially built up. That's the point I put to you. The inspector forms his own view, but I'm interested in your answer.
Yes, I would beg to differ and say it's really self-evident that if you walk that public right of way, which is where members of the public can appreciate.
I'm on Exeter Road, if you don't mind. Just stick to Exeter Road. That's what the questions are directed. We're going to go to the footpath later.
Right, okay. In terms of Exeter Road, there is a sense of openness to the north, to the east of the motorway, north of Exeter Road. So where you've got, as annotated on here, University of Exeter Topsham Sports Ground. Otherwise, there is built form along much of that road until you get to the motorway.
Right. So the difference between us is, and this is something the inspector can judge for himself, is you say there's a sense of openness, whereas I'm putting to you the sense is one of a largely built up frontage which is not green or open. That's the difference between us. I say it's not green or open. Do you say it is green and open?
The sense of greenery and openness is evident as you go along that road, but it does have built development fronting that road, so it has a strong sense of a built environment, but it's punctuated with green spaces which are clearly evident.
So strong sense of, just say it again, strong sense of what?
I recall what I said.
Oh, go on, say it again then. Say something else. What do you, how would you characterize?
I would characterize Exeter Road as having a significant element of built form which relates to that road, but it is punctuated with areas, significant areas of open space, primarily almost exclusively on the north side of that road.
So the point I'd like to put to you is, if one asks the question, does it appear as a green gap that separates Topsham from Exeter and gives Topsham identity? I'd like to put to you is, no, it doesn't, does it?
As a motorist or a road user going along the Exeter road, I would say that there is coalescence and that the two settlements have coalesced at that point, because development is up to the motorway and immediately the other side.
Yeah.
It's effectively coalesced.
Yeah.
But having said that, in that quadrant north of the road, you get this large area of open space where there is then again a sense of openness between, you can't appreciate Exeter and Topsham is to your east, and there is now a sense of openness and a sense of gap separation between the settlements as you would take that path through that area of countryside.
Okay, good, helpful. Now then, if we could travel then to the northeast, into the gap, we see the railway line cutting.
So you skipped over Newport Road.
Well, I'm about to come back to it, don't worry. We see the railway line.
Yes.
And then if we work our way east, on west, towards Newport Road,
Yes.
there is a second element to the gap, which I'm going to call land to the west of the railway and on either side of Newport Road, on either side immediately adjoining Newport Road. So west of the railway, either side immediately adjoining Newport Road. Now, that land, as we can see from ID4, was essentially a country lane with ribbon development running along either side of the road, but with significant areas of open space punctuating that ribbon development. Would you agree with that?
If you look at the historic maps, yes.
Yeah. Now, as you say, if you look at historic maps, that's the picture, because if we look at ID4,
ID4.
yeah, we can see, can't we, that there has been some infilling. I think the Carrick Mill development, there's a 7 dwelling scheme as well, along the eastern side of Newport Road. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I see that.
And we can also see that there is a planning application, it's not been determined yet, for 30 dwellings at the.
Can you give me a colour reference?
Yeah, it's sort of orangey brown, and you see the line of dwellings.
Yes, I see. It's midway down the quay.
That's right.
So 21/1940.
Yeah,
I have that.
And we see the current application for 30 dwellings there, not being determined, and indeed a current application for 16 dwellings. That's the grey to the south of that 30 dwelling scheme. Yeah.
Yes.
So the picture that emerges is, in recent years, consolidation of development in the strategic gap along Newport Road, with pressure for further consolidation.
Well, there has been development along that Newport Road, and you can see that in the photographs.
Yeah.
And there are current applications yet to be determined. We don't know the outcome of them.
No, we don't. But what we can say, can't we, there's plainly pressure for further development in that sector of the strategic gap. It's obvious from planning applications.
There are applications. I wouldn't necessarily use the word pressure, because pressure is a relative term, isn't it? And you could look at other areas of Exeter, which I've not done for the purposes of this inquiry, where there may be other applications and other degrees of pressure, but it's a relative word. But clearly, as you can see on this plan, there are areas that have been consented, and other areas, applications are currently under consideration.
Yeah.
I can't vouch for the veracity and the accuracy of this plan, because that'll be something you'll have to discuss with Mr. Seaton.
That's fair. And if it turns out the plan is wrong, Mr. Seaton will say so, and I shall apologise profusely. But the principle is what I'm trying to get to. We've dealt with the principle. So then, moving to the east of the railway line, the third sector of the strategic gap, insofar as it separates Topsham from Exeter, is the land to the east of the railway and to the west of Clyst Road, isn't it?
Together with the expansive land to the east of this road, you can't exclude that as well. And that's set out in my appendix 2, sir, which shows the area of Green Wedge, which is to the east of Clyst Road.
I thought that might be a difference between us, which is why I put the question the way I did. So I've suggested to you the third key sector is land to the west of Clyst Road and east of the railway. And you said, no, Mr. Leader, I don't agree, because you've got to have regard to land to the west of, to the east of Clyst Road, part of which lies within Exeter, part of which lies in East Devon. That's right, isn't it?
Well, you're dividing the area into segments, but in reality, anybody who is passing through this landscape and is gaining appreciation of sense of separation won't compartmentalize the landscape in the way that you're doing, which is highly artificial. You would read the landscape as a whole without those artificial boundaries.
Well,
and therefore, that's the reason why I mentioned the area to the east of Clyst Road, because you've got to look at all of this in the round and in totality as it would actually be appreciated, because that's how you'd actually gain an understanding of appreciation and sense of separation.
One has to use common sense as well. So let us go to your appendix 9 again, please.
Do I need to keep ID 4 out?
No, I don't think so. And
sorry, did you say 9?
yes, please.
Yes, I have that.
And
Yes.
just to explore a little more detail,
Yes.
whether one really does need to worry about lands to the east of Clyst Road, because you see, we identified Clyst Road quite easily. It's labelled Blue Ball Road, then Clyst Road on your plan. And if one asks the question, where does the historic town of village of Topsham begin?
Yes.
Well, the answer is in the southeast quadrant of your plan, and then it extends towards Exeter along the Exeter Road as we've already established, but also along Clyst Road. And if one asks the further question, well, okay, if there's going to be coalescence between Topsham and Exeter, where will that occur? It's going to occur, isn't it, between what's labelled Blue Ball Road and the New Court area of Exeter. It's not going to occur to the east of Blue Ball Road, is it? The gap is narrowest, isn't it? And most focused if one's looking at how one travels between Topsham and Exeter to the west of Blue Ball Road.
It is, but it includes a wider area as well, doesn't it? So you've got the area to the north of the site, which is west of Clyst Road, which lies outside the district. It's within East Devon. It's part of the Green Wedge, and that's identifying the wider area. That isn't to the east, that's to the west of Clyst Road, and it's in the same quadrant as you're discussing. It's west of the Clyst Road, but it's part and parcel of that wide swathe of landscape between Exeter to the northwest and Topsham to the southeast.
Do you know where the New Court strategic allocation is? Just say if you don't.
Yes, I have seen it on the plan. I'm just thinking.
It's page 99 of the course strategy, the key diagram. You might just want to turn that up.
Yes, I have.
Keep appendix
Yes,
9 of yours open.
Yes.
Now we can see the New Court strategic allocation. We can also see the railway line that runs between Topsham and Exeter, can't we? It sort of cuts more or less through the middle of the New Court strategic allocation. But the point I'm wanting to put to you is this. If one asks the question, where does the growth of Exeter extend closest to Topsham? Well, it is immediately within the arc that lies to the west of Blue Ball Road, isn't it?
The nearest point is at the southern point, close to Exeter Road, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got Exeter Road, but then if one looks at what's left of the strategic gap, yeah, it's clearly important, isn't it, where one, if one thinks about how far development is going to extend towards Topsham, or where it's going to extend towards Topsham. It's really important, isn't it, to protect land between Blue Ball Road and Exeter, because that's where coalescence is going to occur, isn't it?
There is the potential for coalescence if you've got development across any of those parcels of land. But what this proposal does is maintains physical separation between Topsham to the south, Exeter to the northwest, and they retain their spatial definition and identity on that basis.
Yeah.
With the scheme in place.
What I'm trying to agree with you, and if we can't agree, I'll just note we can't agree, is that if one asks the question, which land is it most important to protect in order to maintain the separate identity of Topsham from Exeter, it is land to the west of Blue Ball Road, not land to the east, because it is land to the west, which is most proximate to the new court strategic allocation, and if you like, the gradual northern expansion of Topsham.
And that would apply to all the greenfield land in that area, north of the Exeter Road and west, or the wedge between the motorway and Clyst Road and down to the Exeter Road.
Now, the motorway marks the south-eastern extent of the new allocation, doesn't it?
Yes, as it's shown on this plan, yes.
Yeah. And the motorway, we can agree, is an urban feature. It's not a rural feature as such. It will be read as part of the urban area of Exeter, won't it?
No, I beg to differ. The motorway corridor is not an urban feature. It's a transport corridor, and it could adopt the character of that stretch of road. You could see many locations along sections of motorway passing through the countryside. It's not necessarily an urban feature. It's a highway corridor.
Yeah. In this particular location, in the area of the new court strategic allocation,
yeah.
The M5 would be read as part of the urban area, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be read as something separate.
No, I don't believe it would necessarily be read as part of the urban area. It's a transport corridor that happens to sit alongside and contiguous with the urban area. But if you look on this plan that we're looking at, the key diagram, and you can see where the motorway is travelling north and then going southwest towards Tingbridge, you could look at the character of that road and it would be identical to the character of the road which is alongside this strategic allocation. They're away from away from Exeter, perhaps heading towards Bristol, but the character of them is not urban, they're transport corridors.
Last point on the M5 before we move on. The M5 is utilised by the council and developers as a measure to contain urban development that is to take place on the new court strategic allocation. So it's part and parcel of the design solution of the new court strategic allocation, isn't it?
I think it is the case that in terms of that new court strategic allocation, the eastern boundary does extend up to the motorway. Clearly the motorway is a transport corridor, so it's a significant feature. And it's been used by the planners to identify a boundary to the east, to the southeastern margin and boundary of the allocation.
Right.
It's a substantive feature.
Now, recognising as we do that the new court strategic allocation runs up to, I would say, includes the M5 as a design device, I think you disagree. Inspector Bohr concluded, didn't he, in relation to the scheme of your clients along the Exeter Road, that the land immediately beyond the M5, travelling towards Topsham, is very important in helping to prevent the sense of coalescence between Topsham and Exeter.
I've read the decisions, but I haven't got the detail.
Well, then, to be fair to you, we'd better go there. So you need to go to CD 16.
This says 4.
Yes,
and
that's
north
right.
of Exeter Road.
Appeal decision by Jonathan Bohr, report,
Yes.
dated 27th of April 2016. And if we go to page 4, paragraph 16, halfway through that paragraph, we see that he says, and this is in the context of a different scheme along Topsham Road, Pavey, but I think the principle's a general one, and you can tell me if you don't think it is. The M5 forms a very strong boundary to the city developed area. Agree with that? Plainly, yes?
Sorry, where are we in the?
Paragraph 16 on page 4.
Yes, I have that.
Now, halfway through that paragraph, so take your time and find it, but there's a sentence which begins, the M5 forms a very strong boundary to the city's developed area. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, and you'd agree with that proposition, the M5 does form a very strong boundary to the city's developed area. Yes?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the
It doesn't
first
form
open land,
part of the urban area.
so the first open land seen after the M5 and travel towards Topsham is and will be very important in maintaining the separate account of Exeter and Topsham. You'd agree with what is said there, wouldn't you?
Yes, in the context of that location, yes.
Yes.
Because it's the first green space that you see as you pass under the M5 of that underbridge.
Yeah.
Underpass.
Now, what I'd like to put to you is that the same principle is equally valid when one considers the sensitivity of land in the vicinity of the appeal site. Do you agree with that?
I can understand the point you're making, but as far as the appeal site is concerned, you have the land which is immediately adjacent. To go back to the plan again. You see
Which plan is
sorry,
appendix
this
9?
is appendix 9.
Yeah.
You can see that the land immediately to the east of the motorway would remain free of built form and remain open, maintaining that sense of separation between the appeal scheme and Topsham and Exeter to the west and the motorway to the west.
Mr. Cook, in my pedestrian way, I'm gradually zeroing in on the nitty-gritty of what one will see and what one will not see. But as a matter of principle, please, you would agree, wouldn't you, that whether you are to the south of New Court Road, whether you're to the north of New Court Road, the general principle that is noted by Inspector Bohr in paragraph 16 holds true. That the first open land seen after the M5 and travelling towards Topsham is and will be very important in maintaining separate connection to Topsham. Do you agree or don't?
That's what the inspector concluded there, and it would be a similar situation to say, as I've just explained with regard to the rail line and the open space to the north of the site.
Yeah, good. Now, so
Just not the site itself.
So just zeroing in on the point. Now, you'd agree, wouldn't you, that presently, if one measures the straight line distance along the railway from the northern end of the appeal site to the motorway, there is a separation of what is going to be the urban edge of Topsham.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
I will repeat it because actually I was about to talk complete gobbledygook.
I was trying to decipher.
No, it's all right. As I was saying, hang on a minute, it's need repeating. So, right, we have the Taylor Wimpey scheme.
Yes.
And it has a northern boundary. And if we measure along the railway line from the northern boundary of the Taylor Wimpey site, there is a roundabout, isn't there? 440 metres or so worth of open land from that point to the motorway.
Yes, I have not got those measurements to hand, so I'm happy to take them as read at the moment, but I am getting a technician to clarify those distances, and we'll provide those distances for you, because I think they're slightly out.
Well, that's fair enough. But broadly speaking, you accept the point, I think, subject to checking.
Yes.
Whereas if the appeal is allowed, that distance will be reduced to around about 110 metres when one measures from the northern extent of the appeal site to the M5.
But you've got to take into account, you've also got the stretch of the M5 before you get over to the arrival point in Exeter, which is north of the M5.
The question was quite straightforward. One measures from the northern end of the appeal site to the, if you like, the southern edge of the carriageway as indicated on your plan, it's about 110 metres. And I take your qualification, but I just want to get that point agreed.
I'm having that distance verified, but I'll take it as read at the moment. But
Yes.
as I say, the critical distance is between the southern curtilage of residential properties in Exeter on the north side of the motorway to the northern edge of the appeal site.
And that assertion,
Because that's
may or
the
may
sense
not-
of separation.
that assertion may or may not be correct. The council's put to you through me that actually one should regard the M5 as urban development forming part of Exeter. You say, no, don't agree, it's a highway corridor. We have a difference between us there. But I'm giving you the opportunity to say what you just said, but putting to you that it's actually 110 metres and not any more than that.
It's in excess of 110 metres, and it's from the southern part of the residential area associated with Newport to the northern boundary of the site.
Okay.
And if you are maintaining that the highway, the motorway, is now part of the urban area, which would clearly bring the urban area significantly nearer to the appeal site, and that's a transport corridor passing through the gap, then why would that equally apply to the railway line? So these are two routes. There's a motorway, there's the railway line. They're passing through the countryside. They happen to be alongside the settlement of Exeter in this location, but they're passing through the gap. And the gap is from the southern point of the settlement to the northern point of the appeal site. It happens to have two transport corridors passing through that gap, which in itself suggests that it's quite extensive to be able to accommodate those two transport routes.
Well, thank you for that. I've put to you that one regards the motorway as part of the urban area. You said no, don't agree. The inspector will have to take a view on that. And just give me a moment.
I just fail to understand how a stretch of the motorway can be urban, and then as soon as you're beyond Exeter, are you suggesting that all motorways are urban?
Happily, Mr. Cook, I ask the questions, you just need to answer them.
Then,
No,
Mr.
I'm
Cook,
not suggesting.
I've got the point anyway that's been made.
Right, now then. So what we can agree is that on the basis I put the questions to you, and I noted your disagreement as to the approach taken, but if you could just answer the question. It's right, isn't it, that the gap that presently exists between the northern edge of Topsham and Exeter, as I've defined it, would be reduced by about 3/4.
I think it would be reduced by approximately slightly under 2/3, but that's the measure between us.
Okay,
That's the
well, that's
parameter.
That's fine, and we understand the difference between us, and you've made the point. But either way, there's a substantial reduction in the separation of Topsham from Exeter, whether it's 3/4 or 2/3. That must be right.
Balanced by an appreciable sense of separation that would remain.
So substantial reduction, but which you say is balanced by an appreciable sense of separation.
Which would be retained, maintained.
And how would that happen?
By the distance between the northern boundary of the appeal site and where Exeter lies.
So you say that it's simply a function of distance.
No, I was just going to go on to say that we're talking about distances here as they apply to that rail route. But we know, as has been discussed in evidence in chiefs and cross-examination, that the sense of perception, of sense of separation, sir, is appreciated by a wide range of aspects, not only the rail line between the two settlements, but also by the road, by the public rights of way in the locality. And all of those need to be taken into account and considered in the round when considering the sense of separation.
Yeah, okay. Right, let's zero in a bit more. So if you could go back to your appendix 9.
Yes, I have.
And let's just consider the way in which the appeal side perhaps differs in its relationship to the urban area, Topsham, compared with the Taylor-Wimpey site. Now, what we can say about Taylor-Wimpey is this, that on its eastern flank, it had, along a substantial length of the site, built development comprising houses along Highfield.
Along part of the eastern boundary, but
Yeah,
part
that's
of the
it.
eastern boundary runs alongside a lane,
Yeah.
Whitehall Lane.
But the housing is, I think, the address is Highfield, and we see that on the plan that you've produced alongside the number 14. That'd be right.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does provide some framework. Yes.
Yeah, and the same would be true of the southern corner of the site that adjoins development just to the west of Highfield Farm. And then as one moves across the southern end of the site, over the railway to your point 19, more housing. And then along New Court Road, we know that in addition to the ribbon development that we see indicated on your plan, there has been infilling, not least of which we have Carrick Mill with further infilling proposed. Whether it will actually happen will remain to be seen. But the point is this, that the Taylor-Wimpey site was substantially surrounded on 3 sides by existing development, wasn't it?
And you're including the rail line in that description.
I'm actually not, but if you want to, you can. The point is this, if one asks the question, is the Taylor-Wimpey site projecting into open countryside? The answer is no, because it's framed by build development along Highfield Road to the east, to the south, and to the west along New Court Road. That's right, as a matter of fact. When you throw the railway line in, by all means do.
You can see that in terms of the plan ID4 and the area that we're talking about, the Taylor-Wimpey scheme under construction, is the red area. You can see that it extends further north of Highfield and the linear development along Clyst Road there. We can't take into account the current application 21/1940 for 30 dwellings because that's under consideration at the moment. So that's not part of the baseline. So you can clearly see that actually the Taylor-Wimpey scheme does project northwards quite considerably, north of the existing settlement boundary as it was before that scheme was consented. And that's reflected when you look at the arrival point where the road diverts, Clyst Road diverts into the Taylor-Wimpey scheme. It's very clear that that's a new arrival point, and it's very clear that it's considerably further north of Highfield properties.
Yeah, I think I put it to you, to be fair, that in fact the development along Highfield does contain part of the eastern boundary of the Taylor-Wimpey site. I didn't say it contained all of it. So note that point, I think it's one we're violently agreeing on. If we then move to the west, we have the railway line, and then the point is this really, that if one asks, does the Taylor-Wimpey site extend further north than the most northerly extension of Topsham, as evidenced by development along New Court Road? The answer is no, it doesn't, because we can see, can't we, a ribbon of development along New Court Road that actually extends slightly further north than the Taylor-Wimpey site. You see that opposite the proposed 30 new houses.
Yes, that's as you look at a plan from a planning perspective, looking at the plan as we're looking at today. But on the ground, the reality is if you're along New Court Road in the location of 24, it's because of the degree of vegetation in the intervening distance, it's quite difficult to look across to the Taylor-Wimpey scheme to be able to appreciate where its limit finishes. And that's because you're some distance removed from the Taylor-Wimpey scheme. The reality is that people passing through the landscape along Clyst Road, that's where you'll get the greatest appreciation of a sense of arrival in the northern part of the settlement, and clearly that arrival point has moved considerably further north with the Taylor Wimpey scheme in place.
Okay, but we may have a helpful point of disagreement there, because going back to New Court Road, if you wouldn't mind, as one stands on New Court Road, in about your position 24 on Appendix 9, and looks towards Taylor Wimpey, one forms the impression that, in fact, Taylor Wimpey rounds off Topsham. That's right, isn't it?
No, I don't feel that there is a sense of rounding off, because you've got clear sense of separation between that viewpoint, looking across the field to the railway line, and then the Taylor Wimpey scheme.
Yeah, that's true. But if planning permission is granted,
rounding off would have closed that gap, wouldn't it?
Well, rounding off in the sense that the northern extent of Topsham is not seen to have been extended beyond the most northern extent of the existing built-up area.
But I maintain that it has in the answers I've just given.
Well, then we have a point of departure, and the inspector will note that and form his own view, which is helpful. Good. But if we then ask the question, all right, moving beyond Taylor Wimpey, what about the appeal site? A couple of short points. In addition to moving Topsham further north towards Exeter, it is also, isn't it, entirely uncontained by existing built developments on three sides. It's a finger of new development projecting into open countryside, but more particularly into the strategic gap, not contained at all by existing built developments.
No, that's not the case. You've got the urban edge, the northern urban edge of Taylor Wimpey, haven't you?
Well, I said not contained at all. I don't deny it joins Taylor Wimpey. I'm talking about containment. So by built development, if you don't mind.
But in terms of built development, you've got Taylor Wimpey to the south. You've got the rail line to the on the western boundary. If we go back to the Plan ID4, where you were referring and relying upon the current application, you've got obviously that scheme, but it's not part of the base.
Well, you have your cake and eat it.
That's what I'm just saying. So
yeah,
you can't take that into account. However, you've got also a very strong sense of visual containment. You can't just look at a site's containment by only looking at built form in isolation. You also need to take into account the existing green infrastructure, the hedgerows and the trees. They form a significant boundary feature along those boundaries, such that they provide a significant sense of visual containment and physical containment alongside the built form to which I've referred.
Right. Well, we are going to.
There is also the fact that there are 3 overhead transmission lines passing over the site as well.
Yeah. Well, that's all true.
As part of the development context.
We are going to come to vegetation, pylons and the like, but what I was asking you about was containment by built development. Now, I heard what you said about the railway line. I'm not going to waste time arguing about whether that's built development or not. The point is this, that if one asks the question, is the appeal site projecting new built development into the strategic gap beyond the existing northern edge of Topsham, which is not contained by built development, the factual position is yes, it is doing that.
But you're taking a very purist view, only looking at the built form, and you have to, when you're looking at a landscape on the ground, you have to look at it in its context, its landscape context, sir. And if you're going to do that, and that's the appropriate approach, you have to take into account the vegetation as well as the built form, because built form plus vegetation all contribute to the sense of containment or otherwise.
Good. So I think what you've said to me is yes, but I'm taking a very purist view, and I really ought to take into account vegetation as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, let's take account of vegetation then. Because if one travels along Clyst Road from the point at which Highfield's development ends, so the last point at which Taylor Wimpey is contained by existing built development, what the inspector will observe as a matter
I'm
of
just
fact.
trying to clarify. So you've got Highfields, yeah,
Not Highfields.
yeah,
And then you see Taylor Wimpey no longer contained by existing built development, and one travels north along Clyst Road towards Cott's Farm. Yeah. So as the inspector walks along, then we know he's already done this, so I'm going to take this very briefly. A couple of things are true. The first is that there is a hedge on the left-hand side of, if you like, the western side of Clyst Road, which varies in its thickness and therefore the extent to which it screens both Taylor Wimpey and the appeal site. That's right, isn't it?
No, I beg to differ that and say you would have seen this on site, but if you look at my photographs, my context photographs, you can see that the hedgerow is actually remarkably consistent along the length of Clyst Road on its western side.
Yeah, well, the inspector can judge that for himself. I mean, I put one version to you, you said, no, don't agree. The inspector can take his own.
The inspector has the photographs.
Yeah, well, he's his own eyes as well.
Yeah.
So, the point then that I need to put to you, made by Miss Prescott, is that the fact that one cannot see the surface of the appeal site is neither here nor there, because if you're building houses 8 or 9 meters to the ridge on that raised land, which is the appeal site, you're going to see them from Clyst Road. Now, that's what Miss Prescott says. Do you agree?
You would only be able to appreciate, because the mature height, the mature hedgerows have got a height of between 3 and 4 meters on the west side of that lane. You can only really appreciate the proposed dwellings on the site really from the 2 field gates that you can see on that road.
Right. Now, what I'd like to put you is a slightly different picture. I'm so sorry, yes.
So for the rest of that route, it doesn't apply to the motorists travelling northbound, sir, because your view is in a different direction. But for motorists travelling southbound, your opportunity to gain the views of the proposal are limited to 2 field gates. Slightly further north, sir, in the vicinity, I'm just going to give you a location, around about 7 locations, photo views 7 and 8 for your reference, sir. You get a view looking down the alignment of the road, and you can get a distant view, and you'd see some development on the site, but you would see it in the context of the new development and Highfield road development as well, or Highfield residential area. So you see it in the same viewing context. But those are the only 2 locations where you could gain an appreciation of the built form along that entire length of highway.
Thank you. Now, the point I'd just like to put to you in opposition to what you've just said is this, that plainly now we have a summer view, the hedges are in full leaf.
Yep.
The inspector will take a view as to the extent to which they're more or less dense along their lengths. And what I'd like to suggest to you is this, that by virtue of the fact the appeal site is a higher level than Clyst Road, and that the hedge in winter will be more permeable to view, actually, as one travels along Clyst Road in the winter months, you will see plainly the houses on the appeal site.
That wouldn't be the case at all, because those hedges are mature, sir. They range between 2 to 3 meters in width, and you can see that by stopping at any point and having a look through where those hedges finish and look at the depth of them. But because they've got a dense branch structure, you would have no prospect of gaining views other than beyond what I've said already. So the winter views and the summer views would be near identical.
Right, so there's a difference between us, that's helpful. And
because it is effectively, sir, for users of that highway, because you've got hedgerows immediately flanking the western boundary of the highway, and given their height, that's what you're looking into towards the line of sight. So it's not as if you've got trees with light branch structures, it's the hedges that you're looking into, which are dense.
Happily, the inspector will just take a view. Now, that is, if you like, general views from Clyst Road. And then if we could go, please, to probably ought to look at one of the plans that was put in this morning that marries up your viewpoints with those of Ms. Prescott, which I think is ID3. And if we have ID3 in front of us and you look at viewpoint 5, which is Miss Prescott's view towards the appeal site and indeed Exeter from the east. It's one of those gap views that you talk about.
Yes.
And what is true is this, that if one is standing there and one looks towards the appeal site, it will be possible to see quite clearly the housing that is built on the northern end of the appeal site. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, you would see some built form based on the layout plan as it stands, but you would also, in the same arc of view, see that there is clear separation going up to the horizon. You would have clear separation between that and Exeter to the west, due west of that location. So you would appreciate that there was a clear sense of separation in that view, sir, between the segments.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, if you then pan towards Exeter, so if you're looking directly west,
Yes.
what you see quite clearly is housing standing on the slopes of the valley as it rises towards, well, Lower Weir.
They don't really stand on the slope, they're on the horizon line.
Well,
If
fine,
you look at them.
but you see them quite clearly.
You can make them out amongst the tree cover.
Well,
Yes.
I put to you, it's quite clear. The inspector, you say you can make them out. The inspector will take a view.
You can see them.
Yeah.
But there is, in that arc of view, you can clearly see there is a swathe of landscape which forms an area of separation between where those houses clearly finish and where you would see, looking then as you turn towards the southwest, towards the site, you would clearly appreciate that there was a sense of separation and countryside between them.
But what I'm wanting to put to you is this: if one asks the question, does one perceive a continuous line of development between Topsham and Exeter? The answer is yes, you do, because you have the appeal site immediately to your southwest. You then pan round north, and what you see is the appeal site linking up visually with Exeter on the other side of the motorway. That's right, isn't it?
No, they're in a different arc of view, and I've just said that you've got a clear sense of separation. You've got the countryside in the foreground going through to the middle distance up to the far distance and forming the horizon, and you can see that that swathe of landscape separates the proposed scheme, which is in the southwest arc of view, as opposed to Bristol, which is in a due west direction. So you can clearly see that there is a sense of separation between the two, separated by the landscape, that gap which would be maintained with the scheme in place.
Well, there we go. There's a difference of opinion between you and Miss Prescott. I put the points to you. You've answered. Thank you. Now, if we then switch to New Court Road,
Yes.
and take a walk up it from its junction with Clyst Road up towards the motorway, the particular point I want to put to you is this: that as one walks north of the ribbon development at your point L, just out of your point L.
Yes.
At that point, at the present, you leave Topsham, don't you?
Yes.
Whereas in the future, what you will be doing is, instead of walking into the strategic gap north of L, you will be walking into an area which has been urbanised by the development of the appeal site to your east beyond the railway line.
No, you've still got a gap. You've still got the countryside between people, users of that road, and the fields to the east of that road leading up to the railway line. And then beyond that, you would see some part of the development of the appeal scheme. But that is restricted to one field gate. There are high hedgerows running along the either side of that lane, and as a consequence, it has a strong rural character. There would be no appreciation or perception of the appeal scheme until you were at and passing that field gate at location G.
Yes. So when you get
But
to G,
the land either side of that lane would remain countryside. It would remain part of the gap, and it would retain its rurality, as would the lane itself. You would appreciate that you are still in the gap between the settlements with the scheme in place.
so at G, you're going to see the appeal site quite clearly, aren't you?
No, you won't see it quite clearly. You'll see some elements of the northern part of the scheme, but at that location, you can look due south down the road to the residential properties as you leave New Court Road. So you're seeing it in a similar context. You're looking east towards Topsham, looking south towards Topsham, but you still recognise and realising that you're in a gap. And at that point, if you look west, you're looking straight into quite a substantial amount of tree cover and shrubbery associated with the motorway corridor, such that you can't appreciate Bristol. So you feel that
I'm sure you can't appreciate Bristol, but
sorry, Exeter. Sorry, Exeter. You can't appreciate Exeter from that location because there is so much greenery. So you can't appreciate the sense of separation between Topsham and Bristol at that location. You've got to go further along that road over the overbridge to Point F. Even at that location, it has a strong sense of rurality and countryside because you're adjacent to fields there.
yeah. Now,
So you definitely would sense that you're in the gap, even with the scheme in place.
the only reason you appreciate you're in Topsham at G is because the appeal site has pushed Topsham further north than it would be, were it to stop at Taylor Wimpey.
But as I say, you've got a southward view down to residential properties on New Court Road.
Yeah.
So you're aware that you've got Topsham in the locality, and that would not change in terms of principle with the appeal scheme in place.
Right.
Yes, you'd see some residential properties to the east, sir, but you'd see the residential properties at the northern end of New Court Road as well. As you are on that stretch of road.
Now, Mr. Banner's quite properly given me a time check, so I'm going to try and wrap this up in the next 10 minutes or so. All right. Couple more topics. The railway next, and we won't spend long on this because I suspect it's going to take the train. But the short point is this, that if you pay your £4 and your time it takes to leave Exeter and arrive in Topsham at the present time, there is an appreciable gap, isn't there, of several seconds between, on the one hand, crossing the motorway, and on the other hand, arriving at Taylor Wimpey. I mean, I timed it at 8 seconds, but if you think it's different, by all means say so. It was appreciable, it was noticeable, that's right, isn't it?
It's a few seconds, yes.
Yeah, well, doing the best I could, after crossing the motorway.
But where are you timing?
Well, I'm timing
from.
Well, frankly, this all becomes a bit.
Well, if you're treating the motorway as the urban area,
I am. I hope that's clear.
Then your sense of departure is when you see the last property in Exeter, and that's located location E on this plan.
Yeah.
But it's at that location when the clock starts ticking, if you like, when you get a sense that you've departed Exeter, you're travelling south, and then as you say, yes, you clearly have a sense of separation before you get to the Taylor Wimpey scheme, but there would still be an appreciable gap which can be timed once you've left Exeter and as you arrive at the boundary of the appeal site.
Now, simple point is this, and I'm beginning to wonder whether we're spending too much time on this, but that would be my fault. As one passes E and arrives at the northern boundary of the appeal site, one
Sorry,
does.
can I just clarify? E is on
E is on
New
your
Court Road.
ID3 E. Yeah. Do you have it to the north of the motorway?
Yes, sorry, I thought we were on the rail line. Apologies.
It's my fault.
Right.
But we have point E.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're
on
on New Court
ID3.
Road.
And
yes.
all I'm trying to suggest to you is this: it's the blink of an eye between passing E and arriving at the northern end of the appeal site. A couple of seconds. That's right, isn't it?
It is a few seconds, but it's a few seconds between there and arriving at Taylor Wimpey. It reduces, I accept that, sir, but there is still a time when you're passing, leaving. There is a sense of departure and a sense of arrival with the scheme in place. It is reduced.
There's no.
But there's still time between the two.
Well, point I'd like to put to you directly is that if you're a rail traveller travelling to an Exeter in Topsham, you will not notice the difference in terms of leaving one urban area and arriving at another if the appeal scheme is built. There'll be no material sensation of leaving one area and arriving at another. It's been a continuous transfer of an area.
Absolutely disagree with you on that,
Right.
with due respect. And the reason being, sir, is that when you take the train journey, as I explained in Chief, when you're alongside that residential area in Exeter, you've got clear countryside to your east. It continues as you pass over the motorway and south of the motorway. Then you realise that Exeter is no longer there to your west.
It's okay, Mr. Cook. I have got the point from in chief as well, so you don't need to repeat that. That's fine. Thank you.
Right. Last point. Could we go to your Appendix 8, please, of the Clifton Emery plan?
Sorry, which one?
Well, it's the Clifton Emery
Oh, yes, I have that. Yes.
framework.
Sorry, I have it. Yes, got it.
Now, when your Appendix 8 was put to Miss Prescott yesterday,
Yes.
I understood. I beg your pardon. It wasn't Appendix 8, was it?
This is Appendix 8. Framework plan.
Yeah, you did put Appendix 8 was put, but there was a substantial written document that she was asked to either agree or disagree with, which I think was Appendix 15, actually.
It's the description
Yeah,
of
yeah,
the
yeah,
proposal.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. All
Yeah.
sorts of things seem to be said about what could be achieved, so I'm just interested to
Yes.
understand what is shown.
Yes.
First point, when were you instructed?
Once, I can't remember the exact time, but it was after the client had received the decision notice.
So after,
So after the decision notice, does that answer your question?
it does,
Right.
because if you'd have thought that this illustrative layout was in some sense defective, that it failed to indicate
Or in some sense, defective. Yeah.
in that it failed to indicate satisfactorily how up to 100 dwellings could be accommodated on the appeal site in a sustainable way, doubtless you'd have advised accordingly and a different plan would have been produced.
Yes, and I do, as you know, I give evidence quite regularly at inquiries, and I've done that recently where I've advised the client that the scheme needs to be modified, and we've adopted that through a Wheatcroft amendment, etc., etc. I didn't feel that that was appropriate here because I thought that the scheme, in terms of its illustrative layout, pretty much addressed all the opportunities and constraints in terms of master planning. And if I were starting at scratch and coming up with a layout from a landscape planning perspective, it would be pretty much along the lines of what we've got here.
Right. As I listened to your evidence in chief, and as I listened to the examination of Miss Prescott yesterday, I thought I understood the appellant's position to be that there would need to be some reinforcement of the landscaping that is indicated on the Clifton Emery design, at least in the northern quadrant of the site, and also along the western and eastern boundaries of the site. Did I misunderstand that, or does this plan indicate adequately, in your view, the amount of land that would need to be devoted to landscaping within the appeal site?
What I would say, sir, is it is a framework plan showing the arrangement of built form and it's focused on that. If you were to look at, say, Google Earth for the site, you will see that there is clearly more vegetation which is around the perimeter, which can be retained as part of any reserve matter scheme, which is not shown on this plan. So, for example, if you look at the northern boundary, it shows individual isolated trees, where in fact the reality is you've got continuous hedge along there, and it's also the case with the eastern boundary. I've actually just noted that on my sketch, that on my copy here. So this is not reflective of all the vegetation that actually forms the perimeter of the site, and therefore the degree of reinforcement, the point that you were making, is I don't think it's necessary for the scheme. I think the existing hedgerow tree cover is a good framework for the scheme, but clearly you would want to retain that and, where appropriate, try and enhance that. And that brings you back to CP16, doesn't it?
Mm. And what I wanted to understand, just for my closing submissions, really, is much seems to have been said about what the council could achieve upon reserve matters approvals being sought.
Yes.
Permission is granted.
Yes.
Which seems to suggest to me, probably incorrectly, that because the appellant's
correctly or incorrectly?
Incorrect. But it seems to be the appellant's view that things would need to be done to the Clinton Edward design to improve upon it in order to make it satisfactory. So I've just listened to what you've said.
No.
You don't agree with that?
No, I think the scheme is fine in terms of the accepting, sir, that this is illustrative, but in terms of the blocks of residential areas are, I think, appropriate in landscape planning terms, and where the green infrastructure is shown, green corridors, I think that's appropriate as well. It's a case that the reserve matters would drill into the detail over and above this concept plan.
Right, well then that, I think, obviates the need to ask you any more questions about that particular issue.
There's a framework plan, I think it sounds
fine. Good, well then we can make submissions on that basis. Sir, thank you very much. That is the cross-examination completed.
Thank you, Mr. Leader and Mr. Cook. Mr. Banner.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cook, just while we're on that plan, could you keep that plan open? Go to, if you've got it, CD6, the conditions, or comply with the CD6.
I'd say we are re-examining that.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's
just clarify.
Sorry, sir. Apologies.
Got the conditions proposed.
And as well as the landscape, the standard reserve matters condition of 1, we have condition 15. No development should take place on each phase until 11th landscape ecology implementation and management plan has been submitted and approved in writing, which shall include enhancement measures, etc. If the council considered that, looking at that framework plan, the boundaries which are already shown green needed additional planting, is that something that it could require pursuant to the length?
Absolutely, yes.
You can put that away. Can we go back firstly to the framework and take up paragraph 174, if you've still got the version?
Yes, I have that.
You had a discussion about what natural capital. Yes, fascinating subject. Tell me this, Mr. Cook. With relation to 174.
Sorry, you're taking me to a paragraph.
Yes, 174B.
Yes.
You were asked about that. Do you recall Ms. Prescott agreed that the protection against coalescence didn't fall within paragraph 174B?
Correct, yes.
What's your view? Does it fall within 174B coalescence? What's your view? What's your view?
This is about accommodating green infrastructure, natural capital ecosystems, and recognising those in terms of the wider framework, which is about accommodating, facilitating development in an economic environment. There is no reference or inference as to areas of separation or gap in this paragraph.
You were then asked, you can put 174 away, you were asked about coalescence and the extent to which perception of coalescence or perceived coalescence turned upon on the views of local people. Do you remember that line?
Yes.
In your judgment, is the consideration of coalescence an objective matter or a subjective matter?
I think it's very much a blend of the two, because there is a clear objectivity. So, for example, is there a line of sight? And that might be, that's very clear. It either exists or it doesn't. That's an objective point. There's no subjectivity to that. But there is then an element of subjectivity because you've got to, it's about appreciation. And everybody's sense of appreciation will be slightly different, sir. That's inevitable. But when you're looking at the perception of separation between two settlements, and you're talking about individuals, then there will every individual is unique. They've got different life experiences, and they'll have a slightly different perspective. And that, I think that's where there will be an element of subjectivity in there.
Insofar as it's said by the council, going to be said by the council, well, the local residents object. They think this is going to cause coalition, and therefore this better should follow their say-so. What would your view be related to that? Is that the right approach in your view?
Well, my view is the members of the public have a right to their view, but ultimately, when you're looking at this in planning terms and it's a planning tool, I think it's right to apply landscape planning tools that the landscape professionals set out, and individuals, myself and Ms. Prescott, as landscape professionals, to advise decision makers like yourself, sir, on coalescence and concepts of gaps. And in this instance, there are consistently, when I've been dealing with sense of separation, two aspects that you need to consider, and that is the physical separation and the perception of separation. And the two are interrelated, clearly. But the first and foremost thing, which is really objective, is about the actual physical separation. Is there coalescence, physical coalescence, or is there a gap? And is that maintained? And then there is the perception, and that is about understanding how members of the public would appreciate one settlement being separate from another. And the way they'll appreciate that is by passing through the countryside. And then in this instance, it's road, rail, and pub rights of way.
Could you then
look at all those elements in the round?
Could you take up because I thought that the colour, the
Yes,
colour
I have
plan
that.
you were taking
Yes,
to,
I have that.
and you were asked various questions about the effect of the development that I'm not going to ask you about development hasn't been consented, but the effect that would be consented either by this council or appeal.
Yes.
And you start off with the 161 units, the beige one immediately north of the Topsham Rugby Club. You asked about the effect of that.
Yeah.
And then later on about the effect of Taylor Wimpey. Could you take up, please, with that point, that line of question in mind, CD60, which is the Jonathan Ball decision relating to the first of those sites that you were asked about?
The board decision, yes, I have that.
And
paragraph
17.
The development would reduce.
Yes. If you could look about halfway down that, what was, in the context of the discussion that was put to you about the effect of that scheme, what was the inspector's view about whether that scheme would contribute to coalescence?
Well, I was taken to the third line about fourth line. The open land is more important than the appeal site. It goes on enough. This is line 5, so enough openness would remain to provide a more than adequate appreciation of leaving one settlement before entering another. The scheme would not contribute to the coalescence of Topsham and Exeter. And that's the key point, that it is about sense of departure and sense of arrival, and then the gap in between. And if the departure and the arrival points are different, then there is a gap, and then there is no coalescence. There is no coalescence in that context.
And what if
That was the case here. That's the case for the scheme.
and page 13, you see the appearances. Did the views to the contrary of the various, actually about 200 local residents tell you
Sorry,
about that
page
inquiry.
13.
Page 13, interested persons. There are about 10 interested persons who spoke, about 200 in the room for the inquiry. Did the fact that they thought there would be coalescence persuade the inspector? Or did he look at it based on its merits rather than the fact that people thought?
The inspector obviously considered the scheme on its planning merits.
The next one then you asked about the Taylor Wimpey and the effect of that.
Yeah.
Could you go to then Mr. Hetherington's decision, which is at CD40, paragraph 21 and 22.
Yes.
What was his view as to whether that scheme would, or what's the council's own view and his view as to whether that scheme would contribute to coalescence? 21 and 22.
Okay, notes in paragraph 21. I'm in the right paragraph.
Yeah.
So it seems
Correct.
to me. So,
And coalesce will come back to that for their setting. But
so in that paragraph, as already discussed, strategic gap would be eroded, although the council accepts that there would not be any material coalescence. The point I was just making.
then you asked various questions later about, sorry.
So I was just going to go on to 22. It's common ground. There's reference to character and local distinctiveness, the gap function, informing an open break between the two settlements, whilst also it talks about the attractive setting. Council accepted there would not be any material coalescence as a result of the appeal scheme. While the gap would be eroded, its function in respect of preventing coalescence refers to policy CP16 would be maintained. The gap would continue to serve the purpose of separation, and that is the case here, sir.
And again, if one looks at the interest of persons, page 15, one sees the Topsham Society actually produced an expert, and there are various other individuals who turned up and spoke.
The inspector would have taken those views into account, but obviously had the professional witness evidence.
Then you asked this question seeking to contrast the appeal scheme with Taylor Wimpey, and Mr. Leader kept using the word finger of developed, etc., and contrast that. Can we just look at what he found in relation to Taylor Wimpey? I'll draw your attention to that and ask you the question.
We're in the same
So
decision.
in the same decision, page paragraph 18 on page 4, last part of paragraph 18. To my mind, the introduction of 155 dwellings, etc., will act to a significant urbanising effect at odds with the site's urban and rural, open and rural character. Paragraph 19, very apparent to users of diverted Clyst Road railway line, built intrusion into present open field, visual harm. 20, at the bottom of 20, an abrupt transition between the built-up area and rural surroundings. And 25, it goes back to those words, significant urbanising effect, abrupt transition, and in my view, these factors would combine to adversely affect Topsham's attractive setting. Now, in the present case, we know that the council's position is that the appeal scheme won't harm Topsham's attractive setting.
Yes.
So, in your analysis, how does the appeal scheme compare to Taylor Wimpey, based on the inspector's findings, based on the council's view that in this case there won't be harm to setting? Are we better, worse, or the same?
This is in a more favourable position in planning and landscape planning terms, particular landscape planning terms.
Thank you. Then, in relation to the motorway, it was suggested the motorway is part of Exeter.
Yes.
Ms. Prescott said it accepted in consultation, specifically it lay between in the gap rather than one side or the other. To be very clear, what's your view?
As I said in cross-examination, the motorway is a transport corridor like the rail corridor. It passes through the countryside, and it is not an urban feature. It just happens to sit alongside parts of the urban area of Exeter at particular locations.
Thank you, Ben. I think the last question, go back to Mr. Ball's decision, CD 16, and go to paragraph 16. And could you take up your appendix? It doesn't really matter. Appendix 9 is the best. Appendix 9. And when you have that, you are asked about what was, sorry.
Plans. Right, I have appendix 9, I've got the decision.
And in the decision at 16, Mr. Bohr said it was, you were reminded of this in consideration, that the first open land seen after the M5 will be very important in maintaining its separate character. I'll ask Mr. Seath about which part of Topsham he was referring to in relation to that context.
Yeah.
But in the context of field site, in appendix 9, what's the first open land seen after the M5? If one's looking, for example, left down the railway line, what's the first open land?
Yes, I think you mean southbound, don't you?
Southbound.
Yes.
Sorry, of course.
It's southbound. Is the area of open countryside to the north of the appeal site? It's not the appeal site itself.
And what will the effect of appeal site be on that?
It will not impinge. There will still be a material sense of openness between the site and the southern edge of Exeter at that location.
Mr. Cook, that's the re-examiner. Just so in case the inspector's got any follow-up questions.
Thank you, Mr. Banner. Just bear with me a second, well, a few minutes actually, while I just read through my notes. I do have a list of questions, but I have a feeling throughout the course of today they've probably been answered. So just bear with me. Thank you. Okay, apologies for that. I unusually don't have any follow-up questions, so thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, sir. In which case,
So, Mr. Leader, would we like a break?
Oh, yes, please.
So 10 minutes. How long can I just go through the timings again in terms of where we think we are?
Well, you have read Mr. Upton's evidence, and obviously the issues between the planners has narrowed quite considerably. So what I was proposing to do to help you really was to ask Mr. Upton to address those matters which, in his view, mark the outstanding issues between the appellant and the council, to identify them, address them briefly without troubling you with reading his proof or his summary. And it struck me that to do that, take about 10 to 15 minutes in chief.
I was planning exactly the same strategy with Mr. Seaton's evidence in chief too, sir. So hopefully that provides you a degree of comfort on time.
That would help, I think, move things along as well. And also my other interest is probably going to be covered, but the weight apportioned to different elements of benefits and harm, which has been covered in the statement of common ground. I'm not entirely sure whether things might have moved on since then. I'm sure they'll be covered in.
They have, they'll be covered in chief.
It's in actually Mr. Leader's opening. He's very you kindly put a footnote. So I think we're now agreed that affordable housing is substantial weight, market housing significant weight, and the only disagreement really appears to be on sort of ecology, actually net gain and that sort of stuff.
It did appear that way, but if you're going to cover it in chief anyway, that's fine. Thank you. So on that basis, 20 minutes, half an hour.
Could we have 20 minutes just to allow us time to sort ourselves out, just make sure that when we come to ask questions,
so 20 minutes prep is in essence, yes. So and then you anticipate half an hour.
No.
Okay, I'm just trying to work out whether I think we're probably better having 20-minute break, evidence in chief, then have lunch, and then come back.
If you give us 20 minutes, we will be done by 1.
Yeah, okay, that's fine, Mr. Balance.
yes, I'm happy for myself, so
To have a half an hour, I'm already prepared for the cross-examination, and that's however long it takes to get to boots and back.
We might need a bit longer than half an hour, but certainly we could maybe 45 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we'll adjourn now. 12:15. We'll come back at 25 to 1. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Cook.
AB now.
No, we've got 80 now.
Oh, there's AB now.
Multi-talented.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So we will reconvene now, assuming everybody's present and correct.
We are, so yes.
So it's over to you, Mr. Leader.
Right, we'll try and make this snappy without making it too short. Mr. Carney, good afternoon. What am I talking about? Mr. Upton. What am I doing? Anyway, you are a director of Carney Sweeney Planning.
That's right.
And you're a chartered town planner. And you tell us on the front of your credentials you've got a Bachelor of Science degree with honours, but you don't tell us what it's in. What is it in?
Environmental science.
Thank you. So, you've 15 years experience as a planning consultant, having worked for 9 years prior to that in local government. You're instructed by the council in this case to give planning evidence, and you've split your evidence into two parts, two separate proofs. The first is to do with general planning matters, and the second is to do with the 5-year supply. And can I just ask you to confirm formally, to the extent that you're able to, are all the facts and matters set out in your proof, both proofs, still substantially correct?
So, yes, they are.
With certain opinions have changed.
Yeah.
The principal opinion being as to the extent of the 5-year supply. Now, just for the record, what do you say the council's existing 5-year housing land supply amounts to?
So in the light of the Spruce Close decision, we've modified that, as you mentioned in your opening, to circa 4 years supply.
Yeah, so in effect, you adopt the decision of the inspector in Spruce Close.
That's correct.
In relation to the amount of the supply, and just for the record, the weight that you would therefore attach to the provision of market and affordable housing is?
So market would be significant and affordable housing would be substantial.
Thank you very much. Now, if there are other matters that my other friend wants to pick up in relation to the accuracy of your proof, opinions expressed in it, we do so. What I'd like now to move on to is the principal differences that remain between the council and the appellant in relation to planning matters in the 5-year supply more generally. So, starting with the development plan now, the appellant takes the view that policies CP1, CP3, CP7, CP16, 19 and LS1 of the Exeter Local Plan Review are to be regarded as the most important policies for the determination of this appeal. What do you say to that?
I would say they're obviously material, but I wouldn't say they're particularly important compared to how the refusal reason has been framed.
Yeah, so we have CP16 and LS1 referred to in the reason for refusal. You say of the others mentioned by the appellant, you would regard them as material but not most important.
Correct.
Right. So, does the scheme comply with policy LS1 of the Exeter Local Plan first review?
I would say no, it doesn't.
Why not?
Because effectively it isn't. That's what limits development to two particular types that housing doesn't fall within.
Yeah. Now, plainly, LS1 is of a certain vintage, and one considers that vintage in the light of various iterations of the framework. So how significant is it, or how material is it, that the scheme does not, as you see it, comply with policy LS1 of the first review?
Well, I would say that because it's not compliant with the framework, that there's little or no weight to be attributed to it.
Yeah. Now compare that with CP16 of the core strategy. What's your view as to the materiality of the conflict as you see it?
With the framework, well, I'd say there's no conflict with the framework, and therefore full weight could be attributed to it.
Yeah, and attaching full weight to it, we then have to have regard to the tilted balance, the operation paragraph 11D. What do you invite the inspector to do in terms of the weight he places on CP16 when he comes to make his decision?
I mean, obviously, the weight attributed to it when the tilted balance is applied would not be the full weight. However, effectively, the reduction in weight is one of circumstances. For example, if you take the Hallam Land decision, which I referred to in my proof, effectively, it says that there should be a balancing exercise which will vary upon the circumstances accordingly.
Sorry, Mr. Upton, can you just point me in the direction of the paragraph number? Or page number, sorry.
I think it's paragraph 51 of Hallam Land, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. So it's my footnote 4 of my proof on page 18.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so I was going to say that I think that significant weight should still be granted or afforded to CP16 based on a number of reasons. Firstly, the primacy of the development plan. It is an adopted development plan policy, and whilst out of date technically with the tilted balance in play, the gap between Topsham and Exeter is of strategic importance, and in my view remains as such despite the tilted balance. Its strategic importance hasn't gone away. You could take another policy which isn't particularly relevant, but just as to this appeal, but just as an example, there's a policy in the local plan first review H1 which prioritises previously developed land. I would suggest that policy, in light of the tilted balance, would be affected significantly more than a policy such as CP16, which tries to protect a strategically important gap. So the point I try to make there is really just backing up, putting an analogy to that paragraph 51 of the Hallam Land case, in that you can apply different weightings to different policies depending on the circumstances.
So, in order to sharpen the differences between ourselves and the appellants, the point you make is that CP16 is the most important policy of the development plan when it comes to determining this appeal.
Correct.
First point. Second point, the difference is you say it ought to be given less than full weight but substantial weight. Next point is the appellant seems to suggest that there's no conflict between the appeal proposal and CP16. What do you say about that?
Well, in my view, it categorically is conflict with policy because it is providing development within the strategic gap. There's been discussions with the landscape witnesses about how much it protrudes within the strategic gap, but there's commonality that there is protrusion into the strategic gap, and it erodes that gap. There's differences of opinion on how much it erodes it, but there's commonality that it does erode it. So therefore, it can't be said that policy CP16 or the requirements of CP16 have been fulfilled, where it refers to respecting the character of that gap. It's effectively the gap has been urbanised, therefore there's a breach of CP16.
Yeah.
In simple terms.
Now, that's helpful, and we're going to come to the final part of paragraph 11 in the framework in a moment. But just before we do that, there are a range of material considerations advanced by the appellant, which is suggested contribute to their case that planning permission ought to be granted. Now, we've got marked and affordable housing. We've addressed that, and there appears to be no real difference between us now at all. Thinking about other material considerations relied upon by the appellant, do you have any observations to make as to A, whether you accept they are material, B, the weight you place on them, that appellant?
So you're talking about the table of benefits and the weight given to them. So that my table 1 proof, which is effectively a repetition of the statement of common ground. So we've dealt with housing, and then the next item is open space and ecological enhancements. The appellant was saying moderate weight. If we're looking at what Spruce Close said about that, effectively the inspector there decided that those types of features were effectively mitigation required to make development acceptable in planning terms, and gave no weight to them as a. The inspector did give moderate weight to a 10-hectare valley park, which was part of development, is effectively mitigation. So I don't attach it to that. In terms of employment during the construction phase, we agree moderate, and Spruce Place also agrees moderate. So it's really that one point about open space and ecological enhancements where there's a divergence.
So, Mr. Upton, you say in your evidence, your written evidence, that the weight you place upon open space, landscape, and ecological benefits is neutral. For the avoidance of doubt, does that position change as a result of what you've read in Spruce Close decision?
No, it doesn't.
Good. Right. So next, another material consideration might be thought to be, we heard the evidence from Mr. Cook this morning, the emerging Exeter plan. How much weight do you give to the policies and proposals contained within that plan, and why?
It's Reg 18. We haven't had any consultation responses back to assess the appetite for those policies, so therefore I attach no weight at all to that.
So if it suggests the direction of travel is that there is no need for, or there will not be, a strategic gap notated between Exeter and Topsham, what do you say?
I don't accept that it's an indication of a direction of travel at all. Speculating, it could be that assessing development in the appetite of the community to development in the sensitive locations. It isn't just this sensitive location that we're talking about. They are assessing the impact in all of them. So effectively, if there was pushback from the local community with regard to further development in the gap, then as with the core strategy, that was formulated on there being a local preference for that gap. If that came through as part of the consultation, I would expect to see a similar policy such as CP16 come forward to protect that gap further.
Yeah. Now, your firm is based, amongst other places, in central Exeter. This morning we were handed a Plan ID2, which is a composite of various constraints mapped across the area of the city of Exeter, and also would appear part of East Devon district. I don't think you've got a copy of that plan in front of you. Right. Let's see if we can deal with this question without you having to see it. Because, I mean, what that plan indicates is that there are quite considerable physical constraints on the outward expansion of Exeter and its ability to accommodate housing within the boundary of the city council.
Yes, that's correct.
So what? To what extent do you say that is going to provide a compelling reason for developing what are sensitive areas of the city council in order to meet its housing needs in the future? How might those housing needs be met in the alternative to developing, for example, in sensitive parts of the strategic gap?
Well, the city council has, under the sort of duty to cooperate, has been reaching out to the neighbouring authorities to establish housing need in those neighbouring authorities to serve the Exeter housing market area, which spills out further than the administrative boundary of Exeter. So other than developing in the sensitive areas, there is that duty to cooperate. And there are large urban extensions on the boundaries of Exeter that are already delivering housing and affordable housing to serve the Exeter housing market area.
Thank you. Right. So, conscious of time and the fact you're going to be given a thorough examination by my learned friend, can we now finally turn to paragraph 11D of the framework, because you've told us about what you think are the most important policies for determining this appeal. You've told us about the weight you attach to those policies or the policy and other material considerations. And then we ask ourselves the question, all right, well, in the light of that assessment, what would be your approach to determining this appeal, having regard to what is said as a paragraph 11D of the framework? Would you just like to carry out that assessment for us?
The conclusion to it, or
Well, how do you, if you like, process
okay, yeah,
the appeal proposals in the light of the development plan and other considerations in relation to paragraph D?
yeah, okay. So in terms of benefits, I do acknowledge obviously that there are those benefits that we've discussed, and they are a material consideration to balance on one half of the scale, if you like. And on the other half of the scale is, in my view, categoric non-compliance with the development plan policy CP16 that I consider to attract significant weight despite the application of the tilted balance. So in my view, when that's how I balance the two sides of the scales, if you like. And then when weighing those two sides up, it's my view that the harms would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the framework as a whole.
Yeah. So if it's put to you, oh, come on, Mr. Robinson. 4-year supply, material shortfall. People need homes, people need affordable homes. Surely you can't be serious when you say that the harm to the strategic gap is going to be so severe, so adverse, if you like, as to outweigh the benefits of those homes. How do you respond to that?
First of all, it's the degree to which the gap, in my opinion, is eroded by the development. And, it is obviously a very sensitive site in terms of it's been identified as a strategic gap. And in my view, it's more or less completely eroded. There's been discussions about how much gap would remain, but my professional view is that there wouldn't be sufficient gap remaining to tell the difference between the two settlements effectively, especially when using that train journey in the analogy that we talked about. At the minute, there's an appreciable gap when travelling south, and that would be completely eroded, in my opinion. And there's the rurality argument on Clyst Road, which I feel is an important aspect. There's been talk about the sort of the views through gaps when driving in the car, but we haven't talked about those views when viewed by pedestrians, which I think is an important point and elevates the harm, the level of harm caused. I forget the name of the other road, it's just disappeared from my head.
Tell us which one you're thinking about.
Newcourt.
So which direction are you heading? Newcourt.
Newcourt Road, as you're heading north out of Topsham towards the flyover of the M5 looking east. In my view, there would be an appreciable view and extension of going beyond the Taylor Wimpey site. Discussed in my opinion, the Taylor Wimpey site is well or better related to the existing built form of the area, and in comparison, the appeal site is not. There isn't any adjacent built form at all. I disagree with the point that the previous witness said that he effectively said that if you look back south towards Topsham, you would see you'd see Topsham and you would see the appeal site, but I don't think that's the case. I think you'd have to turn and look in a completely different direction to do that. So there's a difference of appreciation there. So I do believe that the erosion of the gap would be appreciated from the east and the west roads, if you like, that surround the appeal site.
Yes, yes. Now, when we think about the balancing exercise that was conducted by Inspector Bohr in relation to land north of Exeter Road in Topsham, and Inspector Hetherington in respect of the Taylor Wimpey site, which is now the Taylor Wimpey site.
Yeah.
Each inspector noted conflict with CP16, some harm to the strategic gap. Neither was persuaded there would be coalescence, because common ground between us, we'll see. And each made a decision on that particular basis, but each also made their decision in relation to the extent of the 5-year supply that existed at that time, or the absence of a 5-year supply that existed at the time. How have things moved on since Exeter Road and Clyst Road were determined? When one thinks about the extent of the housing land supply the council is able to demonstrate, bearing in mind it can't demonstrate a 5-year supply, but what is the position? What's the trend?
Well, there's a 4-year supply now, so it has dipped compared to those previous circumstances.
Was there a 5-year supply at the time Exeter Road and Clyst Road were determined? You don't know, just say.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Right. And then I'll leave that point there, and I can end the examination chief there. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. And just before 1 o'clock as well. So your time promise was kept. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Upton. I think we will break for lunch now. Mr. Upton, when you return, obviously you will be sat in that seat again. Mr. Banner, Mr. Leader, any preference over lunch in terms of time? What I suggest 45 minutes.
I'm happy with that, sir.
Yeah, so we'll return at 1:45 then. It's okay, so we'll adjourn the meeting now, inquiry now, and we'll return at 1:45. Thank you.
Just happy, I would like to eat.
Just FYI, being live streaming, the microphone's very good.
Yeah.
Well, no, you got
Yeah.
now about the benefits of crossing that.
Okay, if we can make a start, we will reconvene. Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Banner, Mr. Leader, any updates over lunch that I need to be aware of?
Not from me, sir, thank you.
So thank you from me either, sir.
Mr. Upton, are you sitting comfortably and ready to go? Okay, good. So it's over to you, Mr. Banner.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Upton, first of all, you tell us in your proof of 1.1.4 that you were first instructed in May of this year. How many times have you visited the site? When was the first time you did so?
Once, June.
Have you been on the railway line for the purpose of this appeal?
Not the purpose of the
Not for the
appeal.
purpose of this appeal. There was a significant section of your evidence in chief where you gave various comments on landscape and visual matters. I noticed you're qualified as a town planner. Can I take it that those are really sort of throwaway marks and you rely upon Ms. Priscott's evidence for your planning judgments on those matters?
I would say throw away, they were my opinion as a plan.
As a planner, you've never written an LVIA or LVA yourself, and presumably if ever you had a client who wanted to do one, you'd commission it from a landscape professional. And so, can you answer my question? Do you, in relation to the landscape and visual related matters, do you rely upon the evidence of Ms. Priscott, or do you seek to provide additional different evidence?
I rely upon the evidence of Mr. Prescott, but I form my own opinions and plans.
From a planning perspective. And do you consider your opinions are consistent or inconsistent with the evidence of Ms. Prescott? Can you please take up the two core documents, CD8 and CD22? CD8 ought to be the core strategy.
Sorry to interrupt. You'll need to turn the mic.
And CD22, especially if you're doing it electronically, might as well get both at hand together, should be the local plan review inspector's report by Jill Kirby. So we go to CP1 first of all on page 19. The core strategy target until 2026 is at least 12,000 dwellings, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's expressed as a minimum. The words at least indicate a desire to exceed, if possible.
That's correct.
And when we look at the local plan inspector's report, if you go to page 6 of that, CD22, there was a discussion, isn't there, of how the then identified requirement was 15,000, and then that's referred to in paragraph 14. Paragraph 15, the council drew attention to the fact that it was a heavily constrained area, and the 12,000 number was something which took into account those constraints and factored them in, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And the inspector noted at 16 that given that there was a shortfall from the identified requirement figure, the words at least were significant. Because she says I conclude the plan is promoting a type of 15,000 supports the underlying principle of maximising housing principle in the city's boundaries. And then there were changes to refer to at least 12,000 dwellings. So it's right, isn't it, that the inspector saw the words at least as being of significance.
Yes.
And that they were there to with the intention of maximising provision to get as close as possible to the actual figure of 15,000. to be clear, Mr. Leader, Chief, referred to the cooperation with East Devon in terms of meeting needs due to Exeter City's constraints. In terms of the adopted development plan, which itself took into account the duty to cooperate, the at least 12,000 figure factors that in already, doesn't it? The cooperation with it, because that 12,000 takes into account those constraints we've discussed, doesn't it?
It takes into account some of them, yes.
Well, are you suggesting it being the local plan expense overlooked, I think?
Well, I think things have moved on since then, and there's been more of a duty to cooperate since then.
I think it's the same duty to cooperate as it. I don't think it's been amended, has it?
No, not the,
No,
not the
same
term
duty to
of-
cooperate. Isn't it?
It's same duty. to
Same
cooperate,
duty.
yes.
And in terms of the adopted development plan, which you yourself rely upon, as you said, in context of the Prime Minister's development plan, you referred to in your evidence, adopted development plan takes into account the constraints facing Exeter City Council in its requirement figure.
It does.
The standard method we know is under national policy, the reference point for accepting 5-year supply, for assessing 5-year supply in the framework. But in terms of the development plan, CP1 remains part of the plan for purposes of section 38.6, doesn't it? And it is the extant development plan target for the plan period, which is not necessarily quite the same thing as 5-year development policy. In terms of what needs to be done in the plan period, the at least 12,000 figure is the relevant figure, isn't it? That's correct. And can we take up, please, Mr. Seaton's planning balance proof? And go to page 22. And when you have that, let me know.
Yep. Paragraph 4.13.
Table first of all.
Yep.
So,
Figure one.
Yeah, figure 1. What Mr. Seaton shows here is the orange, if that's the right term, the orangey brown,
I know what you mean.
is what was intended in terms of the trajectory, the intention to achieve the housing figure over the plan period. Yes.
Yes.
The blue is what's actually happened.
Yes.
And as of the beginning of the 5-year supply period, as the beginning of 2020-2021, the council was considerably below where it needed to be in terms of being on track to meet at least 12,000.
That's right.
And then the grey is the council's then contention for its 5-year supply. As it so happens, the 5-year supply period now takes us up to the end of the plan. That's just coincidence. And based upon what the city council was then suggesting, it was effectively saying that it would marry up, and so the plan period at least figure would be met by the end of the plan period. And of course, we now know that the council accepts it can't show 5 years, but it's a shortfall of about a year in the council's case.
Yes.
Which is a give or take about 680. Give or
Right,
take.
figure.
682. So we know, don't we, on the council's own case, even inside 5-year supply, it accepts that it will undershoot the adopted development plan minimum by at least 680. That follows, doesn't it?
But there's still
That's the
4
question.
years left in the period in which to correct.
Yes, but we measure the 5-year supply from 2020-2021, looking forward to the next 5 years. So the 5-year supply period ends at the time the plan period ends, doesn't it?
It does,
And the council accepts in that 5-year supply period, it will not now achieve what is shown in that grey line, because the council accepts it will underscore by 680.
This snapshot in time, yes, that's correct.
Yes, it's not a snapshot of time, because the council never had a 5-year supply since 2010, according to respect to
To date, at this moment in time,
Yes.
you're correct. Yes.
And of course, we have the inspector has to judge, make his decision based upon the evidence before him today, doesn't it?
Yes.
And the evidence before him today, let's be fair, Mr. Upton, is the council will not achieve the minimum adopted development plan requirement figure over the plan period.
There's no evidence to no, I disagree. Just to answer the question first.
Disagree.
So, as I said, it's a snapshot in time where we are now. There's no evidence to suggest that the shortfall can't be made up before the end of the plan period.
The council accepts that its deliverable supply as of today will mean that in 2025, 2026, that deliverable supply will lead to a situation where there's an undershooting of the plan trajectory. It follows from the local plan, from the concession of 5-year supply instrument, doesn't it?
I agree with you on the point of where we are today. What I'm saying is that there is opportunities in which that can be rectified before the end of the plan period.
Well, how do you know? Because by definition, the council accepts that the 5-year supply figure takes into account, doesn't it, what the candidate sites, and takes into account whether they are or aren't deliverable. It's a realistic prospect of being delivered. That's the test, isn't it?
I don't want to go into
You answer the question, that's the test.
realistic test, but I come back to the point that that's where we are now, and there's opportunities to rectify it.
Unrealistic opportunities by definition.
No, I think they are realistic.
But if they're realistic, they'd be in the 5-year supply, wouldn't they, Destructive? Can you answer
If
that
we want
question?
to get into,
No, can you answer that question, please? If they were realistic, they'd be in the 5-year supply period, wouldn't they?
it would be now at this snapshot in time. Yes.
So as of now, the opportunities you refer to are not realistic opportunities, are they?
At this moment in time, no.
Thank you. Let's try and stick to realism, please.
Just still make the point that there are opportunities.
Okay, there are unrealistic opportunities. We'll note that, we can agree that.
I don't know whether he has a view.
Well, you have. You said if they're unrealistic, because they're
At
not
this
realistic.
moment in
At this
time.
moment in time, they're unrealistic.
I'm not saying that would be the case.
We don't know. We're speculating whether they will. By definition, we're speculating.
I can give you one example of why I don't think that they are unrealistic if you want.
But you said they were. Did they? By definition, if there was a realistic prospect, they would be delivered by 2025, 26. They would be in the 5-year supply.
So one analogy.
Can you answer that question? To be very clear on that, if there's a realistic prospect, they would be delivered by 2025, 26. They would be in the 5-year supply, wouldn't they?
Yes, at this moment in time. My point is, take for example Spruce Close.
Yes.
The inspector took out quite a chunk of the housing that was in the supply based on pro formas that weren't dated, and that gave evidence of when developers considered the housing development at the start and the trajectory. But the inspector discounted that evidence on the basis that those pro formas weren't signed or dated. So it's quite a quick fix, for example, to reissue those pro formas with a signature and a date, and therefore that evidence becomes.
How do you know? If it was that easy, the inspector would have included them. How do you know? Maybe that they were, because they weren't signed, they weren't reliable in that.
That was exactly the inspector's point.
Yes, exactly. So how can we tell whether, in fact, how can we tell that unreliable evidence might become reliable now? How do you square that circle?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Brown. I think it's a circular argument,
Yeah.
really. I think the position is there isn't a 5-year supply. I don't think that's in dispute at all.
I agree with you, sir.
So if we can try and proceed on that basis.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, sir.
So it follows from that, because it goes further in terms of the achievability of the plan as of today, leaving aside any speculation where the council might be able to improve in future. As of today, the position is there is no evidence that there is a realistic prospect that the council will meet the at least 12,000 minimum by the end of the plan period.
As of today, I
As
agree
of
with you.
today, thank you. And that means that as of today, the evidential position is the council will fail to achieve the objective of CP1 during the lifetime of the plan.
Correct.
Could you turn it to CD18, the SOAM decision, coincidentally by Inspector Boniface, who was here on Tuesday, and could you take up paragraph 16? Have you seen this decision before?
I haven't.
Okay, so please tell me if I'm going too far. And it is, whilst there's no dispute for the purpose of caretaking housing land supply framework, the standard method should be used. That doesn't make hefty shortfalls against the local plan requirement material. It's, in my view, an important indication the plan hasn't been effective in meeting housing needs since the beginning of the plan period, they cast further doubt about whether the council's locational strategy can be relied upon to significantly boost housing delivery in line with the MPPF.
Yes,
That applies to this case too, doesn't it?
it does, yes. That paragraph goes on to refer to the housing delivery test results. I think we're at about 150%.
Yes, but we know, don't we, that the housing delivery test is an additional test to 5 years.
I agree.
Yes, it's not a substitute. It's not a question of do one or the other.
Making a remark.
Yes, thank you for that remark. Now we go to DL 17. Growth 2 was the countryside protection policy in that case. So continued strict application of that policy would be likely to worsen the position. Can no longer be said that sufficient housing can and will be accommodated within defined settlement envelopes. That is also the case in Exeter, and it can no longer be said that sufficient housing to meet the planned period can and will be accommodated over the planned period in the settlement envelopes and allocations. That's right, isn't it?
On a case-by-case basis, yes, that's correct. I wouldn't say that it throws it out.
I didn't say that, did I?
No. Good. We agree.
So it no longer be said that sufficient housing can be delivered within the defined settlement envelopes and in the allocations of the local plan. Then could you just bear?
What I'm trying to make is it doesn't release any site, it has to be released on a case-by-case basis.
Suggest that today. It's also the case, if you haven't read this bill, the inspector considered that although there was a conflict with the single policy, that countryside protection policy, that there was a sufficient countervailing force of the local plan requirement figure that was according to the development plan as a whole.
So where
He finds
well, I agree
that
with the principle of what you just said. So
yes, it's
it's
DL 43. So that as a matter of approach, I know you canvass the opposite view, but there'd be nothing more as a matter of approach for the inspector to form the judgment that even if there was a degree of conflict with CP16, given that there was a need to provide more housing outside allocations and settlement boundaries to achieve the CP1 requirement figure, overall, as according to the plan as a whole, that was a matter of approach would be a possible approach.
on a case-by-case basis, I agree with you, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. You don't, in your proof, I think, anywhere deal with this issue of the achievability of the plan requirements in the context of the planning balance, do you?
I was looking at the 5-year supply trajectory window.
But I think we've agreed, haven't we, following the Soham case, there's two separate strands of consideration in relation to housing. There's the 5-year supply issue, and then there's the achieving the minimum, not the maximum, the minimum over the plan period. They're two separate issues, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you haven't dealt with that other issue.
I haven't dealt with that separate issue.
Let's turn to 5-year supply. I think mathematically the shortfall is around 4 years means around 680. Yes.
Yes.
And we know. To ask about weight. It's fair to say, isn't it, that based on the evidence available as of today, you can't say with any confidence that the 680 will be made up in allocations and previously developed that. There's no evidence of that.
It's in allocations. No.
So
Sorry. Do you mean new allocations?
No, in terms of with sites that the development plan itself earmarked for development.
So in that case, well, new court development is an allocated site that will contribute to the housing.
And that's taken into account in the 5-year supply, isn't it? Already?
Yeah, but you asked if development plan allocation would contribute. So the answer
to making
is
up the shortfall. To make the point is that
yes,
they're already taken into account, and despite them, there is a shortfall. So I presume the council accepts it ought to have a 5-year supply. That's an objective. Do you accept the council accept that?
So if we just go back
No,
to
I'd like to ask the question. What does the council accept that it ought to have a 5-year supply? Of course it does. Yes.
But can I just go back to the point about the allocations? So the allocations are obviously in the trajectory. So therefore, to answer your initial questions, yes, the development plan allocations will contribute towards the 5 years.
That's not the question I asked. The question I asked is how do we make up the shortfall? You've agreed the council, of course.
Same
Can I please ask the questions first? Mr.
I'm sorry.
You agreed that the council, of course, should have a 5-year supply. It follows that the council should, of course, do what it can to make up that 683 dwelling deficit.
Yes, I agree.
And it's not going to do that by relying on brownfield allocated sites alone, is it?
Actually, brownfield, but why would we concentrate on brownfield?
Not quite. Brownfield and
So
allocated
New
sites.
Court would
Yes,
contribute.
yes, but New Court is taken into account, double counting. New Court is taken into account. And having taken into account there's a shortfall of 683, you accept that needs to be made up. There's obviously ongoing needs every year as well, going forward, not just the 683, there's next year's need needs to be provided for as well. And my point is, you're going to have to release some greenfield land outside the settlement boundaries if you want to make that 683 up.
I agree. Thanks. On a case by case basis.
And if you look at IV2, I mean, it's right, isn't it? In terms, we're going to have to release greenfield to make up. Pretty much all the greenfield is covered in some way or other by CP16, isn't it?
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not sure Mr. Upton has that.
Do you not have that sort of?
I don't have that plan, but I'm
I mean,
prepared
it's
to.
fairly obvious.
It's fairly obvious. As you
I mean,
said.
CP16 essentially covers all the greenfield outside the settlement boundary,
Yeah, I
doesn't
agree.
it?
Yeah.
So we can agree, can't we? The council takes that. The council accepts that it, or of course, as you said, it should make good that 683 shortfall. It accepts it will need to do so in part, at least, by relying upon greenfield sites outside the settlement boundary. It accepts that will involve development on CP16 land.
I agree with you, and as I've sort of been qualifying in this line of questioning, it should be done on a case by case basis.
It's got to be done somewhere, though, hasn't it?
I agree, yes. I just don't think it should be this particular site.
Understood. So it's right there, isn't it? It follows from that on your approach to CP16 that in order to make good the 5-year supply deficit of 683, some conflicts with CP16 are going to have to be tolerated. That's
Yes,
right.
and the structure of CP16 allows for that assessment.
Well, no, I said some conflicts with CP16 are going to have to be tolerated. Your approach is significant development and CP16 is a conflict.
I agree
And so some conflicts with CP16 are going to have to be tolerated to get that 683 deficit. That's right, isn't it?
I agree with you, yes, because I mean, Spruce Close, for example, it was purely just the urbanisation effect of the land that was considered to conflict with CP16. And obviously the inspector considered that effectively academic argument not to be outweighed by the benefits. But I take a different view in this case.
The fact that some conflicts with CP16 are going to have to be tolerated to make good the shortfall is relevant to the weight to be given to any conflict with that policy, isn't it? It's relevant consideration. Do you agree?
Yes, it's a material consideration, yes.
It's not something you've dealt with in your evidence, is it? That in terms of evaluating the weight to go to CP16, you've not had regard to that relevant consideration yourself, have you?
Not specifically, no.
Affordable housing. I appreciate we agreed on weight, but I just want to understand if we agreed on the facts just as quickly as I can. I want to run through this. So, firstly, we can agree, can't we, that affordable housing is a standalone benefit. It's not wrong to align it with housing as one overall benefit.
Agree.
Thank you. Howard Stevens made that clear in the Rectory Farm decision, which we've got before the inquiry. This is local plan inspectors report, please. CV 22, paragraph 29. We're told there by Inspector Kingerby that as of that time, the affordable housing situation was worsening over time. So the starting point, if you like, in the local plan chronology was an affordable housing situation which was worsening over time. Yes,
That's what it says.
The going down to CD8, the core strategy itself. CD8 paragraph 6.30 on page 33. We see there that the level of affordable housing need exceeded, at that time, exceeded the total annual completions for housing. So paragraph 6.30. They hope for me, but I've written down the quote, so I'm assuming my paragraph reference is right. I'm just going to get it up. 6.30 on page 33. Level of affordable housing exceeds total annual completion. It's referred to.
That's correct. The first sentence of that paragraph, yes.
And if you go to 6.34, again, in terms of the plan itself, affordable housing supply is unlikely to meet identified requirements. So the core strategy itself doesn't plan to meet the full level of identified requirement. That's
what that intimates, yes.
It's a sort of, again, it's a constrained figure. Having regard to constraints, they're factored in, aren't they? They are provision. And Mr. Seaton's housing proof, you can take that up.
Quite a lot.
Yes, 5 supply and affordable housing supply. Mr. Seaton at page 15 notes that the need identified at the time of the core strategy in the SHMA at the time was 300 and or just shortly after 325 affordable homes per year in 2014 SHMA. You see that 7.2, don't we?
Yes.
That was the need, and then the consideration was that the local core strategy policy, that was sort of 35% of major development policy, was likely to deliver 215 dwellings. So the need was 325. It was considered that the plan applied with its appropriate rigor would achieve 215 per year. Yes? That's what it says. So the plan itself was undershooting by 110 a year by my rudimentary maths. And then what's happened since then, if we go to Mr. Seaton's over page 7.8, that there is now over 3,000 people on the affordable housing waiting list compared to 2,149 at the time of the SHMA. Yes, that's what it says. The need's gone up by that measure by 1,000, by effectively another 50% on top of what the original figure was. Then it's figure 2. We see in terms of affordable housing completions, the headline figure drawn from the completions over the period shown in figure 2 is that there has been over those years an average of 119 additional dwellings, excluding not right to buy, which actually further reduces it, we'll see. So on that gross figure, the projected average of 215, which was what the local core strategy intended to deliver, itself a constrained figure, has been achieved by about 50%. And then over the page, we see on page 18 that when you round off, net off right to buy sales, I think it's standard practice to do that because that's the net affordable housing supply effectively. Then you get at Mr. Seaton's 7.15, 25 deducted, which means 94, 7.16, page 19, average net of 94 affordable homes per annum against the plan objective of 215 and the actual need of 325. You see that? As all of that follows. So in terms of that, so 90, delivery of 94 per annum, plan objective 215, actual need 325. And in fact, this vector in Spruce Close has got worse because last year there were just 6 affordable homes. Spruce Close, yes. I mean, on any view, that is a truly terrible outcome, isn't it?
It is terrible, but what it doesn't take into account, as I alluded to evidence in chief, is that the housing market area of Exeter is wider than the ministry's boundaries itself, and the affordable housing needs of people in Exeter are dealt with by other means.
Well, they have to be done because Exeter hasn't done anything. It's been 6 years. Yeah, they have to be. I mean, it's not unfortunate, is it?
It's not pretty.
No, it's not.
The picture is wider as well.
And it's right again in this respect, leaving aside the full need, the local plan objective of delivering the 215 itself, that hasn't been achieved.
That's correct.
And it won't be achieved by the plan period.
Probably not.
By a substantial amount. The figure, the cumulative shortfall, seems to be it's 2,000. I mean, it's a substantial amount, isn't it? And thank you. Now, in terms of the effect and policy terms of the 5-year supply shortfall, can we take up the framework and go to paragraph 11D? Of course, we only get to 11D if we're not in accordance with the development plan as a whole, otherwise we'd see. And let me put that up.
Yes.
The first thing is we know with the tilted balance, the assessment firstly looks at other policies in the framework that protect areas of asset support or importance, that provide a clear reason for refusal. We agreed that doesn't apply here, does it? That's correct. So we're in 2, and the consideration whether there are adverse impacts that significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits must be done assessed against the policies of the framework taken as a whole. What that means is no one framework provision should be treated as a knockout or a criteria. There are considerations that go into the balance and the tilted balance.
Each consideration should be balanced, yes.
And we know in relation to the development, the most important development plan policies are deemed to be out of date, irrefutably, by correct 11D. And I think you do accept only that necessarily that means reduced weight. You can't get full weight if you're out of date by definition.
I accept that in chief, yes.
And that includes CP60, and that's one.
It does have an effect to that policy, yes, and I'll describe that in more detail.
We'll come back to that. So we accept they have reduced weight to some degree, disagree about the degree of reduced weight.
Correct.
Thank you. Then, with bearing all that in mind, can we then go to the officer report, CD1? And it's not calculated, I think, unfortunately, but did you have did not my version. Anyway, so could you go please to the I'm going to have to do Mr. C can call out the page numbers because I've got them tabbed up. But the officer report, if we go firstly to the ECC local plan student comments. Page 15, and the consultation from them was emphatic that there was important significance in the last paragraph, important significance of the council having a 5-year supply. You see that? The significance of the council having a 5-year supply is important.
I'm sure it does say that. Yes, in the last paragraph, yes.
Okay, so bear that in mind. Then if you go a little further to the over the page, bear with me a second. Again, yes. So can you go to that page there? To get the page. So I haven't appreciated the page numbers. Page 28. And this is now the case officer speaking rather than the council's policy consultee. And you see again it said the council's ability to demonstrate a 5-year supply and in excess of 5 years means development policies should be applied. Previously they could have been considered out of date. This is a notable shift in the context of how applications for housing development should be in. So
Mr. Banner, I'm not sure where we are actually in the office
it
report.
should be page 28.
28, sorry, I thought you said 8.
It's got the tilted balance quoted in bold. I just want you to have that, so it's quite an important paragraph. So
I do have that now.
So do you see that the contrast with the position before is that the council has a 5-year supply? That's a notable shift.
Yes.
And if you go back a page, see what a shift from. That's a shift from the position as of the Inspector Hetherington decision on the adjoining site, the Taylor P site, reference to that. And that's the basis, actually, on which that early decision is distinguished. We see that again later on in other cases too, where there's reference to appeal decisions, and they're distinguished on the basis of the notable shift in the finding of the high 5-year supply. We see then over the, we can go through so now it's on page 30, hold on, page 30, it has been noted that, you see the paragraph beginning, it has been noted that. You have that paragraph before you.
I do, yeah, I see
It's been noted that part of Zone 21 and a considerable portion of the adjoining zone have been released for housing recently. In large part, this came about following the council's inability to demonstrate a 5-year supply that triggered the tilted balance. This doesn't mean the policy requirement should be conceded when the adopted policy can put its full weight as in terms of this application. That's because council, the notable shift, isn't it? It's the same point. And then again, two more pages. The page ending obviously now, which is page 32. There's reference to Miss Prescott's advice, where she said, should there be a significant need to be developed, then there should be GIRM stage, etc. Obviously, now the council position, it can demonstrate a 5-year supply. The planning assessment is different, greater weight given to CP 16. So a pervading theme. We're going to go for the last bit, section 17. Section 17 on page 37. Conclusion. Once again, reference to 5-year supply, isn't that? Second paragraph 17. Plan plans need to be taken account of all material considerations, including the council position in relation to 5-year supply. Yes? That's what it says, yeah. And so the pervading theme in the officer's report was that whereas land in the vicinity of the appeal site had been released previously, including on appeal, there had been a notable shift because those were done in the context of a lack of a 5-year supply, and now a 5-year supply had been identified, and that changed the planning balance. That's a pervading theme of the analysis, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And even in that situation, we see at the last paragraph on page 37, the office report thought it was an unbalanced decision. As this report sets out, the assessment is clearly a balanced one. So it wasn't this wasn't a case where there's absolute humdinger of a case against development, complete non-starter. It was an unbalanced decision, wasn't it?
That was the officer's view,
Yes, and that's the basis on which the application was turned.
Obviously, it was refused.
Yes, but it refused in accordance with the officer's view.
Yeah.
So it's an unbalanced decision in the context of there being a 5-year supply and a notable shift. And now the council's accepted, in fact, there's no more than a 4-year supply and a deficit of some 680 homes.
That's right.
Where do we see in your evidence any acknowledgement there's been a notable shift back?
Well, in my evidence, it refers at the time to when the proof was written to there being a relatively slight shortfall. So proof of evidence takes into account that shift, as you put it.
But it doesn't, because you said it's a slight shortfall. It's now accepted. It's not a slight shortfall.
Yeah. So I haven't had the opportunity in proof of evidence to provide that, but I gave that.
You didn't, because the thing is,
In evidence.
do you agree with this, that if the claimed finding of a 5-year supply was a notable shift from the earlier position, then the subsequent concession that there's a 4-year supply is a notable shift back. It must follow.
Yes, it's a shift back.
Notable shift back is how it was put.
Well, that's not my word, no.
Well, that's the basis on which the officer
Yeah.
reports it. And you're here to defend the reasons for refusal.
But I'm giving my professional opinion as a fan.
Acting within the constraints of the reasons for refusal.
Yes.
Yes. And plainly it follows, doesn't it, on the basis of the officer's analysis, that if the finding of 5-year supply is a notable shift, the losing of it is a notable shift back. On their analysis, that must follow.
On their analysis, yes.
Yes. And that on their analysis, that notable shift back may well have had an implication for the on-balance decision overall, mightn't it?
You're asking me to surmise what they might have thought, and I can
Just ask the question. I ask you a question, could you answer it?
I'll answer it in my terms, which.
I'd rather you answer my question, actually.
Okay, also no, because in my terms, as I've said in chief, I've already given an answer to what the change in circumstances are and what weight should be given in light of that.
The basis given in the officer report for distinguishing the early appeal decisions has now gone, hasn't it?
In what regard?
The notable shift. That was the basis for distinguishing the previous decisions. The basis stated in the officer report for distinguishing those decisions has now gone.
As stated in the report, it has changed, yes.
Well, it's not just changed, it's gone.
It's gone back, as you put it.
Yeah, it's gone away because the basis was a notable shift. The case hasn't been reported back to members to see if the on balance is going to be different now.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Can we then go to back to the framework? And I just want to quickly recap over the provisions of the framework cited in the reasons for refusal. There were 2, 130 and 174. Can we start with 130? And when we get there, it's fair to say, isn't it, that paragraph 130 of the framework is about the how, not the if. It's not about the principle of development. It's about, certainly not about coalescence. It's about how development comes forward. Do you agree that?
Well, it says will function well and add to the overall quality of the area. You could argue that's parallel to CP16 in a way, because it's trying to maintain character.
That's the short term, the lifetime of development. It's about the how, isn't it? Good architecture, good layout, approach, and effective landscaping. There's the focus developed sympathetic to local character and history.
It's quite a catch-all comment. Yeah.
And in there's no reference here to coalescence, is there at all?
Not by the word, but overall quality of the area could encompass that.
We've accepted, haven't we, that the landscape quality of the site is no intrinsic landscape quality, haven't we?
But a strategic gap could be regarded as a quality of the area. In fact, it obviously has.
Really? Is that how you interpret Ms. Prescott's evidence?
It's a quality, isn't it? It is a quality. A gap is a strategic gap is a quality.
Well, I think
it's a spatial quality.
It's agreed between the parties that the purpose of coalescence is to maintain the separate identity.
Yeah.
Those are the sort of that's about landscape.
Yeah.
That's not about landscape quality per se.
I'm not talking about landscape quality.
Okay. So you've approached the planning balance on the basis that coalescence falls within 130A.
You've asked me, and I'm saying that
The
overall quality of the area could encompass consideration of coalescence.
Right. Okay. That's how you've approached your planning judgment, is it?
I haven't particularly looked at this particular policy in that regard. You've asked me a question, and I've given you an answer.
So have you factored in? Is it your professional view that in the context of acceptance of no harm to landscape setting, acceptance of at least neutral in terms of green infrastructure, so you say neutral, we say moderate weight, no harm to no landscape objection, is it your view that 130 counts against the development? Have you approached it that way or not? to understand so I can make submissions on.
Yeah, I haven't in my proof considered that. No.
So your view is really 174 is the particularly relevant part of the framework. Is that your view?
Well, you've asked me if 130 applies, and I'm saying yes, it does. But to answer your initial question, have I considered 130 in my proof? The answer is no.
Okay, so you didn't consider in your proof. Looking at it now, you think it might cover coalescence.
Correct.
(174). Ms. Prescott, Mr. Corker agreed that B is the only potentially relevant policy. Ms. Prescott accepted in terms that the site scores low in relation to intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, and that coalescence falls outside 174B. If all of that is correct, that's the basis of this question, if it's all correct, that means 174B doesn't weigh heavily against the development of the tilted battlements, does it?
No. So
Is that no as in yes? So if so, I'm not going to re-ask the question. I asked Ms. Prescott that. She said coalescence falls outside 174B and the site scores low in relation to intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. Based upon that evidence of your colleague, 174B doesn't weigh heavily against the scheme in the tilted balance. Do you agree?
no, I don't agree, because of the point that Mr. Leader put to your witness that it could be encompassed within natural capital.
That's not an answer to my question. I said based upon Ms. Briscott's evidence. I'm not going to go over whether her evidence is right or wrong. So based upon her evidence, which is as I put it, in terms of planning weight, which is what I am going to ask you, it would score low based upon her evidence.
I believe she didn't pick up the point about natural capital potentially.
I'll repeat again, based upon her evidence, which her evidence was coalescence doesn't fall within D and site scores low in relation to intrinsic character and beauty. Based upon that evidence, as a planning weight, 174B carries little weight against the
If
other.
that's what she said, then yes.
Based upon her.
Based upon her evidence.
Policy LS1. Are we agreed that given the common ground that LS1 is out of date and not the key focus, that if there is conflict with LS1 but compliance with CP16, the appeal should be allowed? Are we agreed that? So if assume a situation where there is a compliance with CP16 but conflict with LS1, because we agree LS1 is narrower, LS1 out of date, limited weight, we agree that CP16 is the key policy. Do you accept in that situation the appeal should be allowed?
I do agree with you, but I would heavily caveat that that is obviously not my opinion.
I am allowed to ask.
You are. I don't like those particular questions because it's asking a theoretical.
That's kind of how it works.
Yeah, but I don't agree with.
Yeah, okay.
I've seen inspectors disallow those questions.
I haven't, because you might be wrong. Your part of your case might be not accepted.
Correct.
Okay, so in light of that, I'm not going to ask any more questions about LS1. We can move on to LS1. I'll make the submissions as to why legally that's followed. So CP16, so it all does turn on CP16, doesn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. And can we get 10.38 of the core strategy up again, please? 10.38 of the core document. 8, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let me know if you've got that before you.
Strategic gap between Topsham and
Correct.
Yeah.
And the two factors preventing coalescence and attractive setting, do you agree with Mr. Prescott? Those are the objectives of CP16 in relation to the Topsham gap.
Those are the objectives, yes.
It doesn't, CP16 doesn't provide in terms that there should be no significant residential development in Topsham Gap. That's not what it says expressly, is it?
It doesn't expressly say that there should be no significant development. It doesn't specifically say that it should incorporate.
Is it your view, where you said in chief that because it's development in the strategic gap, therefore there's conflict? That's what you said in chief. So let me understand how you interpret the policy. You interpret the policy, do you, that any significant development in the gap, very irrespective of impact, necessarily it means there's a conflict with CP16? Is that how you approach it?
I wouldn't say any, no, it's a case by case basis.
The one, because in chief you specifically said is development in the strategic gap, therefore there's conflict, and doesn't it require a bit more consideration of whether there's an impact on the purposes?
I think I gave a bit more of a qualified answer to that. I described the impacts and so forth that I considered to be triggered.
Well, let's take it in stages then. So, protect character and distinctiveness in the context of the Topsham Gap doesn't mean have zero landscape impact, because we know it's not a landscape protection policy, correct?
Agree.
We know that any new significant greenfield development is bound to have some impact because it's a change of character, putting houses where there aren't.
It's an urbanising effect of
yeah.
Yes.
And if mere urbanising effect on their own was a breach of CP16, then it would be effectively no new development, wouldn't it?
Well,
Follow.
In Spruce Close, that's sorry.
Well,
Yes,
that's
yes to answer your question, but
Yeah.
in Spruce Close, that was literally the conflict that the inspector in
Yes.
that case.
That wasn't a Topsham Gap case, there was it for CP16, but as applied to, because that's important. If we look at 1037, you see, this is where there is a material distinction, because in relation to the other areas, CP16's objectives are landscape related, aren't they? You see that?
Yeah.
In terms of these
Landscape
areas,
setting.
whereas so there's CP16 does different things in different places, doesn't it? That there may be other areas where the mere consequence of housing on a greenfield site does necessarily breach CP16 because it's a landscape function.
So Spruce Coast, there wasn't a landscape refusal reason. It was a purely academic urbanising.
The answer to our question is what's required for compliance or conflict with CP16 will depend upon the objectives of that policy for the particular area in question.
Agreed.
And so for Topsham Gap, the objective of 1038, and do you agree that the litmus test of whether you pass or fail CP16 is there a significant adverse impact on the 10.38 objectives?
In the coalescence element, yes.
Well, either or.
Right,
There's
agree,
10.38
yes,
objectives, there's coalescence and attractive setting, and the litmus test of whether there's compliance or non-compliance with CP16 in the gap is there a significant adverse impact either on attractive setting or on coalescence?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, well, we agreed on that then. And if there is a conflict, of course, then the question becomes how much weight to give to that conflict in the context of balance, obviously. And the factors that are relevant to weight, we've agreed already one of them is the fact that CP16 as a most important policy is out of date. We've agreed another one is the fact that the some conflict with CP16 is going to have to be tolerated to make good the shortfall.
Yeah.
Another consideration is going to be the extent of the conflict, because you could have it's not a question of the miss as good as Mar, is it? You could have a conflict with CP16, which is a limited conflict, and one that's a very large conflict.
Right.
So where in the where in the scale of conflict the inspector may find there is, if you do find there's a conflict, so then that's going to be relevant to the weight to give to it.
That is correct. That's the balance judgment.
Yeah. So extent of conflict necessary to have some breach somewhere. Thank you. Could we then get up CD14? Mr. Hetherington's decision. And go please to, I think it's paragraph 14 as it so happens. No, it's not. Just, it is Taylor piece, sorry. Just bear with. No, just bear with me. I've got the wrong paragraph. 43. Paragraph 43. And the council's position was recorded there that to meet the core strategy housing requirement to achieve a 5-year supply, permissions would need to be granted on land subject to policy as on CP16. We've agreed that's the case now too. We agreed that earlier.
In some circumstances, yeah.
Yes. And it was further conceded that land identified in the Fringer study as being of medium sensitivity must come into consideration. And that's because this medium is that you're not going to be able to make good the shortfall without going to medium, because most of the land is medium, high or high.
I don't have the
But let's get it up.
don't have the facts and figures of the percentages.
Let's get it up. It's so keep Mr. Hetherington open, and it's the EFS is in 2 places, but it's all Mr. Cook's CD25 or Mr. Cook's appendix 13, doesn't matter which. And if we go to the page that has landscape sensitivity of zones, it's the figure 2.
Sorry, I'm behind.
Don't take your time.
So going to the landscape proof.
This is that plan.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Mainly purple plan. And
Familiar with it.
And so this is basically, isn't it, looking at the sensitivity of the zones, and the majority are dark purple, high sensitivity. Matter of fact, that's right. So, take 2 time.
Which appendix number was it, sorry?
Mr. Cook, appendix 13, I think, or maybe 14 actually. Sorry, 14. Apologies.
Get there. 2 secs. The issue I'm going to have is that it doesn't comment. Yes, there's going to be lots of purple, but there's no. You asked me.
Have a look at it first before you jump to any conclusions.
The highest purple, mediums blue.
Yes. The point is, at the time of the Taylor-Wimpey decision, the council accepted that some land in the medium category was going to have to be released to meet needs.
Agreed. Yes.
That remains the case, doesn't it?
I would say so.
Thank you. And the site is medium. It's within medium, isn't it?
It's that zone 21.
Yes. Yes. So we are standing back in terms of weight. It's relevant to weight, isn't it, that we fall within a zone which is within the category, some of which is going to have to be released to meet needs. That's relevant to weight, isn't it?
It is, yeah. However, there are other areas that aren't in a strategic gap that are within that medium sensitivity area.
Yeah, they're the allocations, I think, aren't they?
I can't see.
Yeah, they are. There's been new courts, one of them. Yeah. I mean, if you compare it, you don't know, if you compare it with Mr. C, the Mr. C plan, Mr. Cook's plan, actually, I did too, you can readily see that the areas which are of low sensitivity and medium low are either already been developed or allocated for development, and the 5-year supply shortfall exists despite them. But I mean, I accept you accepted in terms, and I want to be very clear, you accepted in terms that, as a matter of fact, we are within a medium zone, and medium zones are, some of them are going to have, some land within medium zones going to have to be released to make good the 5-year supply shortfall, and you've accepted that that is relevant to weight.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. That's fair. The development delivery DPD has mentioned the reasons for refusal, but just to getting our bearings, that's not part of the development plan, is it? No. And Mr. Hetherington gave it no weight on the basis it hasn't been examined, wasn't part of the plan, no longer proposed. Again, in the event, it's not a basis for refusal in itself, is it? It's a make weight.
Not as a standard.
Thank you. You talked about potential future cooperation with other parts of other Devon authorities. Do you know the GESP, the dreaded GESP, the Greater Exeter Strategic Plan, mentioned in the deals? That was an attempt, wasn't it, to have a joined up approach by the Devon authorities to meeting housing needs, and it failed, didn't it?
It did, but there's still cooperation happening as we speak in terms of urban extensions in East Devon being allowed to fulfil the housing market needs for Exeter. That's been going for a very long time without the need for a plan.
But the idea of a joined up plan is at best highly uncertain given the political challenges associated with it.
I would agree with that statement, yes. But it's not to say that there's cooperation outside of it.
Understood. And then lastly, but briefly, net gain and weight we go to net gain, and can we go please to Mr. Seaton says moderate weight to the net gain and the landscape enhancements. You say no weight, as I understand it, because it's sort of you have to do it anyway.
Yes.
That's basically the rationale.
The same as the inspector and Spruce Close came to the same conclusion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should we just see if we could what was said in the Clappers Lane decisions? That's Mr. Seaton's appendix 3. Rebuttal appendix 3. And could you please get up 92, paragraph 92? And hopefully you'll find that on within the decision. It's page 80.
I have the rebuttal appendix open. Sorry, you're going to have to repeat the references.
Sure, it's rebuttal appendix 3, internal page 18. I don't know what PDF page it is. So decision page 18, paragraph 92. It should start with the appellant has therefore demonstrated.
I see that paragraph.
So let's just take it again. Should I take it slowly? If you read this decision before,
I have not read this decision.
So outline permission, as it happens for 100 dwellings too. The proposer will be capable of delivering a net gain of above 10%. And then the inspector goes on to note that whilst a net gain is expected from place of agriculture used by parkland, the framework doesn't require a minimum level of net gain, does it? At the moment, all that NPPF does at best is require better than existing.
That's correct.
And the law is going to change in due course when the Environment Act 2021 comes into force with the legal requirement for 10%, but that's not yet enforced, is it? That's correct. So as things stand now, there is no prescribed minimum percentage of net gain in law or policy. That's correct. And therefore, if the development is capable of achieving more than just better than existing, whether it's 10% or 5% or 20%, that is doing more than mere requirement. It's better than minimum requirement.
I get your point, yes.
And that would follow, wouldn't it, then that some positive weight, whether it's moderate or, but your analysis would fall away, wouldn't it? Because you give neutral weight on the basis it's doing no more than minimum, that wouldn't be right.
I was purely going on the basis of the Spruce Close conclusions, and we've accepted some of the Spruce Close conclusions.
Would you agree that, because the inspector Whitehead then went on to say, I attach moderate weight to this benefit, would you agree with me that if this decision, the present case, was determined consistently with Inspector Whitehead's decision on this issue of net gain. Moderate weight is the correct weighting.
I don't know the circumstance. I wouldn't agree with moderate if 10%. It wouldn't be I think it's quite a high bar of benefit for that particular requirement. Is my opinion.
That's disagreeing with him. I would say if one's
Yeah.
being consistent with Inspector White, if one's being consistent with him, and the point being you don't currently have to do 10%, you can do 0.1%. If you do 10%, that's moderate weight. If one's being consistent, the same rationale should apply here. Is that right?
Well,
Can you answer that?
Yes. If the circumstances are equal, then yes. But there's no evidence before us to demonstrate in that case and in this case that the circumstances are equal.
Well, the circumstances are
there
that.
could be a
Sorry.
reason, if I could finish, that there could be a reason in that particular case why 10% biodiversity is more important than in
And he
anywhere
doesn't
else.
give any particular reason. The point is, the rationale is the framework. He says it very clearly in 92, is the framework don't specify a minimum level. Therefore, by doing 10%, you're doing 10% better than you have to. And that therefore carries moderate positive weight. That is the rationale he sets out there, isn't it?
That is the rationale.
Yes. And applying that rationale to the present case, the same conclusion should follow, shouldn't it?
To answer your question, not necessarily, because there can be changes in circumstances that would warrant a different approach.
What's the change in circumstance here?
As I said earlier, there could be circumstances where in this particular location, 10% biodiversity would be a more of a benefit than somewhere else.
So it's just standing back here, and actually here we've got a policy that encourages green infrastructure, CP16. So let's just leave aside Capitalist Lane. If it's correct, as we've agreed, that there is no requirement for anything more than 0.1 betterment, and if in fact there is the scheme is capable of delivering considerably more than that, that surely carries some positive weight in favour. Do you agree that?
There is some positive benefit. I agree. Yes.
And why would you not give that moderate weight?
Because if your rationale is if you apply this case to ours.
No, so leave that case aside. We're doing. So nobody's mischaracterised the question. I said to put that case to one side. We're doing 10. If we can show say 10%, that's 10% more than we have to do. Why should that not carry moderate weight?
So, because I don't think it should be of that scale. That's my professional opinion.
Why?
Because I don't class it as that much of a benefit coming to the moderate scale. That's my professional
Yeah,
opinion.
well, you need to say why, but I don't know what's the rationale for
I
that.
don't,
You
it's
don't have a
not
rationale.
something that I give that much importance to. It's my professional opinion. And if you apply, it was the same in Spruce Close. If you go back to your question before, that if you apply the Spruce Close rationale, which also achieved the same thing, it was just class of mitigation.
Parliament thinks it's so important it's legislated to require it in the future, hasn't it?
Mr. Sparrow, I think I've got the point. I think the gist of what you've said, I
You've got the right
understand.
to make the submission, sir. Thank
Yeah,
you.
okay, you can make
Indeed.
submissions.
I'm grateful. In that case, I've got to go for the question. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Leader, thank you, Mr. Bannon.
Thank you.
Mr. Leader,
Well, I generally find that witnesses need somebody red lights.
that is
sorry.
mine actually as well. Sorry.
Well,
about
no,
that.
you're allowed one on all the time. I'll be very brief, sir, because I can take up a lot of those points that Mr. Seaton. There's just one matter I'd like to explore with you, and only briefly, which is you were asked some questions about paragraph 174B of the framework, and the basis from which the questions were put to you was, well, do you agree with the approach taken by Ms. Prescott?
No, the basis was assuming this was what happens.
Thank you. No, you're quite right. No, you're quite right.
Correct as well.
No, I'm glad you did, because as I
Outside the scope.
no, you will see.
Can't be exactly the same.
Well, what I'm going to do it's re-examined, and then we'll see whether the inspector will ask a question. So, in answering your question, in answering that question, you tried several times to set out your own views.
That's correct. I did.
And what I'd like you to do now, please, is to set out your own view. What is your view on whether or not this scheme is consistent with paragraph 174B of the framework?
I think it is a material consideration to this in the context that you put to the appellant's landscape witness, in that, and the landscape witness agreed that the natural capital element of that paragraph is applicable to consideration in this appeal. In that effectively the green infrastructure is effectively a value or a benefit to people directly or indirectly. So in that regard, yes, it is a material consideration to this appeal.
Yeah. Now, if it's right, obviously a matter of contention between us and the appellants, if it's right that the appeal proposal conflicts with policy CP16, in that there is harm to its objectives, which include, amongst other things, the protection of the strategic gap, what would be the effect in terms of compliance or otherwise, paragraph 174B of the framework?
The fact that CP16 is compliant with framework 174 means that CP16 should be afforded weight due to consistency with the framework.
Yeah, and if there's conflict with CP16, what are the implications in terms of compliance with paragraph 174B of the framework?
Then there's equally conflict with that 174B.
Thank you very much. So I'm not going to take the point any further. I think I've exhausted it, and I have no further questions in re-examination. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, Mr. Leader, just bear with me a second. I'm just going to check my notes, but that obviously concludes re-examination.
And indeed the case for the local planning authority.
It does actually, yes, thank you. So just bear with me a second while I click through my notes. Before I might be able to release you in a minute, Mr. Upton, but let me just double check.
It's absolutely fine. I'm going nowhere.
No, I think I have no questions, Mr. Upton, so you were able to take a seat again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's 5-3 at the moment, and I have noticed a gentleman at the back of the room. I decided not to stop proceedings at this stage, but I will now and just ask you if you have an interest in the inquiry. What is your interest? Assume you know why we're here, for one thing, and if you don't know, I'm happy to explain. But would you just like to introduce yourself?
Sure. I have no professional involvement. I am not a planner or anything like that.
You want to just step forward, actually? It might help. I don't want to make you feel intimidated at all, but just so we can hear.
Sure. Yeah, I have difficulty hearing all of you, actually. No, I'm a member of the public. My name is Paul Calanet from Highfield, right opposite the Action Grange development. And so, as a local resident, I take very great interest in all that's going on with the development plans. And I came along actually on Tuesday morning to find the all shut.
I do apologise. Well,
so I thought, and I couldn't manage yesterday, but I thought, well, this not coming today.
no, well, let me just explain. No, let me just explain proceedings. You don't have to stand there and introduce yourself if you don't wish to speak. It's up to you. But if you wish to speak, you're more than welcome to say what you wish to say.
My chief, yes, my chief problem, I think I can echo
do you want to just take a seat? Mr. Banner,
Yes.
Mr. Leader, is this so? I assume you're okay with this?
We are, but two things need to be done. So first of all, we need to
Microphone.
allow the gentleman to be heard. So the meeting's over there. Sorry, microphone.
You can sit here. I mean, otherwise we can move a microphone there. But if you want to sit at the witness table for.
I was going to be just an observer, not a media scout. But if you really want me to, well, I think we need to actually call. And
So thank you, sir. So we're here. This is day number 2 of the inquiry. So we've heard evidence from the council, and that's been completed now. And we're about to hear now about the planning balance from the appellant. On day number 1, I did set aside some time to hear from interested parties, but obviously you were absent.
I couldn't manage that.
No, that's absolutely fine, and there hasn't been any other interested parties present, so I've not actually heard from interested parties in this appeal. Before we go any further, can you just give me your name and what your interest is in the appeal, and then what that will mean is I'll record that down on my piece of paper, and it will go on the decision notice, and then you're free to just give your views on the development, and they'll be taken into account.
Okay, by all means. You better have my address, perhaps. Yeah, it's from the Channel Islands. Collardet, COLLENETTE. Paul. And I live at 20 Highfield.
Okay, thank you. 20 Highfield. And is your interest in opposition to the scheme, in support, or just general comments?
Opposition. Very determined.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to just explain then what your concerns are?
Yeah, chiefly, it's the traffic situation, which is already horrendous when we get construction vehicles involved with delivering materials, cement, goodness knows what, building materials to the site. Further northwards along Clyst Road, 2 cars, ordinary saloon cars, can just about pass one another if one slows down. But if you've got a commercial vehicle coming the other way from junction 30 of the motorway, they cannot pass. And if you get a cement lorry coming one way and a lorry of scaffolding going the other way, the whole of Clyst Road, 1.4 miles, comes to a standstill. And I have heard of drivers from Highfield and Tarfield nearby have been held up for half an hour or more and having to reverse along what is a country lane, which is becoming a rat run, and with the 170 houses that will soon be finished at Topsham Grange, will be bad enough, not to mention another 100 further down Clyst Road.
Okay,
I mean, to
thank you.
mention things like dust and the noise and so on, I'd be accused of being NIMBY-ish.
Not at all. I mean, by all means,
it's the traffic, it's the road, it's a country lane.
you just need to by all means, just tell me what your objections are, and obviously I can take them into account. Just to give you some additional assurance on this point, I will be visiting the site as well. I have done a preliminary site investigation, but I will be going out again. In addition, I did ask the appellant to provide some information about highways, which I'll take into account as well. But suffice it to say, I will be visiting the site as well. So if you've got concerns about noise and dust, then make sure that you tell me about them.
Well, I will say that hopefully that part of it is just a temporary arrangement, and when the Topsham Grange development is finished, we can get some payment from that. But there are going to be, there's 2.3 car parking spaces per house or something like that. Well, they're luxury houses, most of them, not too many affordable ones. So there will be sort of over 300 cars from Topsham Grange trying to manage that narrow road, very sharp bend by Highfield Farm where the
barn sticks out into the road with a narrow pedestrian pavement on the other side of the no pavement for some way. It's the traffic situation will become absolutely impossible.
Okay, thank you. I've noted your points, and I will take them into account. If you've got anything else to say, by all means. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to stay for the rest of
I
the
know I was going to be able to
inquiry.
speak. I'd have made a long list. But I mean, that is my most stringent.
Well, in addition, I have received correspondence from interested parties, local residents. I have a copy of those in writing,
Yes.
so I will also take those into
And
account.
actually, you have an email from me. I must have went going back to July. I think.
Yes, that's right. So I have a written copy as well. So all these things I will be taking into account. So, but you're more than welcome to stay.
I mean, if I think the Devon County Council, there's the Devon County Council.
Yeah, so sorry, I should have introduced, because you missed the opening, I didn't really introduce people, but we've got the council on this side and then the appellant on this side. Sorry, yes, and it is Exeter City Council.
Oh, yes, I need to do that. Yes, I mean, if there was, I mean, the motorway is only 1.4 miles away. If there was a double track slip road or something like that, it would be different. But it is country lane, which is just not designed to take the traffic that already exists, let alone with 270 extra houses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for
No problem. If you'd like to take a seat, as I say, you can come and go as you please.
I need to go just at the moment, but I will be back.
Okay, no problem.
For a little while. Yeah, thank you for, that's very nice of you to say. Was Lily, the lady from the bookshop here yesterday?
We've had
Lily,
no other interested parties attend so far.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. And Mr. Leader and Mr. Banner, as is customary, are there any comments on the interested person's representation?
No, so we listened to them carefully. My view is that they're covered by Mr. Thorne's material, which you have. So, and obviously, this gentleman was one of the ones who's written materials before you, Mr. Thorne, had regard to that.
And Mr. Leader. Okay, so we will move on. I've lost my train of thought now, actually.
We're getting a break.
Well, we do need a break. Yes, we certainly need a break. And it will be Mr. Seaton, evidence in chief. So we will have a 10-minute break. 15 minutes, Mr. Van.
How long is Seaton going to be in chief? Get away 15 minutes. Because I won't be long across it.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll have 15 minutes. If we come back at 3:20, Mr. Seaton, obviously take your seat in the witness chair when you come back. Thank you.
Okay.
I know, we're fine. Great bosses. Good job. Great job. Really great.
Okay, shall we reconvene? If the attendance list is circulating as well, could it be passed to the back of the room? It's around somewhere.
Who's got the attendance list? I don't think one's.
Has one not been circulated today? Okay.
Well, that's. I wonder whether we put that together. Yep.
It can just be a fairly simple affair and just hand it round. Okay. So, Mr. Seaton, are you sitting comfortably?
I am, sir.
So over to Mr.
Thank you,
Bannon.
sir. I'll introduce Mr. C by reference to what's said at page 3 of, I think, both proofs, but I'm using the development kind proof. That David Seaton, a chartered town planner, been practicing since 1987, 35 years. Spent 12 years in local government, in development control, plan making, and finally running a regeneration team. Then worked for Midas Homes, who became Linden and Bithbury, originally as a strategic land manager, then became planning and development director. In April 2008, you founded PCL Planning. You've given evidence of a number of significant inquiries, including the 2 previous Topsham inquiries that have been discussed in the evidence so far. Is all information you set out there correct and up to date? It is. Very good. In which case, sir, as discussed, if you're content, we'll take everything as read. 5 questions, the first of which relates to the local authorities plan, which was ID. ID4. What comments would you like to make about that plan?
Just really points of clarification. I first looked at this, I was kind of overwhelmed by the array of colours, and I was trying to work out what it was.
Sorry, Ms. Singh, can you just try and move the microphone a little bit closer? Just hopefully that might capture.
Is that better?
It's fine for me anyway, because I'm fairly close. I'm just not sure about the acoustics in the room.
Okay.
Continue anyway, and I think that's probably addressed the problem.
Yeah, I understood the purpose of this drawing to be trying to indicate urbanising effects, but I just wanted to run through what the drawing actually shows and what it omits. Firstly, the blue, and if I can run down the right-hand side, Topsham Rugby Club, the floodlights permitted. That, if it is an urbanising development, is a form of development like to keep that element green. The floodlighting of the rugby club is an investment that is made in order to keep and provide for intensive use of that. The golf driving range is the 3rd one down. The application reference, that was an application for actually golf driving facilities. Again, it's an example of investment in a recreational use, which is like to sustain that recreational use in that location. Same point in relation to the University of Exeter sports fields, its floodlights. So those three are likely to keep openness, not preclude it. Running down, the next green one we see is the Topsham Community Orchard. I don't think that's an application, that's just a continued agricultural use of the land. And those are the main points. So a lot of the things shown there actually won't deliver effectively an urbanising influence. They are more likely to ensure the continuation of existing recreational facilities and therefore openness. The second point is if you go to the plan, sir, at the bottom left-hand corner to the south of the Exeter Road, the plan does omit a number of consents which have been granted, and those consents have been granted, I think, predominantly by the City Council and not on appeal. And it might help you, sir, to turn up CD 10, which was the table and plan that I think we referred to yesterday briefly. It's similar to, obviously, to the plan at ID2, but it's at a slightly better scale. But you see there a plethora of consents granted to the south of the Exeter Road. So, and there was a point in issue at the Exeter Road, the Jonathan Ball decision, about the gap, and the point was made at that appeal that there is no gap, and there has been no gap to the south of Topsham Road. And then the other point, which is just worth picking up here, because it does show clearly the Exeter city boundary on that plan, and it just goes back to the separation provided by, I think as Ms Priscott refers to in her application comments, the key land in maintaining separation, i.e. that land in East Devon, which is just to the north of the application site. And that's outside the city boundary.
Sorry, is that the land that Mr. Banner highlighted yellow yesterday, or am I thinking of different land? You recall?
Yes, the land I highlighted yellow, sorry, bear with me, I've got the highlight, appendix 9, is that land to the east there.
Yes, and it's a part of that, yes.
Yes, so it's that land.
Okay, understood.
Anything more on that plan, or should we move to the next document?
Next document.
Next one up is, well, let's do both together. It's the ID2, which is the plan submitted by the appellant this morning. And can we get up the Exeter Fringes study as well? Mr. Cook's appendix 14, also in the core documents, is figure 2, I'm going to call it the purple plan, the landscape sensitivity. I have that. Well, over to you, really. What would you like the inspector to draw from these two documents in the context of it being agreed now with Mr. Upton that Mr. Hetherington's comments, namely that some CP16 and LS1 land would need to be released for housing to meet the 5-year supply shortfall, and that's likely to require, or will require, the release of some medium land on the EFS study. So your comments are in that context.
There's one further document, sir, that may prove useful, which is still to have CD10 open,
yes.
Just because that actually shows it's slightly bigger.
Yes.
But if one places the Fringes study, which identifies the medium land, and reads across to the plan at CD10, it's just a point of clarity. But if you look at going to CD10, strategic allocation A, which is the Hill Barton strategic allocation, you'll see that that encompasses blocks for zones 10 and 11 from the Fringes study. At the same point in relation to the Newport strategic allocation B, that incorporates zones 15, 16, and 44 from the Fringes study. And then down towards the southwest corner, we've got a block of land C. And that again is the third strategic allocation made in the core strategy. And that incorporates the medium sensitivity land blocks 26, 27 and 28. So that leaves with the inevitable conclusion that the only place you can go to look for additional medium land is zones 21 and 22.
Thank you. Anything more you want to say about those documents, or does that cover that? Next point, conditions. Is there anything you wanted to say generally, before not in terms of details condition come to, about the ability of conditions to secure the development which will be appropriately screened, high quality, and so on?
Yes, there's been obviously debate during the inquiry about the use of conditions. I think general principle is that you can't give with one hand and take away with the other. That said, I see no problem with a condition that may require reserved matters submissions to reflect a particular thing. And I think in this point, there's a conversation about the offset from the northern boundary of the appeal site. So that is something that I think could be imposed if that was felt necessary. In my opinion, I don't think it is, but it could be done. The other alternative, sir, if one feels comfortable with an illustrative layout, is to impose a condition such as broadly in accordance with. That's the other alternative, depending on the degree of comfort that a decision maker may feel with that, in order to direct the broad content of reserved matters. There is one point, though, you'll have seen, sir, in the lead up to the inquiry, and I think I mentioned it in my rebuttal, clarification of the fact that the appellant submitted a duplicate application and actually did seek a meeting with the council, but the council refused to entertain that meeting. The statement of common ground, which is at CD5, does include, as Appendix A, an indicative proposal map. This was the one that was submitted with the duplicate application and identifies 3 zones on it. That, sir, is the only difference from the indicative proposals map, which was submitted with the application that forms the basis of this appeal. The purpose of that, sir, the purpose of that duplicate application was picking up on comments made in the officer report.
Yes.
So if I could turn briefly to that, which is CD1, and it is page 33.
Just tell you what the top page is, because I don't have the page numbers.
It's towards the end. It's 3 pages in.
Okay.
The end of the document. And it's the second paragraph and the second sentence there. You see, it says, however, a revised application with fewer houses and more GI and recreation links could bring appreciable benefits to the area and could, for the reasons set out here, accord with the objectives of policy C16 of the Exeter core strategy. The next paragraph explains a little bit more about that, but the final sentence says, therefore, whilst the council would be happy to explore such a revised proposal through a fresh application and negotiations with the applicant, it's felt that the current application as submitted should be determined on its merits. So we made the application. We tried to lead the conversation by identifying the zones, which are in Appendix A, the indicative proposal plan, because our reading of the reason for refusal was that it wasn't an in principle objection, it was an objection to quantum of development. And we were left rather confused as to whether the quantum point was one about seeking a lower density of development over the whole of the site, or whether it was one about effectively appeared to be maybe an offset from the northern boundary of the site, i.e. leaving a larger element of residual gap. Hence identifying the 3 zones on the indicative plan, with the idea being that if it was felt that by, say, accepting a condition that would preclude Zone C from the net developable area of a reserve matter submission, then that condition could be imposed, because there was a way of achieving that. Because the development could be approved if one has concerns about the appeal proposals as they've been submitted. It could be pruned back, and that could be controlled by a permission. The quantum of that, I think, is a matter for discretion, but so long as the majority of the site is still coming forward for residential development, it wouldn't be out with the proposal submitted for approval. And it therefore is if a decision maker has concerns about quantum or width of residual gap at that point, etc., there are ways to deal with it, and there are plans that could be referred to and reflected in conditionality. We took that point as far as we could, but without engagement we couldn't take it any further. So that's where we stand today.
Thank you. Lastly, your housing, no, sorry, forgive me, your planning proof, page 22.
Yes.
This is the trajectory in the housing supply of the plan period.
Yes, and there's just one point I'd like to bring out from this. So that chart, sir, it's based on, firstly, the trajectory is taken from the core strategy, which is the brown line. The blue line was taken from the 1915-16 AMR published by the council, and then the grey element is from the September 21 5-year housing land supply. So that's a year out of date from the current AMR that's been recently published. So we know that the situation is slightly worse than depicted in that graph, but not significantly, only slightly. But the key point that I'd like to raise is towards the foot of paragraph 4.13, which is the point that if we're looking at the downward rate of completions and we look at the trend of completions, i.e. the blue line over the planned period, I think that if you just look at the grey line, which is a reflection of the council's AMR, so it's a reflection of the council's evidence, my point is that the grey line is significantly over-optimistic. How much evidence does one need to realise that the industry isn't going to deliver more than about 300 units per annum, which is the long-run trend over the whole of the planned period? Why do we think that all of a sudden we're going to double or go further in relation to that? And so the point is, it's incredible. It's not possible. It's unlikely. It's not going to be. Well, it's highly unlikely that would be achieved. So, but what we know. So that's my view. I think that the deficit against the development plan target is going to be more than 2,000 dwellings. I don't think 10,000 dwellings will be achieved in the planned period. That's my view, it's my opinion.
Sorry, Mr. Seaton, I won't make a habit of interrupting, but just to clarify this, the grey line. So is this the council's projection based on the
Former
This-
5-year
this
supply,
former
yeah.
position
That's
where
right.
they concluded that there was a 5-year supply.
Correct.
Is that
Yeah.
correct?
So
Okay.
the point was effectively that once you adjust that for the concession made, even on their own case, there's an undershoot. Mr. Seaton thinks it's going to be a bigger undershoot.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So that's, but the point that I would draw from that, so putting aside my point about the likely level of breach of the housing delivery policies of the plan, looking at CD 18, so this was Inspector Boniface's decision at Soham, and going to page 8, paragraph 42 of that.
Yeah.
In that decision, that inspector, we weren't in a final 5 years of a plan scenario there.
Yeah.
So that inspector took the view that there can be no certainty that the strategy contained in that plan will deliver sufficient housing. The point that I would make, so is in relation to this case, we do have certainty. We have certainty that the plan target will be breached. It will not be achieved. On the council's own evidence, that won't happen. In my opinion, that won't happen by a very significant degree.
Just to rise on to that, the two schemes that the same appellant obtained permission for in Topsham, for the Jonathan Ball scheme, Exeter Road, and the other piece of road on Hetherington, just mentioned, they're being built out now. Some of them
Yes.
are occupied already. What does that say about the degree of confidence inspector can have that if permission is granted for this scheme, it will deliver?
It's significant. I've been asked this question of many appeals over the years, going back to the Hill Barton decision, which was is in the core document CD 17. But the business model employed by Watton Park is very clear. They obtain the permission and they sell it, and their track record is one of achieving that in fairly short order.
Thank you very much. Unless you want to add anything, Mr. Seaton, that's the evidence in chief, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banram, Mr. Seaton. Mr. Leader.
Thanks very much, sir. Right, let's start with housing, land supply, housing delivery. When Inspector Hetherington determined they could obtain a witness scheme, then of course it was audited who were the applicant. There was a 2-year and 1 month supply, wasn't there, of land for housing?
Can't remember what.
Page 8, paragraph 42.
Sorry, core document.
Yeah, CD 14, I think.
Yeah.
Page 8, paragraph 42, 2 years, 1 month. He says confidently, sorry if somebody's telling me wrong, but if we go to the foot of page 8, paragraph 42, the scale of the 5-year land supply agreed by the main parties just being over 2 years and 1 month.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was a decision that was issued in January 2019, about 3 years ago. A bit more than. And here we are today in September 2022, and we can all agree, can't we, that in that time, housing land supply is about double, because we all agree, for the purpose of this inquiry, housing land supply is around 4 years.
Around, yes.
Yeah, so it's doubled more or less in that short time since Inspector Hetherington issued his decision. Double housing land supply.
A little less than 2.
Good. But we can agree there, can't we?
A little less than 2, we can,
Good.
sure.
Now, if we then ask ourselves the question, against that picture of housing land supply being inadequate, but doubling in that period of time, how well has the council performed at actually delivering housing, which is of course what we're all trying to do, we can find out the answer to that, can't we, by considering the question, what does the housing delivery test tell us about our delivery of houses? That is a way of doing it, isn't it?
Well, I don't think you can categorise it as saying that the housing supply has increased. The way it's calculated changed from that appeal. It's a different calculation
Stick to
method.
the question if you wouldn't
I am.
mind. I'm talking
No, I
now
am
about
answering the question.
no. I'm going to adopt Mr. Banner's approach and direct you to the question I'm asking. Mr. Banner wants to re-examine on a point I haven't asked when he can try. But I'm now asking you, I've moved on to, if you forgive me, the housing delivery test. So let's stick to that. What I put to you was this, that if one wants to understand how well we have been delivering housing, a way of doing so is look at the housing delivery test. That was the question. Would you like to answer it?
That's not, in my opinion, that's not a particularly good way of doing it.
Right, well, answer the question if you would.
It is a way. It's a way of doing it.
Good. Right. So if we then turn to Mr. Upton's proof of evidence on housing land supply, page 5, paragraph 2.6.
I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of Mr. Upton's evidence with me.
You can be.
I thought I brought it up. But
Has anybody got a spare copy you could pass down?
I think we're all being so technologically advanced. I think the answer is
sorry.
wrong.
Housing
That's
land
relief.
supply. Yeah, sorry.
Super good.
Yeah.
Well, take your time. It's page 5. And we're looking at paragraph 2.6.
Housing land supply proof.
Yeah,
Page 5.
2.6.
No, housing land.
Oh, it's Appendix A. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. So go to Appendix A, which is the Council's private housing land supply statement of August 2022. So sorry. So page 5 of that document, paragraph 2.6. So it's Appendix A.
I'm sorry, I don't have the appendices.
Why don't we give you a laptop? It's page 5 of Appendix A, paragraph 2.6.
Is that also at CD 32?
Might be. I must admit I've been
This is
using.
August 22, the
Yeah,
5-year land
that's
supply.
what-
Yeah, it's at CD 32.
Super. Well,
Yeah.
then you use that, I'll use this. We won't be inconvenienced. Right, now, I'm so sorry. Well, if you'll forgive me, I am going to paragraph 2.6, Annex A to the housing land supply proof of Mr. Upton, and I'd like to look at it. So, do we see at paragraph 2.6 that the 2021 housing delivery test was passed with a result of 155%?
Yes.
So that when one thinks about how the Secretary of State intends to boost housing land supply, he's got a couple of metrics. One of the things he does is to say, right, well, let's make sure there's going to be enough land going forward. That's the 5-year housing land supply. And then we've got a kind of rear view mirror. It says, well, how well are we doing? And that's the housing delivery test. And that tells us that we're doing pretty well. Measuring back 3 years, which is the relevant period in order to calculate the supply, on a rolling basis, we delivered 155% here in Exeter, didn't we, in that relevant 3-year period?
Yes.
So, against the background, as we have seen of Inspector Hetherington finding a 2.1-year supply of land going forward 2019, the council still performs extremely well, measured against the housing delivery test, doesn't it?
Well, the figures are the figures.
And one would not seek to argue anything other than a 155% performance is doing extremely well, measured on the Secretary of State's own metric. It's extremely well, isn't it? It's extremely good, that performance.
It's a snapshot. The housing delivery test is effectively a snapshot. So it's like a blip on a trend. It's a blip on a very poor trend.
155% measured on a rolling basis over 3 years. It's a point in time for sure. That's a very strong performance, isn't it? Objectively speaking.
In that narrow window of that 3-year period.
Thank you very much.
Which is a different way. It's you've got to put that in context, in my opinion, of how you then look at that outturn of that test over the plan period and the development plan objectives. It's not something you can take and read in isolation, in my opinion.
Thank you. Now, thinking about the significance of that result, if we could next take up the NPPF, please, and if you'll just give me a moment. You'll need to go to paragraph 73, I think. No, 74, I do beg your pardon. Get to paragraph 74 if you don't mind.
Yes, I have that.
So, against that very strong performance, 155% in the housing delivery test, we then ask ourselves, what does the Secretary of State think we ought to be doing when we're performing that well? And we look at what he says about the relevant buffer that has to be applied and what the relevant buffer actually means. Now, we can all agree, can't we, with a housing delivery test of 155%, the relevant buffer that we have to apply is a 5% buffer. You'll know that. Yes, good. So if we look at what paragraph 74 tells us about the purpose of a 5% buffer, if we look at subparagraph A, we see that the purpose is to ensure choice and competition in the market for land.
Yes, I see.
And that is to be contrasted with the situation where we've not been doing very well, which is where a 20% buffer has to be applied. That is a situation where there has been significant under-delivery of housing over the previous 3 years, and we have provided a 20% buffer to improve the prospect of achieving the planned supply. And we can agree we're not in the territory of having to provide a 20% buffer to improve the prospect of achieving the planned supply. That's just a matter of fact, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So if we think about things in the round, we do have to think about the supply going forwards, but we can agree this, that in the last 3 years, the supply going forward has not acted as a constraint on plentiful delivery of land, has it? Housing, I beg your pardon, has it?
I think we can agree that, yes.
Good. So, going forwards, may not be taken as an inevitable consequence of the absence of a 5-year supply, that the council will not continue to perform very well when it comes to the delivery of housing. We can't simply assume.
No, I can't agree that.
Why not?
Because, well, your question to me was, it won't perform well in relation to the delivery of housing. Your previous question was specific to the housing delivery test. The housing delivery test is only a snapshot. It deals with a very restricted time period. It doesn't really help us beyond that limited time frame. So in this situation, it doesn't deal with the issues of under delivery to date, and it doesn't deal with the scenario of the breach of the development plan. It doesn't, and it can't deal with those things.
No. Let's have a little think about that, shall we? So, we can agree that the absence of a 5-year supply of housing land over the last 3 years has not prevented the council performing very well in delivering housing in Exeter in accordance with the requirements specified by the application of the standard method. We've agreed that.
It's the performance in relation to the delivery test. Yes, we've agreed that.
Good. So the simple point I put to you is this: the sort of picture of woe that is painted arising from the fact that we've now got a 4-year supply of housing does not in itself indicate the council will not in the future continue its very impressive performance, delivering well in excess of the level of housing required under the housing delivery test.
I don't know. What I can say, what I know with certainty, is that the council will breach the provisions of the minimum requirement in the development plan. The problem I think we've got with the housing delivery test is it's a snapshot situation. It's limited in what it can do because it doesn't replace the provisions of the development plan. It doesn't apply in the first 5 years of the plan period. It's of use, I think, but its main use is really going to be in the 5 to 15 years period of a plan, because what do you do when you get to the last 5 years of the plan period, as we are here, when you're measuring against a different target, the local housing needs standard method target, as opposed to the target figure in the development plan? And we saw how Inspector Boniface dealt with that. If I could just take you to CD 12,
Yeah,
which is the Court of Appeal decision in Suffolk Coastal. And we go to page 25,
yeah,
and paragraph 61 and 61. And this judgment is not specific to the test, but it deals with the principle of policy or guidance and statute. And the statement made there by Lord Conlon, I think it was, that there is nothing in the statute which enables the Secretary of State to create such a fiction, nor to distort what would otherwise be the ordinary consideration of the policies in the statutory development plan. And that kind of follows through into Lord Gill's comments of paragraph 74, where he talks that the guidance given by the framework is not to be interpreted as if it was statute. So the housing delivery test, it helps us in understanding certain things, but it does leave a particular problem, particularly in the last 5 years of the development plan, which is the particular set of circumstances we've got in this inquiry.
Now, as I think you and Mr. Cook have alluded to, the council is in the process of formulating with a view to adopting a development plan.
Yes.
and we're at Reg 18 stage. And from memory, the LDS anticipates we will have a new local plan in 2024. Do you agree with that?
If that's what the LDS says, yes. The only caveat I would ask is I don't think I've ever seen an LDS stuck to.
I would not disagree with that. But let us work on this basis then, that we know that the local authority is working towards producing a new development plan, which we hope will take effect, be adopted in the not too distant future. One can be fairly sure, though, given where we are today, in 2022 back end of, or towards the back end of, local plan expiring in 2026, core strategy expiring in 2026, it's probable, isn't it, that the local plan will be in place and adopted before the core strategy itself is time expired.
One would hope so.
Yeah. And when that happens, the way in which things work is that any shortfall which has accumulated under the current local plan is absorbed into the housing need figure for the new local plan. Its slate is wiped clean. We have a new requirement set, and one aims to move forward having wiped the slate clean in that way.
I don't have the detail on the standard method before me, but the shortfall is not a large factor in assessing housing need through the standard method. It's more based upon other elements that go into doing it. It's different from the OAN method that we used to use.
The point I'm really putting to you is this: an awful lot of emphasis has been placed on the question of whether or not, if delivery proceeds at the rate it has done, the council will not meet the requirements specified in the core strategy by the end of the plan period. I'm putting to you, I suppose, as this: very interesting, but not very important, because before we get to that point in time, there will be a new requirement for a new plan over a new plan period. In other words, the sort of tale of woe that you tell us in relation to failure to meet the current requirement is interesting, but a rather technical and dry point.
No, I can't accept that. I've been very clear in looking at a range of indicators of real harm. Those are increasing rents, increasing prices, increasing affordable housing need. I haven't gone to the extent of looking at the link between housing and economics, but Exeter is a sub-regional centre, and if we don't deliver the quantums of housing needed to support economic growth, it will then act as a brake and a constraint on economic growth. So I think there are some very real harms that will result, and how the standard method calculation will be made going forward, I think the formula is still being tweaked. It's still being looked at and tweaked, which is what's slightly different from the previous process that embedded in this local planning of having an OAN and going through an examination process where those things were given a deal of consideration. I don't quite know what the examination of a plan review will come to, but when all of your indicators are saying that some serious problems, just wiping out delivery of housing surely is only going to add to those problems. So we're still going to have more homeless, we're still going to have more people in housing need. So it's not at all technical. The thing that would be technically incorrect would be to not have regard to the problems of not delivering enough housing and producing a technical argument that says we don't need to do that. I mean, that was the problem with running the student point to say, look, we've got some numbers here, but they weren't assisting with the delivery of general needs housing, hence the failure of the home farm appeal on that point.
All of the indicators do not indicate a turn of woe. First of all, we can agree that one indicator, I'm not going to prolong this to any great extent, but let's just get a few facts straight, shall we? The housing delivery test is an indicator of performance, and we've just agreed we perform very well. It's one indicator, which is not a bad one. Second, the further indicator is the extent to which the housing land supply is improving. We've agreed that it's doubled, broadly speaking, since Inspector Hetherington determined the Taylor Wimpey 1 scheme at
No, we're saying that a different calculation gives a different outcome. It does not mean to say that the housing supply is doubled. It doesn't mean that at all. It means the target figures changed.
the metric is doubled.
The target's changed.
Good. Now, I will concede readily, as indeed got to.
But just let me begin. So the target's changed for the purposes of doing that calculation, but not for the purposes of assessment against compliance with the development plan.
I'm going to concede, as I must do, because my witness requires me to, that we don't have a 5-year supply. That's a point that counts against us if one is looking at indicators. We don't have a 5-year supply. That obviously counts heavily against us, so put that in the balance. What I'm trying to get a picture of, though, is this. If one asks the question, is Exeter getting better at making land available for house building, the correct answer is yes, it is. It's getting substantially better because the metric that we use, which is housing land supply, has improved significantly since 2019. Now, at that point, I'm going to move on.
No, that's not correct.
No.
If I could just refer you back to my figure 1, page 22 of my housing supply point. The blue line is the achieved, and you've got to look at the downward trend in completions. The only thing that's changed is that the housing delivery test is a different and easier test than prevailed before. It doesn't mean to say that housing supply is increasing.
What has changed, what has made things harder for the council, it's just a fact, is that the affordability ratio that is now applied to the calculation of the number of houses required of the standard method has increased the requirement year on year, hasn't it?
I don't have.
It's a general proposition, that's right, isn't it? Well, it's the reason why we've agreed to around about a 4-year housing land supply. The position was the council calculated its 4.8 years supply on the basis of a affordability ratio that has subsequently increased.
So it's exactly
Sorry, it's this.
The 4-year supply was conceded because that's what your colleague found.
Yes.
A month ago.
That's
based on deliverability.
Yes.
If Mr. Leader's going to refer to documents aren't fully applied, that's a matter of some concern.
all right. Well, we can move on.
I think, Mr. Leader, we'll need to move on.
We'll move on.
I don't have
You've
access to the reference that you're making either.
Yes. Just go there. Just give me a moment, sir. I don't want to,
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I don't want to detain us unnecessarily. Just rather cycle.
It helps with the affordability evidence to see these.
Yeah, we've got it in Mr. Upton's too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we look at Mr. Upton's proof, page 3, 2.1.4.
Sorry, this is the housing land supply proof. Yeah.
That's right.
Page 3.
Page 3, 2.1.4.
Yes, I have that.
Just read it, please.
It's slight objective to this plan is that the housing supply statement coming around disavows reliance on that 2022 housing supply statement.
I'm simply looking at the factors which have caused there to be a changing of the goalposts. Because
I'm sorry, so I completely object to this because the concessions for 4 years was based on spruce closures, nothing to do with the April 22 5-year supply. And that's express disavow of any reliance on it.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Just bear with me. I've not read the.
No.
I haven't read the paragraph yet, so just let me read the paragraph and I'll note your point. Mr. Leader, what is the
point I'm
you're
making
trying
is,
to make?
thank you very much, sir. The point I'm making is this, that insofar as the council may be thought to be underperforming in terms of its ability to demonstrate a 5-year supply, the simple point I put is that is in part due, as I put to this witness, the changing of the affordability ratio, which has had the effect of increasing the requirement of the standard method. Now, the witness told me that he wasn't aware of that being a factor because it wasn't in evidence. I'm simply putting it to him. Actually, it is a factor that is in evidence and it's relevant to the extent to which the council may be thought to be unable to meet its 5-year supply requirement.
Okay, well, I will let Mr. Seaton answer that question, but my concern is we've not tested, it's not been tested on evidence, any of the housing land supply figures. We've not had cross-examination of witnesses on this point because we had an agreed position or two parties.
I don't resolve from the agreed position, sir. That's not the point. The
Okay.
point is this, that the witness and indeed the appellant more generally seeks to suggest to you that the council's performance in delivering a 5-year supply is due to factors associated with constraints on the supply of land for housing. That was the point this morning to Mr. Upton. Now, what I'm saying is, well, it's partly that, but also it's partly down to the methodology which underpins the 5-year supply. It's a simple point.
Have a statement coming around, further statement coming around, refers to the spruce road decision at 1.2 to 1.4. It says, having regard to that decision, it's apparent that the supply, the 5-year supply is 4 years. The express basis on which was common ground, the express basis on which this material wasn't the subject of the test of the inquiry, and was because the council accepted the findings of the Spruce Road inspector. When you look at the Spruce Road inspector, her findings are based on not accepting the council's position on the supply, not about the requirement. It's also to do with the 2021 base statement of 22 material. So, Mr. Leader, I'm afraid to say misleading you. And if you want to maintain this, I will put up to the call or to cost down on this, not cut the cost.
How am I misleading the inspector? Just help me.
Because you are suggesting the council's concession of water supply is based upon affordability requirements opposed to supply. It's very express. The statement around is based upon the Spruce Road decision and finally that decision about supply.
Of course it is. That is the express basis upon which we consider 4-year supply. What I'm doing is something entirely different. I'm simply seeking to understand why it is that the 5-year supply requirement is as it is. And it's because of the affordability test. I'm not talking about the overall 5-year supply. I'm looking at the requirement. And the requirement has increased, hasn't it, Mr. Seaton, because of the application of the affordability ratio that is part of the standard methodology. It's a simple point.
It helps.
I mean, Mr. Seaton, if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question.
Well, I think I can't add much about it to it. To the extent that that has worked
through the standard method. This is just simply a statement of fact of the standard method calculation that has led into the current
And we can move on.
of the equation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can. I don't see where it really.
Well,
helps. I don't see how it helps.
Even more reason to move on.
I think so. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So let's move on. Let's talk about development plan policy. CP16. My learned friend says to Mr. Upton, it does all turn on CP16, it being the result of this appeal. Do you agree? Yes, you did. I made a note of it.
In terms of plan compliance,
Yeah.
these don't quote in terms of plan compliance.
Yeah.
Not some of the items in here.
In terms of plan compliance, it all turns on CP16. You heard it from your own King's Counsel. Do you agree?
My opinion is that the plan has to be read as a whole.
Yes.
That's what the Supreme Court tell us.
Yes.
And that the assessment, the CP16 assessment has to be carried out in the context of how we're doing on housing supply as well. It is a balance. There is a balance to be struck in how one has to read the plan.
I agree, but taking learned friend's point, as he properly corrected me, compliance with the plan, it all turns on CP16. Do you agree?
I do, in the sense that there is an agreement. As I understand matters from the evidence that I've heard, there is agreement between the parties that there will be a breach of the housing supply policies of the development plan. There is not an accord about the extent of that breach, and therefore how one balances the degree of harm in relation to CP16 calibrated against the need to read the plan as a whole, i.e. to achieve the housing targets of the plan.
Yeah.
That's the exercise that one has to go through to read the plan as a whole.
Yeah. So I think the answer to my question was yes.
It's subject to those.
Yeah, which I made a note of and the inspector had done too. Good, thank you. So if one asks the question, further question, what is the most important policy for the determination of this appeal? It's CP16 plainly, isn't it?
I don't think it's a single most important policy. As I've said very clearly in my evidence, my proof, I've set out a range of policies that then need to be balanced in order to read the plan as a whole. One of the problems that are, well, it's not a problem, but I do think that the council's case doesn't consider that balance. That I think I've used the term absolutist, i.e. just looking for the technical breach of CP16, but not considering the implications of that on the non-delivery of other policies of the plan. That's not been a part of the council. I can't find any evidence that that's been part of the council's consideration.
Yeah, but the point about paragraph 11 of the framework is to encourage people to think about what is most important rather than to muddy the waters by thinking of all sorts of other policies which are material but not necessarily the most important policies. I'm going to ask you once more. If one asks the question having regard to the reasons for refusal and the issues before this inspector, which of course he helped us grapple with at the outset because he specified what he thought were the main issues between the parties, the most important policies are CP16, if you wish, Alice Rock, but those are the most important policies.
I think in terms of those policies specifying the reason for refusal, CP16 is the most important.
Thank you. Right. Now then, in terms of compliance or otherwise with CP16, as I understand your evidence, you say the scheme complies with CP16.
Yes, in my opinion.
Okay. And the question then arises, well, is that right? So let's turn to CP16. And I don't know whether you've got it to hand, but I'm looking at page 59 of the core strategy for CD8.
I have that.
And looking at what the policy says, strategic green infrastructure network is shown on the key diagram. We can agree, can't we, that if we were to look at the key diagram, the appeal site is part of the area which is defined as strategic green infrastructure, albeit it's diagrammatic only rather than precisely defined.
Well,
I would hope this is not going to be an issue of contention.
yes and no. In that, there's been, when Miss Prescott was giving evidence, it was very clear that she was taking a zonal approach. That we need to be clear that the key diagram does not set precise boundaries.
Agreed.
And we know that. And the core strategy inspector says, I see no justification, para 318 of page 8 of my planning balance proofs. So she says, I see no justification for precise boundaries to the intended green areas to be defined in the core strategy. The policy and the key diagram identify broad locations. So consistent with that, we're certainly in the broad location. And then you get into this testing process against the limbs of CP16.
Let's not muck about. CP16 applies to the appeal site, doesn't it? That appears to be the tenor of your evidence. If you like, I can take you to extract of it.
No, I'm just thinking about how best to the appeal site's clearly within, it's clearly to the southeast of the motorway, and is that area which is identified, on the key diagram as landscape setting. I'm just trying to correlate that with the comments of the core strategy inspector, which is saying the intended green areas to be defined in the core strategy. She makes specific reference to that. The policy and the key diagram identify broad locations. So the way that I have always read the policy and understood it is to say that there's a testing process that effectively allows for a degree of tolerance around the edges of CP areas identified via CP16.
Sure, but if we're just asking the fundamental basic question of whether the appeal site lies within the area covered by CP16 in particular, the strategic gap between Topsham and Exeter, straightforward answer to that question is yes, of course it does.
It's in the broad location. There's no precise boundaries.
Good. Now then, if we're in the strategic gap between Topsham and Exeter, covered by CP16, what we have to do if we are seeking to manage development sustainably is to protect local identity. That's right, isn't it?
Well, CP16 is a little bit more specific than that, because if you read CP16, the first paragraph of it talks about that's specific to GI in relation to the urban extensions. That's a relatively self-standing paragraph of it. The next paragraph then deals with another element of green infrastructure. I mean, CP16 is a wrap-all green infrastructure policy, The second bit talks about the character and local distinctive of the areas identified below. Yeah, and that's a general lead in. And then we've got the strategic gap as the third bullet point. And then to know more about the third bullet point, that's where we have to go to 1038 to find out what's the function of that, and that's therefore preventing coalescence and protecting Topsham's attractive setting. So in terms of looking at character and local distinctives, those are the two things that CP16 seeks to achieve within the strategic gap.
Yeah. So the first paragraph of CP16 talks about protecting strategic green infrastructure shown on the key diagram. And what we can agree is the appeal site lies within the general area of the green infrastructure shown on the key diagram.
Yes.
Good. So that being so, within that area, what is required is that new development should protect and enhance local identity, amongst other things, because that's what it says in plain terms. Yes?
No, no, I think you're slightly misreading it, if I may. It says the character and local distinctive of the areas identified below will be protected. Okay?
I'm in the first paragraph.
Of what, CP16?
Yes.
GI will be an integral part of planning for the urban extensions of Monkton. Sorry?
I wonder whether
It is a paragraph. It's a paragraph as well, I think. So where CP16
yeah,
starts.
Oh, right, the strategic, no, sorry.
I did say the first paragraph.
Yes, yeah, yes, I'm with you, yeah.
Good. So, if one is to protect, let alone enhance, one must cause no harm. We can agree that.
No, I don't think that that is necessarily the case. And I think to read it, to understand it properly, I think we've got to go back to the local plan inspector's report.
Well, before I'm going to let you do, and I'm going to let you do that. I'm not going to stop you at all, but I just want to see if I can help you in this way. I'm seeking to establish a general principle, and then if you want to respond by taking this to where you were going, that's fine. But as a general principle, if one seeks to protect something, one must cause no harm to it. Do you agree with that general principle and proposition? Then by all means take me to wherever it is you want to go.
No.
You don't? Right, fine, now take me where you want to go.
Okay, so if I could take you to, I think the easiest place to see it will be, again, my proof on development plan and planning balance, page 9.
Yeah.
Paragraphs 319 through to 321, where I quote the relevant extracts from the local plan inspector's report. And it's quite often when interpreting a development plan that we don't have the benefit in an inspector's report of specific consideration of policies, but we do here because of the long debate that there was about the CP16 proposals at that examination. But Jill Kingbing was very clear at 319, I quoted, she talks about her paragraph 70, an overly prescriptive approach to developing land on the urban fringe could stifle much needed sustainable development. And then she went, and then when that was considered by Leslie Coffey when determining the home farm appeal, she expressed the view that the core strategy CP16 does not seek to prevent all development within the areas shown on the key diagram, but strives to ensure that development protects the character and distinctiveness of these areas. And when that decision was considered by Justice Hickinbottom, he found that that was, I think he used the word impeccable in relation to her approach. And I consider that over the page at paragraphs 323 to 325. So because of the multiplicity of things that CP16 seeks to do, when you're looking at protecting character and local distinctiveness, and you're looking at the protection of the strategic gap, one way I think of reading this is to say that there is a tolerance that allows for the plan to be read as a whole, not CP16 in isolation, which is a nil tolerance approach, but CP16 is seeking to protect various things. So the first bullet point is the hills to the north and northwest, and there we're dealing with protection of the landscape setting of Exeter, and that's a different test than seeking to protect coalescence. And therefore, I think you have to look at the degree of impact on the thing that we're trying to protect. And in this appeal, that is the coalescence of Exeter and Topsham. And so therefore, in my opinion, there's a balance to be done between looking at the degree of harm against what we're seeking to protect, but also reading that within the context of the plan as a whole, i.e., is it possible to achieve the housing policies without having some degree of harm to those things that we are trying to protect, but then managing that. Now, whether you strike that balance through reading the plan as a whole, or whether you take a more narrow approach, which Inspector Hetherington and Inspector Board did, and say, I've identified a conflict with CP16, but because of the housing supply situation, other material considerations, those material considerations point towards a decision there. I think you can go either way. Inspector Coffey went down the way of not finding harm, despite that development clearly being part of the hills to the north and northwest.
Well, that was a very comprehensive answer to my straightforward question, which is, if you cause harm, do you protect? Can I just have a simple answer? If you cause, no, I'm wanting to hear the answer. Could you just give me the answer? I heard the qualification. It took a long time to give. But what's the answer?
My answer was no, and then I
Right.
qualified it.
So can I ask you this then? Is it your position that there has to be significant harm in order for there to be a failure to protect? Is that your position?
In the context of this limb of CP16, yes.
Good. Now pick up CD14, would you? CD14 is the Inspector Hetherington decision. Would you like to go to page 5, paragraph 26?
CD14. Page 5. Sorry, paragraph number?
Carry on. This by the cases in acceptance.
Thank you so much. Now look at CD14. I have it, page 5, paragraph 26. Because as I just put the question to you, does it mean there has to be significant harm? Well, we can see, can't we, what Inspector Hetherington thought. He thought, I didn't agree with that approach.
Correct, yes.
Good.
And I've made it clear in my evidence that I don't take that approach. I understand that. It's different the approach that was taken by Inspector Coffey.
Inspector Coffey wasn't considering CP16.
Yes, she was. A different limb of CP16, the northern hills, the impact on the landscape setting of Exeter,
all right,
as opposed to the strategic gap. Different limb, same policy, same comments from the local plan inspector about how we to understand them.
All right. So what we have is you're saying there needs to be significant harm. We see this Inspector Hetherington disagreed. Now then, we have the Inspector Coffey decision. We've also got the Inspector Board decision. I'm putting it to you that if there is not protection, there is harm. And as I understand your position, is that no, then massive qualification, which I made a note of as much as I possibly could.
I understand that that's the approach that the council has taken.
So then if we go to your proof, page 15, paragraph 3.49, and proceeding on the basis that my approach is correct and that Inspector Hetherington's approach is correct, which is to say, if there is harm, you do not protect. You would accept, wouldn't you, that at 3.49, you having found there would be a relatively modest degree of harm on that approach, my approach, there would be conflict with CP16. You don't accept my approach. I ask you to proceed on that basis.
But accepting that, yes.
Good. Thank you. And that being so, we next have to say, well, all right, that there is harm, therefore conflict with CP16.
Yes, but I understand that, yeah, in my opinion, that's not reading the plan as a whole. Finding conflict with one policy without trying to read the plan as a whole isn't that. And then it leads you into the world that Mr. Hetherington went down of looking at other material considerations.
Yeah, I understand your point about reading the plan as a whole, but reading policy CP16 on its own. We can agree, can't we? Try once more. That if I'm right, when I suggested the inspectors, I shall do in closing submissions, that if one does not protect, there is harm. There is harm one does not protect. Yeah, there is conflict with CP16.
I must admit, Mr. Leader, I'm a little bit lost in terms of the last statement that you just made. So is your assertion or your questioning to Mr. Seaton based on your assertion to him, which he suggested two different routes of going down in terms of assessing?
Yeah, let me make it clear, sir, so then we can move on. What I have put to Mr. Seaton is the correct approach to CP16 is to say, if one is to protect, there must be no harm. That's the approach I put to him. And I've just put to Mr. Seaton that he, having conceded harm, that when one looks at CP16 on its own, plan as a whole, there is conflict with CP16. It's as simple as that. And Mr. Seaton says,
all I can do, I'm afraid, is go back to the comments that I've previously directed to you made by the local plan inspector, who basically both her and Inspector Coffey didn't take that approach. They were accepting a degree of tolerance. It's whether you look at it and say, well, here's a key diagram, and on the edge of this, we can have some development, but not affect the landscape section. So the landscapes, you know, on the
I've got the point, Mr. Seaton.
Okay, good. Right, well, that then makes it very clear where we differ, I hope, sir. Shall we move on? And we'll move on to the MPPF, I think. So, if you wouldn't mind, please, turn to paragraph 174. Let's just do that.
Yes, I have that.
Good. Now, you'll have heard Mr. Cook say this morning that green infrastructure may be regarded as natural capital. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
So that that being the case, if we read 174B, and together with the first paragraph of 174, so I'll start with that. Planning policies and decisions should contribute to enhance the natural local environment by B, recognising intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside and the wider benefits from natural capital ecosystem services. So what one has to do is apply national policy in a way that recognises and therefore protects, I'm going to suggest to you, natural campus live form of green infrastructure.
Well, you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. All these things have to be applied, having regard to what it is we're seeking to manage. So again, you can't just look at it in isolation. We have to look at this by reading it, you know, the framework as a whole, in the same way that we have to read a plan as a whole.
Yeah. Okay. So as I understand it, the answer is yes, but, and then you've got to read the plan as a whole. You've got to read the framework as a whole.
Sorry?
The answer is yes, but Mr. Leader, you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. There's going to have to be some harm to green infrastructure. So what has to balance with the MPPF as a whole, the plan as a whole. Is that what you're saying?
If we're looking specifically at B, so talking about recognising intrinsic character, well, here we're dealing with low intrinsic character. So I wouldn't say that that constitutes then a discernible harm in relation to that element of B.
Except that in the case of the strategic gap, the purpose of the natural capital in the form of green infrastructure is to protect openness, isn't it?
No, coalescence.
Coalescence,
It's not green.
and coalescence is avoided by the absence, is avoided by maintaining openness.
It could be achieved by other things.
All right. Now, moving on. 126 next. You wouldn't mind, of the framework. And just picking up a point that I think was reserved for you, I wanted to, Mr. Cook, and triggered a certain level of objection. It's right, isn't it, that design is first of all a key aspect of sustainable development, as it says. Sorry, I didn't hear the answer. Did you?
Sorry, I
say
didn't
yes?
hear the question. Sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well,
Sorry, would you like to repeat it? I did actually hear the question, but if you'd like to repeat the question,
I
Mr.
would. Design is fundamental to sustainable development, or a key aspect of sustainable development, isn't it?
Yes.
And one aspect of good design is that which maintains a strong sense of place, isn't it?
It can be.
Yes.
It
And
doesn't have to be.
no. But having agreed that it can be, the purpose of the strategic gap is to maintain a sense of place, isn't it? For people who live in Topsham, as distinct from those who live in Exeter. That's the whole point of it, isn't it?
Yes, and it would be achieved even if the appeal proposals were allowed. They won't have a discernible impact upon that.
Well, I understand that answer, and I think it's Mr. Cook who speaks primarily to that. But the short point is this, that to the extent the inspector agrees with the local planning authority that local identity will not be protected because there is material coalescence, that would, wouldn't it, breach the strictures of paragraph 126 of the framework, which is intended to achieve good design.
No.
Okay, well, I think I've made the point tolerably clear to the inspector. We agreed, I think, as to where we differ, at least if we can't agree on the consequence of applying the test. So I wonder what else I've got to put to you. If you'll just give me a moment. Is there anything else we want to talk about? But I'm not going to. No, I think there are multiple questions I could put, but we've gone on for long enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Seaton. Mr. Banner.
Thank you, sir. Just a few questions on
Re-examination.
re-examination. Mr. Seaton's doing it in chronological order. You asked various questions about whether the fact that the council's 5-year supply position is now only half as bad as it was before makes a difference. We know that the council accepts, in light of Spruce Close, that substantial weight should be given to affordable housing and significant to market housing. Is that materially different to the weight given by Inspectors Ball and Hetherington to those considerations in the previous decisions?
No.
Thank you. The housing delivery test, does that look forward or backwards?
The
Does it look to past performance or future delivery?
it's past performance.
To what extent does it tell us anything about future delivery?
It doesn't.
The housing delivery test has been measured in the latest figure put to you, 155%. Has that been measured against the local plan requirement figure or something else?
No, it's not been measured against the local plan figure. It's the local housing need.
And what did the government do, to the best of your knowledge, in relation to the housing delivery test as a result of the COVID pandemic?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that.
Right. Okay. Well, I think I make suspicions. I think it's no.
Well,
I mean, it's not. It's a matter of policy.
well, yeah, but there's
Well, I mean,
certain developments in the language.
yeah.
So
If it is the case, matter of records, that the government provided an allowance of I think 3 or 4 months, then
I object.
that's true. It's a matter of fact. We all know that.
Make submissions.
Exactly.
I
Okay.
think if you can make submissions.
Yes. But if that is the case, what does that suggest about whether 155% is a particularly good achievement if in fact it's against a suppressed figure due to the COVID allowance?
Given the witness doesn't understand the basic questions, I think that's just
What if it's a suppressed requirement figure, what does that suggest about whether it's a good performance? If it is, and I make submissions on that.
It will have an effect on the performance. It will enhance the performance.
Affordable housing, has that got better or worse since the previous appeals? Affordable housing situation,
It's got worse.
And in terms of direction of travel, how has the council's position on 5-year supply? What's the direction of travel since the officer's report? Is it up or down or the same?
Since the
The
office
council's
report, it has got worse.
It was suggested that because the plan to which the council's witness says no weight should be given, the new plan might be adopted in 2024. The fact that the current adopted plan requirement figure won't be achieved over the adopted plan period doesn't matter, and you said no. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Well, whatever target, whatever method is used to calculate the requirement, if ultimately all of the indicators that affect real life are moving in the wrong direction and causing harm, so we've got increasing rents, increasing affordable housing needs, the conclusion that I would draw is that it's the system that isn't working very well in terms of picking up on those concerns and putting in place appropriate policies to deal with them. It is the issue of trying to deal with real life as opposed to a theoretical technicality.
go back to CP16. Could you take the text of that policy up one last time? Because you asked various questions about what protect means. I want to just look at what the policy says should be protected.
Yes, I've got that.
Does the policy say that suggest that each and every inch of land within CP16 should be protected?
No, I don't think it does.
And
I mean, you can't square Leslie Coffey's decision, nor Justice Higginbottom's consideration of that decision, of no harm, because that clearly was in the area which is identified on the key diagram as, you know, in green, as being landscape setting.
can we go to CD13? I'll take this quick because I make submissions on those documents and you've given your evidence on it. But if we go to CD13, the Higginbottom judgment upholding Leslie Coffey's decision, paragraph 1, we see this is a greenfield site, 120 residential dwellings. And then paragraph 5, you see that the inspector's main issues included compliance with LS1 and CP16, so the point it was a CP16 case, and there is finding of concordance with CP16, and the judge in the final section, discretion, no harm to landscape setting, which is the objective, prefers to comply with CS16. So what does that finding suggest about the ability in principle of 120 dwellings on a greenfield site within CP16 to protect character distinctiveness?
It is a test that has a degree of tolerance within it, otherwise that finding could not have been achieved.
Can you go to CD19?
Well, I didn't object to the last reference to the document I didn't. I'm going to object to this one normally re-examined on documents cross-examination. These documents
You re-examine on points with the subject of cross-examination.
Well, yes, but there's also a rule about documents.
No, Mr. The point to that rule, please.
So,
Point to the rule.
Mr. Banner,
Could I please ask the question?
you can ask the question and I'll decide. Okay, but I don't think we've on CD19 been referred to at all.
The point was made, put to you, that CS16 is a no harm policy. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you go to paragraph 24 of CD 19, which is in the part of your proof you referred to, in answering that point? And can you please go? I haven't asked the question yet, Mr. Dean, calm down. First sentence of 24 would not have an unacceptable effect.
the reason I
I haven't asked the question yet.
well, it doesn't matter because the reason I objected is had the witness taken it,
He did.
I would have been able to have dealt.
He took you to the part of his proof that cites this very policy.
He didn't
referred
take
to it.
CD19.
He referred you to his proof. Now my question is, to what extent is that approach compatible with a no harm approach, unacceptable?
Where is this in the proof? Sorry.
It's referred to in the proof.
It's at 326, and that was
Very passive.
I think
He was referring
I
to.
can't remember whether when I was talking about this, I have a section on compliance with CP16 that runs from paragraph 318 on there, and I can't remember whether I went only to 325, but 326 is the next paragraph. It was in that general area.
Referred to 27, the Coffey, King of E, Webb, Higginbottom approach.
Well, just show me where CD19 goes.
It's 326. That's very
So we're looking at 326. Well, the problem I've got is that as I look at 326, I don't recall the witness taking it to CD19.
He was.
And had he done so, I'd have been able to have questions further. So what this is illegitimate referenced to the document that wasn't cross-examination, and it all was.
I have to say, I don't recall this being mentioned in.
So the topic about the position is I'm entitled to ask re-examination questions
On
about
questions
matters that were put to the
improved
witness.
in
Matters
cross-examination.
that were put to witness included is CP16 and no harm policy. My question is, how consistent is that proposition with the decisions you've referred to in your evidence?
Yeah, and the answer that I gave, I made by reference to the home farm case. As my proof shows, if one reads on one further paragraph, I pick up the point of another inspector's decision that adopted a similar stroke same approach.
And you were then asked about whether you agreed or disagreed with the Hetherington approach, which Mr. Hetherington recalls that in that case, as the present case, the council's witness accepted it. One was looking for a significant adverse impact 10.38, and so Mr. Upton accepted that was his position here too. And Mr. Hetherington said he didn't agree. When one looks at the pool of inspectors and High Court findings, Kingerby, Coffey, Wegg, Hickenbottom and Hetherington, which is the outlier on that issue?
It's the Hetherington or the two that found conflict and went to other material considerations to then grant. So they effectively did the balance, they found conflict with the plan and did the balancing exercise outside of the development plan, but in the decision-making context, as opposed to doing the balancing exercise by trying to read the plan as a whole.
Then you have taken to your 3.49, where you say there would be some harm, and it was, you were asked about the consequences of that for policy accordance, depending on the competing analyses. Can you clarify, do you identify harm in relation to the 10.38 considerations, attractive setting, not perceived by the council or coalescence? Is that the kind of harm you have in mind?
No, I think that the kind of harm I have in mind is not coalescence. In my opinion, coalescence won't occur. The perception of two settlements will clearly remain. That the harm is in relation to effectively the change, the urbanisation of the site.
Is that any part of the case against us to do with that?
Not no.
Can we then go back to Hetherington, CD 14, I think, and go to paragraph 26, the paragraph put to you, and on the question as to whether or not, on his approach, the harm you accept means the policy breach. Mr. Hetherington's approach at 26, third sentence, is a development demonstrating material harm to one or indeed both of the characteristics outlined in the policy. What does
sorry, we're on.
This is CD 14.
Oh, sorry.
I've got four.
I thought the words don't make sense in that, and I was still looking at Webb's decision.
So it's CD 14, paragraph 26. And he says that development demonstrating material harm to one or indeed both of the characteristics outlined in the policy can't be said to protect them.
Yeah.
When he's talking about one or indeed both of the characteristics outlined in the policy, in the context of Topsham Gap, what's he talking about there?
He's talking about two things, coalescence and Topsham's attractive setting.
So therefore, if based upon what your clarification 349 is not accepting harm in relation to those considerations, on your evidence, even on the Hetherington approach, is the accordance to that policy, is the material harm to one or indeed both of the 1038 considerations, attractive setting and coalescence.
Sorry, could you repeat?
Yes, certainly. So you've clarified that your 3.49, the harm that you identified there, Mr. Leader asked you about, is not harm to 10.38 considerations. That's not what you're accepting. You're accepting Glivia harm.
Well, he said coalescence assessment.
No, yeah, those are the two things he said. Do not, the 349 is not talking about those. That's what you just clarified. Part of this gap changed the character of part of the degree of harm being modest. You clarified a moment ago that harm is landscape harm, not attractive setting harm, and not coalescence
He
harm.
said coalescence assessment. I got those, but you have.
I did think you did say that, Mr. Stephen. Can you just repeat what you did say before?
I said that there are the two limbs that were identified at paragraph 26
Exactly. Of
by
Hetherington.
inspectors,
Yes.
by Inspector Hetherington, are the two limbs that we find at 10:30. I didn't make a reference to the plan, but just to make it abundantly clear that they are Topsham's attractive setting and coalescence. The harm that I am saying here, I said very clearly that in my opinion, coalescence will not occur, that there will be distinct, that the two settlements will remain separate and distinct, and that the harm that I'm accepting is effectively at the site level. It's the urbanisation of the site without achieving coalescence.
So Mr. Hetherington's approach is you need material harm, not significant adverse harm, which is the joint approach of Mr. Upton and me. The material harm to the 1038 characteristics.
Yeah.
Breaches CP16. Your 349 talks about harm, but not to the 1038 characteristics.
That's correct. Yes.
Therefore, if you're on your evidence is the Hetherington test, which you don't agree with, but is that test passed or failed?
It would be passed because there's no material harm to coalescence, in my opinion.
Then last question, you were asked about paragraph 126 of the NPPF. Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you go to the reason for refusal, CD2? Does the reason for refusal cite the parts of the NPPF the council considered were relevant to the reason for the refusal planning permission? Yes. Does it refer to 126?
It doesn't refer to 126, and it's a legal requirement for decisional notices for council to set out their full reasons for refusal, including development plan policies.
What can the inspector therefore take about what the council's position on accordance with 126 or its equivalent paragraph, as the paragraph changed by one number at the time?
So it looks to me like an element of case creep.
Thank you. I've got no further questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. And sorry, Mr. Banner, it's getting late in the day. Mr. Leader, I did take note of your points of objection. I did consider them in terms of the reference to Inspector Webb.
Oh, that's so that's fine.
But I did take them into account on the basis that the proofs make it clear that it's a similar approach, and I'd already made note of the approaches that were taken on previous schemes, just to clarify that point.
That's Mr. Banner's made his point, so he can make them in submissions anyway.
That does. I think that does conclude the evidence today. We are now 5:10 near enough. How are people feeling? I think that's the first question, Mr. Leader.
I'm feeling energetic.
I'm pretty worried about what for my colleagues will be there on air on my podcast.
Oh, is it the? Okay.
But that's by the by. I think this comes first.
Okay, well, Mr. Banner, a serious question now. Are you comfortable continuing? I would anticipate, and we have slipped on pretty much every item on the timetable today, but I would hope we'd get this done by 6 o'clock.
I think that's crack on. Actually, I'd rather my plan comes first.
Okay, otherwise the alternative is I wouldn't want to do this online, so we would be coming back tomorrow, and I've no objection to that because I'll be here anyway doing the site visit.
Get wrapped up, and then we know we've got to the end of the inquiry and just.
Yeah, okay.
So can I assume I'm done?
Sorry, Mr. Seaton, I don't want to leave you sat there. If you'd like to return to your seat, Mr. Seaton, and do we just want a 2-minute break just to grab a water and other things? Because well, I certainly need a drink, so a non-alcoholic one I should add. I will just get a quick drink, so 2 minute, go to the toilet, etc. In fact, just to be precise, if we can come back at 15:15, and then we've got 7.
Yes.
Mr. Banner?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. So hopefully you did get the agenda for the roundtable discussion this afternoon, which is effectively to discuss planning obligations and conditions, also having regard to European sites and the proposed mitigation. So the agenda, and Mr. Leader, I'm not sure whether you mentioned earlier you hadn't seen the agenda. Is that the case?
I have now, sir.
Okay.
If I may say this, that insofar as issues to do with wills are concerned, it's going to be Mr. Curran who takes the lead. In respect to conditions, it's Mr. Upton. If we do end up having any discussion about habitats, I may take part. I think that matter's largely agreed. We'll see where we go.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. It would probably help to start with just to open up the unilateral undertaking and the still compliance statement. I think we're probably better off dealing with 1 and 2, or 1, 2 and 3 agenda items all together. And if you know, item 2, I've effectively asked the appellant just to go through very briefly each of the planning obligations, just skim through the document. I have read the document, but I'd just like to be absolutely clear and noting I'll be taking the views of both parties on particularly the National Health Service contributions, which are to some extent in dispute, but not completely in dispute. So could we just open those documents to start with?
And whilst you're doing that, can I just introduce the appellant's solicitor, Mr. David Richardson, who's going to lead on the Section 106 issues.
Sorry, Mr. Richardson. Okay, yeah, thank you. Could you just talk me through the planning obligations and not necessarily the details, just the broad principles? Because obviously I've read the documents, and if I had any questions, I would have raised them already. So we can just go through them one by one.
Yes, so you have before you a unilateral undertaking given by the first 2 parties on the front of the document as landowners, and also Waddington Park as developer and appellant. If I go straight to the obligations, page 11, Schedule 1 is where you will find affordable housing. And these obligations are based on, indeed the starting point was City Council standard wording. And so Exeter City Council very helpfully makes much of its 106 drafting available to the public. You can download it from the website, so that's what's being used here. And these are fairly typical clauses, but the headline points are it's 35% affordable housing provision, as you know, with a split of 70% for social rent, the remainder being shared ownership. What other tenancies may be agreed with the City Council, bearing in mind that this is an application with some flexibility asked for and agreed. And also it includes the City Council standard wording to deal with what's called a fractional payment. And that's on page 15, part B, paragraph 1, which essentially says that if the 35% gives a fraction of a unit and work out the actual numbers, then there's a financial payment to make up that fraction. So those are the headline points to do with affordable housing. Schedule 2 then on page 23 is the financial contributions that are offered to the City Council. There are 2 that you will see: a GP surgery contribution of £584 per dwelling and a healthcare contribution of £1,272.32 per dwelling. So you'll see in paragraphs 2 and 3 the proposed payment triggers when those payments will fall due, and you'll see also we've put in the first line of each of those paragraphs that if you conclude in your decision letter that those contributions are necessary, then they will be paid. So that's a decision for you to make on those 2 contributions, just to diagrams.
No, thank you for that. And so clearly that does reflect the overall contribution, particularly from Royal Devon and Exeter and NHS Foundation Trust, which is 127,000. And I can't remember the exact figure actually. I'm trying to do the easy calculation. Yeah, it's clearly it's late in the day. But so that reflects the requested amount. If we can just deal with this now. So I've read the proofs by Mr. Seaton, I think it is, in terms of the contentious issues, which appear to be both the health contributions. I think on the first point of GP surgery, the council's compliance statement does confirm that would be required. I mean, I can take the details as read, but do you have any comments on that first provision initially?
Well, I think someone's there, Steve and Savannah, the nicest. I can pass over to them. Yeah, so take the NHS. There's two NHS.
Yes, there is, correct.
Two parts.
It would be helpful to take them in two parts.
The large one first, which is the NHS Foundation Trust request for 127,232. Now, there's two key points. I mean, you've obviously read the short statement. There's two key points I just brought out. Firstly is at 1.18, and I'm really relying on Savannah's former colleague David Locke, you see here, whose opinions that will regard the inquiry you have at CD23G. But the point is this, that it is the CCGs, the clinical commissioning groups, who actually provide funding. So it's like a client contractor split, is Mr. Lobb's point, which I concur with. And therefore, the foundation trusts are contractors, and therefore, what they're doing is seeking funding outside of the normal funding arrangements where they get their funding from the CCGs. That matter is explained in more detail in 2023, and if I could leave you to read the legislature, you'll be fine. So that's the first point, is that there should be funding given out to non-CCG bodies. That would be inappropriate. The reason for that is a related point at 1.19, and I think this is the main point, is that the NHS funding process bakes in population growth as part of the allocation formula. And I've quoted here, sir, the relevant quote, but there's an extract from the technical guidance there. But it does say that 1920 to 23-24 allocations, they are projected forward using the ONS projections for resident populations in CCGs, like HSETS groups, etc. So the point is simply this, that ONS projections are used, they feed into the local plan making process, they feed into the development planning process, they also feed into the NHS resource allocation process. If we are to count again now, at this stage, we are double counting, because we are proposing, in this field, we're proposing development that sits within the quantum enshrined in the development plan. To add any demand now, in the circumstances that we know we're here, where it's agreed that we can do less than the amount of the plan, it's a simple double counting point.
Okay, that's a point taken. And obviously the NHS relevant body are not here today. So obviously I can't ask the specific questions I might have asked, but one of my considerations was, and I think you probably answered the question, I'm not clear from their consultation response whether this is about a shortfall in terms of the lag time between population increase and houses being built, but I think your response to that is they're baked into the local plan. And I think, are you referring to the delivery through the plan period, the numbers?
Yes, because it's say the method didn't change. So previous to 1920,
yeah,
it was a slightly different method, but this method, before it used to be based on pension lists, etc. But now it's a more simplified process. The technical guide is there, and I would put a point like this, that
if anything, we should be getting money back because they already have the money through this formula for the enhanced population, which probably isn't here because the housing growth hasn't happened.
Okay, I understand. So you flipped it the other way around in some respects. There's not criticism by any means, but just so I understand the approach that you've taken to providing the evidence. And the secondary point I was going to make was because this is not an allocated site, does that make any difference? But I think the answer is no, because actually this is about a number. It's a numbers game, not
Not a site game.
Okay.
It's a numbers game, not a site game. It's over an area through a broad area of operation. It goes beyond the planet.
okay. Point noted. Do the council have noted that you've not raised any objection? Sorry, you've not requested this through the officer report, and certainly it's not in the civil compliance statement. The doctor's surgery is slightly different, but is there any comments on this provision?
Nothing that envelopes being handed around again. Nothing further than what's been set out in the compliance, civil compliance statement. If the inspector would like me to expand on it, I'll be happy to do so, but I'm happy for the civil compliance statement to stand.
I have read it, so I don't. If it's just repeating material, I don't need to do that. If you want to elaborate on the point, then that's absolutely fine. But I'm happy to move on.
I'm happy to move on. So.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take a view on that if that's okay. My first question I should have asked, and I think the answer is yes. There is a blue pencil clause in the agreement. Is that a blue pencil clause? Can you just point me in the direct where that is exactly and what it says? And does that apply to all the provisions or just the ones that are, well, use contentious as a word, but you know, the ones that are questionable?
Yes, so it's 4.3 on page 7. So you have there what I call a global pencil clause. It says that if you conclude in your decision letter that an obligation or an element of an obligation made by the developer and secured by the deed does not meet the legal tests in regulation 122 of the civil regs, an obligation or that element of an obligation, as the case may be, shall not take effect and shall not be enforced.
Okay, fine. That's fine. So, Mr. Seaton, the second National Health Service provision is relating to the doctor's surgery.
Yeah, yes, sir. And this one does actually come from the CCG. So the first point doesn't apply. But looking at their letter dated 9th of July 21, which was their letter seeking contribution, they're doing this based on the fact that development will increase the local population by a further 228 persons. I'm not going to take the time to quickly whether that's the correct figure or not. But the simple point is I'll go back to the funding formula. The needs of those people have already been taken account of in the way that that and other practices across the area has been funded by the CCG. The only other point to make is that the letter then does talk about this being something to go towards physical improvements of the building. But my understanding is that the NHS funding process does include the funding of new premises as well as meeting clinical needs as well. This particular practice did have a planning permission for extension on this site, which was granted in October 15, has since lapsed. And at that time, the application documents, and I give the reference of this is 15/0837/03, the City Council's reference. But there was a grant expression to NHS for IG1 that was made at that time. I don't know the outcome of that, whether that led to the lapse of the permission or not. But the point to draw from it is it gets to be a very complicated process because this is a site which is freehold owned by the doctors there. So ultimately, the grant funding is building something public good. But the capital value increase that would rise would not flow to the public purse, it flows to the owners of the practice, the individual doctors that take place. So it's a complicated area, but the short point I would draw back to is this, that the NHS funding process actually covers the physical infrastructure construction as well as the meeting of clinical needs. That's how we build new hospitals. Those will be easier because they're normally owned by a public body, but with GP's practices, it's fairly normal sometimes for those to be owned privately. And I can't answer as to quite how that works through the NHS detailed funding process. That would be a question for David Locke. I'm not using case. I'm not going to venture there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Seaton. Could I just ask the council then to come in on this one? I'm reading the civil compliance statement, and I can see that in your view, it does meet the tests, 1, 2, 2 tests. So could you just explain the reasons why, with particular regard to the comments Mr. Seaton has just made?
So the first thing just to note is the absence of an actual policy in the civil compliance statement. And just to add to that, it would be CP 18.
So it's CP 18, is that?
Yeah. And so the particular request that was received by the council was for 584 per dwelling for the extra capacity, which is infrastructure for the purposes of regulation 122, and just to add perhaps to that, there are 2 recent decisions in the City Council area, in particular in the Spruce Close decision, as well as in the Red Hills decision, where the inspector considered that they met the regulation 122 tests. So I'd like to draw your attention to those.
Yeah, and the Red Hills is that CD19?
That's my note here, so yes.
Okay, thank you. I will have regard as well to the comments, the consultation response. Mr. Seaton, I will obviously take a view on this, particularly given that it's a blue pencil clause issue as well, so I can got a bit more flexibility in taking that view. However, are there any comments you'd like to make in respect of the council's position on this?
Just one short answer. My understanding that in those appeals, the evidence that we put to you wasn't put to those statements.
Okay, thank you. So if everyone's in agreement, I will take this away. If you want to say anything else, say it now. Otherwise, I will just take a view on this when I make a decision on the appeal. Okay, so would you like to just continue going through the obligations, please?
Yes, sir. So if I could take you to page 24 of the Natural Undertaking Schedule 3 Open Space. Again, this is in Exeter City Council standard form. The key paragraph is really paragraph 2, that secures 10% of the area as open space, with obviously location exceptions to be agreed at reserved matters stage. And the only other thing I would note from this schedule is it secures management company contributions, so a management company can look after the open space. Again, a relatively standard form for residential development, and it's certainly what Exeter City Council asked for.
So the trigger for this one is, just looking at the trigger for both the provision and maintenance, I'm just wondering what the trigger is in terms of number of units.
We have a 50% trigger, at which point if these provisions create what's called restricted dwellings. So that's paragraph 3. Full commencement of construction at paragraph 4 is when details are approved. And then at 6, you have to lay out and construct the open space in the phase. That's prior to completion of more than 50% of dwellings in the phase. And you can't go any further. You can't do the rest of 50%, which are known as the restricted dwellings. be completed the open space in the play areas.
Okay, that's understood. Thanks.
And then the next schedule, Schedule 4 on page 28, is county obligations. If I could just deal with secondary education, because at the time this was drafted and then signed, bearing in mind we had a few people that need to sign it, that was in. It is subject to the blue pencil clause, and also it has essentially its own blue pencil wording in paragraph 3. And we say that's not justified, and all the parties agree that's not justified, it's not necessary. It does appear here just because at the time it's been signed.
Sorry, I must confess I had missed this when I was reading through. So this provision here was provided at the time on the basis that it was your assumption it was necessary.
We've never believed.
You've never believed it. Okay, that's fine.
We put it in, leaving it to your discretion. Obviously, we would be able to make points about it being unnecessary. As I understand it, it's now agreed that it's not necessary.
Could I ask the council? So where am I looking for, assuming this is a county council matter in terms of a request from the county council? And what's your position at the moment on this, or what is your position?
So the county did withdraw their request for secondary education.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. I had missed that. I'm not sure how, but I assume it's on the file or it's somewhere.
So I can only recall correspondence between the parties.
I do have got an email from county telling me not including it. So.
Okay, thank you. Possibly, yeah. I think it's probably better just belt and braces. It's probably only correspondence somewhere, but there's no harm in forwarding the details onto the case officer just to make sure I've got that.
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. Okay, so can we move on to the next provision, please?
Yes, sir. So Schedule 4 also secures a mobility hub. You'll see the definition on page 28. Mobility hub proposes part of the development, including shared electric bicycles, dual electric car chargers, electric car club car, business cycle parking, etc. That's secured by paragraph 2, where we say we'll facilitate implementation and completion of it, so that it's completed prior to first occupation. Within that, also including a payment of £3,000 towards traffic regulation order, if that's required.
Yeah, so on this point, I was a little bit unsure. Well, I don't know the answer to this, so you'll have to help me out. I was under the impression that the TRO provisions were through phase 1 as opposed to phase 2. So could you just help me out on that, please?
Well, so, to be frank, we weren't entirely clear why the traffic regulation would be needed, because these would be obviously newly created roads within the development, and so presumably when they are first created and dedicated and adopted, they will include everything that they need to include. There wasn't a huge amount of information available as to why a TRO would be needed. We included it because we don't particularly object to it, and obviously we have the comfort of the blue pencil clause. It's not something we're particularly going to dispute.
I probably misinterpreted it as a hangover from the previous scheme where there was TRO requirement for the main road, yeah, so it's Clyst Road. I think it's going to be closed off at one point, diverted through. That's the terminology I'm looking for. I thought that was where the TRO came in based on the access drawings. That's by the by in some respects because this is a different scheme. Do the council have any comments on that? As I say, I will take a view on this, but it's just an opportunity to tell me your thoughts on this.
Probably tell you what the council said to us, and then you can take a view on it.
I'll just refer you to paragraph 3, 3.1b of our SIL compliance statement, which was prepared jointly with the County Council, in which it says here in the very final line, it says the car club and electric vehicle charging spaces will require a traffic regulation order.
I wanted to check here.
Yes, of course.
CD7, that's a statement of common ground with Devon County Council as highway authority. Now, in section 3 of that statement, page 5, that does set out the travel plan, and the 3.4 does talk about the mobility hub. As to the precise technical reason, there's quite why the TRO is needed. That's to do with, I think, lining, isn't it? That is just to do with the line so that the spaces are reserved for those vehicles, so that they can't be used by others.
So this is for the electric charging
Points,
equipment
they
and the
can't be
vehicles.
used by, some chancellor, whatever. That's my understanding from talking to the county when agreeing to statement with them.
Okay, I won't.
Happy to provide.
Okay, I won't spend any more time on this. I think I'll take a view on it. Moving on to the next one, please.
So all that's left is sustainable travel, which is paragraph 4 on page 29. Again, there's our relatively standard Devon County provisions that secure a welcome pack. That welcome pack will include a travel pack and also a sustainable travel voucher, £100 per household maximum.
Yes, I've no objection to those provisions. The mobility hub, could you just explain exactly what that is then? Is the mobility hub, well, in fact, could you just explain what the mobility hub exactly is?
I'll have to go. Yeah, my understanding is that it's basically, 2 or 3 car spaces with charging points. If you say have scooters that are, adopted in various cities, they would all go in that space. And the detail of it gets sorted through the RM process, and then the TRO process is used to secure that in, for as long as the development remains in existence. So I think the idea is that it is somewhere close to the point of access into the development, relatively centrally located, so people would be able to use these things, although they might be the charging points, the electric bikes, etc.
Okay, that's fine. Any comments from the council? No? Okay. Are there any other provisions? I'll come on to the European sites. Is there anything else in the 106?
That's the content of the national undertaking.
Okay, could you just move on now to the first agenda item, which is, we had at the start of the inquiry, I made some comments regarding SIL and the ability of SIL to deliver mitigation so that I can be satisfied as a competent authority that there'll be no harm to the integrity of European sites. My main concern in that, in the comments I made were about the exceptions or exemptions in the council's SIL, which included affordable housing. And Mr. Banney, I think you were going to go away and think about this and whether or not you needed some other legal mechanism to deliver.
And the answer is yes. I understand what's happened is the council has a recently established figure for affordable housing dwellings that don't provide SIL, that provides mitigation. Essentially, for the affordable housing element, it's done by Section 106 rather than SIL, and that's been incorporated to the 106. It's about 13,000 per dwelling, something like that. So
1,300.
1,300. Sorry,
Yeah.
Inflation's got ahead of me. and so that's the next. So actually, it's being done for the affordable housing in the sort of in what you described as sort of the conventional way, actually, of dealing with this issue, which is a direct payment.
And have the council seen or been consulted on the figure?
We gave them the figure, so yeah.
Okay, that's helpful.
That's available publicly on our website. So.
Okay, so put very simply, there's going to be a revised unilateral undertaking which includes 35% or 35 units, up to 35 units, or it will be 35 units if it's 100 dwellings, which will make a contribution. Correct. Okay, that's fine. I'll need to make a decision as to whether I need to consult Natural England, even though they've not objected. under the habitats regs, the competent authority, when doing an appropriate assessment, I have to consult the nature conservation body, which in this case is Natural England. Whether I can rely on the previous comments or not, that's something I will consider. But just to let you know, if that happens, I will consult both parties on the outcome. In addition, when the unilateral is received, unless it's copied into the council and they agree that they're happy with it, I will send a copy before. In fact, it would help if that legwork was done before I received the copy, just to make sure the council have seen the final version before I receive it.
And in terms of timings, there's a few landowners. What are your thoughts about what obviously we need to? We'll agree to the final form of the council first, then have landowners sign. As much time as you can give me to do that, you're welcome.
So is a week is that sufficient?
You'd be surprised how long it can take to get landowners to sign.
Well, having said that, I'm not around back end of next week, so early part of the week after would be fine. So let's set an actual date.
Tell me, we call it 2 weeks. We need 2 weeks until.
So several of the landowners actually don't live locally, they live up north.
My only hesitation with 2 weeks is probably for the benefit of all. We are trying to issue decisions a lot quicker now using Rosewell targets, and we've obviously got an imperative to try and get decisions out as soon as possible. I don't know what the target is for this appeal, but I'm fairly determined to get this out in time for all parties concerned. If that 2 week period extends beyond that timescale, that would be a problem. But I don't think it will. I don't think it will. So I might have to. I'll have to check the calendar and just make sure what the target scale is. I think at this stage, if I suggest to you 2 weeks, but I will confirm in writing, I think that's the best way of doing this.
So if we do it early,
yeah, of course.
I'm aware so that there are some postal strikes as well planned for the back end of next week, so just draw that to me.
Okay, thank you.
Very well.
I think 2 weeks is fairly safe territory, but I will confirm in writing.
I mean, if I could just float something, and the council may not go for it. If we partially bind the site, it's a lot quicker. It's particular people that we get hold of. So we can bind. So the site is essentially split into 2 ownerships, and we can bind, roughly speaking, into the top 2/3. That can be done pretty instantaneously. It's the bottom third land ownership that takes the time.
Okay, but I mean that will have it. I will need a signed version of all interested parties, of all parties involved, won't I? Otherwise, it's not a valid unilateral undertaking.
Well, you don't need to bind all the land. You need to bind enough that it's an enforceable deed that has teeth. But 106 itself doesn't require all land interests. It requires to identify the land interests that you are binding.
So can you just explain that then, please?
So you do not have to have landowners for all of the land in the red line of the planning application sign a 106 agreement. Typically, that's what you do because it's a simple rule to say to everyone, you must have everyone sign, but sometimes that's not possible. For example, if the council itself owns part of the site, or you can't find the owner, or it's a substation, or whatever. And what you can do instead is bind most of the site or enough of the site that no developer in his right mind would try and carve off the other bit that's not bound and develop that without triggering the 106. Now, I appreciate it's a judgment call.
Okay, so I have to say that's a new one on me. That's not to say it's not happened before. I've just not noticed, possibly. But certainly that's new one on me. If you're going to do that, I would appreciate a covering note to explain that that's what you've done, and so I can take a view on that. I think the easiest way is just try and do this. We'll set a date of 2 weeks. I will confirm in writing, and if you can get that completed beforehand. Mr. Banner.
Bit of bad news for you, which is the Rosewell date is Wednesday.
Okay, that's not better.
I've just got the start letter because we would, for some reason, I can't remember why now, but the start initially suggested an inquiry in August.
It was, and we had problems getting availability is difficult in school holidays. So
certainly it says the start letter concludes by saying the decision is expected to be issued on or before the 28th of September. So I imagine that is the Rosewell date. They don't say in terms that's the 26th week, but I imagine that's why the date is given.
Yeah, and it won't be issued.
I mean, it's obviously not going to be anyway, is it? So, but I thought I'd let you know that.
Okay, so I think the 2 weeks is fine, but I will confirm in writing, and I think if we can move on from this now. I don't think that issue will arise that we've just discussed about part signed document. If that's the correct terminology. Is that everything on conditions? Unilateral undertaking and SIL. I think we've covered everything I wanted to cover.
So if I may just raise one point.
Yes, of course.
There has been one point which has been discussed offline with the parties, between the parties, just relating to the ability of the owners of the bottom part of the land, which we've just discussed, given that probate has not yet been granted to the owners of that particular land, the executors of the will of the deceased on that particular land. So in the event that we had offline discussed potentially splitting the site in any event, with a supplemental agreement suggesting that where probate is granted, or later on another landowner comes into the ownership of the land, that they should then give an additional supplemental agreement to confirm that that land is bound. And so, depending on what you'd like to do with that, sir, that is something we would seek to require, is that there is a supplemental agreement in place so that we can ensure that that land is therefore bound by the correct parties.
Can I address you on this? Richardson's probate colleagues have briefed me on this, and I have sent over a note to the council. We don't think that's necessary. If you think it is necessary, arrangements have been made, and Mr. Richardson will explain what they are, essentially, as Mr. Cohen's outlined. But the issue is whether the executors of the will of Mr. Williams is one of the people was one of the people interested in that before he died, whether the executors can enter into the Section 106 on behalf of his estate before probate has formally been granted. And there's a case from 1856 that deals with the powers of the executors in that situation, where the person in question has died. They're the executors of the will, but the probate hasn't formally been granted. And the case essentially says, albeit in very archaic language from that era, that the executors can enter into transactions in relation to land prior to probate, and that's confirmed by a textbook, Christian Coote's Probate Practice. So I can read chapter 4.01. What I suggest is it may help if I, to my closing submission, sort of append that note at the relevant case so you can see it. We would prefer to our plan A, which is simply for the Section 106 to be one complete document as per that entered into on behalf of the Williams estate by the executors. In the event that isn't something you think can be done, even though we say it can be, then say there's a plan B, which is the staged approach, which Mr. Richardson can outline. But because it's cleaner to have one single Section 106 arrangement across the whole site.
Yes, so plan B, which is something the City Council have seen and are happy with, indeed suggested, is what's called a confirmatory deed procedure. And so it's essentially what I just described to you. So you bind part of the land can be combined now, which would be what we call the Shears land, so the northern 2/3 of the site. And there's then a provision that says that prior to commencement of development, the remainder of the land must be bound by what's called a confirmatory deed. And the confirmatory deed simply says, and it's signed by the landowner at that time, that they agree that their land will be bound by 106 agreements, which at that point will already be existing. So it's a way of binding land in the future you weren't able to find at the time?
Okay, I mean, it's a unilateral undertaking, so it's up to you to satisfy me that it's going to be legally watertight. And if that involves a covering note and other things to satisfy me that that's the case, then that would assist. Also, I would encourage you to engage with the council on particularly the provisions, just to make sure they're happy with them, which it appears they are. It's just the European sites particularly. Is that okay?
Yes.
Everyone knows. So we'll say 2 weeks, and I'll set that out in writing tomorrow morning. 5 to 6. I'm not sure we're going to finish at 6, but we can move on to conditions. And I don't think, famous last words, this is going to take a significant amount of time for 2 reasons. One, you've obviously agreed the conditions. I've commented on them. Secondly, I think the basis of the conditions is not exclusively, but certainly being influenced by phase 1. So obviously there is a development nearby, which I think some of these conditions are very similar anyway. So I will go through conditions 1 to 16, but I will skip through them, and I'll assume that there's agreement because it's an agreed document. Where I need to stop, I will stop and ask questions. I did send an email this morning, or hopefully the office sent an email this morning, just highlighting some comments on some of the conditions. Has everybody got that email?
I've seen it.
Yeah, okay. If we could just get that email on our screens or to hand. So condition number 1, well, we've discussed this already, but it's all matters reserved. Condition 2 and 3, they're standard conditions. There's no request for a shortened period of time from the council for delivery, so that's fine. Number 4, I did ask you to think about this in terms of, we've discussed the point of access in terms of the GDPO. Does that need to be secured under a condition or not?
And my understanding is that legally that don't the requirement is for the access to be shown on the application points, which have been very clear. We've got no problem should, if we wish, the commission could be amended to say, or could be added to add words like the details of the means of access shall call or broadly call.
Yeah, it's got to be specifically, yeah.
The DAS, as we covered in the inquiry, to give more clarity. We've got no objections.
Okay. Any comments from the council? Okay, that's fine. Leave that one with me, then I'll take a view on that. The only other point on this is a separate condition, and we've discussed again. It comes down to the way that I determine the scheme. I think, does there need to be a condition for it to be for the scheme to be broadly in accordance with the illustrative plan? That wasn't your case initially. I don't know if that's changed or not. The conditions don't reflect that either, but we've certainly discussed that today.
I think the line stuff is to see you say it's not necessary, but it could be done if you thought it was necessary. Does that summarize your position?
I think, yeah, I said it is down, I think, to your judgment, sir. If you want to, that condition can be applied, but equally, if one felt that you needed to safeguard a particular buffer strip along the northern boundary, then that form of condition could also be imposed.
Well, that was my secondary question actually about the flexibility, and it appears that there is some flexibility for me as decision maker to make a judgment on whether I think things might need to change. If I was to go down that route, I would have to consult the parties on such a condition because it has implications on the on the layout of the scheme, and it's something I'd be fairly reluctant to do if I'm being perfectly honest. Mr. Leader, any comments?
We're not going to encourage you to incorporate a condition that ties the appellants to the illustrative scheme.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify on that point, I'll take a view on the illustrative plan and whether that needs to be incorporated into a condition. If I was to be minded to allow the appeal subject to additional landscaping, I would be consulting the parties on that. Okay, that's absolutely fine. Parameters plan, I've no comments on that. That's fine. Number 6, yeah. So this is just a fairly standard condition, construction and environmental management plan. My question was, are all the measures in there included? And I'm actually going to read through this again because I thought something might have been missed this morning when I looked through this. And it was concerning the parking of vehicles and staff. And I'm not even sure that was recommended by environmental health, if I'm being perfectly honest. But it's something that you would ordinarily see in a condition like this.
We've got no objection. Conditions expanded to include those measures.
Okay. Mr. Leader. Okay.
Mr. Upton's indicating his acceptance.
Okay, shall I direct my questions to Mr. Upton
Well,
anyway?
this particular
Okay, no problem.
No objection to anything.
Numbers, number 8, I think I've said. Yeah, so condition number 8, and I appreciate the witnesses in the room are not necessarily specialists in this area, but it does indicate to me that extensive testing is required, and a period of 12 months is suggested in order to ascertain whether soakaways can be delivered on the site. And if not, I think the inference is that there'd have to be an alternative drainage strategy, obviously having regard to the drainage hierarchy. The appellant, you've not commented on this condition or objected to it.
No.
So can I comment?
Yeah, of course, yes.
The local LMFA, they routinely expect 12 months worth of ground.
Okay, that's fine. I assume no comments, Councillor.
No, we agree with that comment.
Just conditions 6 to 10 as a general comment, they are mostly, if not all, pre-commencement conditions. And again, this does go back to something I did mention right at the start. Is there a conflict potentially between the reserved matters and the drainage scheme? So the layout comes in, assuming the layout was approved. How will the local authority know that the drainage scheme can be delivered? Or is that, I mean, just thinking aloud, is that something that the local authority could request at that stage as part of the layout?
An FRA is submitted with the application, so that sets out the main parameters of the drainage strategy for the site. I mean, it would be possible to have a condition requiring a further detailed strategy to be delivered, because of course the layout may be slightly different to the one that has been worked on for the outline strategy.
I think just looking at the terminology of condition 10 doesn't rigidly fix the plan in there, right? It talks about according to the principles set in the FRA. So I'd suggest on the face of it that allows a degree of flexibility in the event that there was something needed.
I think my concern is, Mr. Banner, and I don't want to spend too long on this because it's not really a contentious point.
Yeah.
But the layout, intrinsic to the layout, often is things like surface water drainage, swales, things that actually form part of the physical features of the site. And that's not always the case, but certainly I think in this instance there would be some of those features. So it begs the question, should those details come forward with the reserved matters? But in order to do that, I guess, thinking aloud, you wouldn't know, you'd have to do the percolation test to know if you could deliver soakaways and what the drainage scheme would look like. So maybe I'm thinking a little bit too deep on this.
So there's a degree of percolation testing that has already been done.
Yeah, okay.
The question is that what is often normal. If you've got to do the 12 months, sometimes with application, you don't have the full 12 months, which deals with the issue of seasonal variation and performance. So we've got the parameter plan condition at 5 to come forward with the first RM. What will happen here is that the testing regime will continue, and then effectively as those principles can be firmed up through the parameters in the first set of RF.
Okay.
I would expect normally that to be happening within 12 months from now, because we're not starting from scratch. There is a degree of testing that has already been carried out.
If it helps, the population testing has already been done, and we are already doing the 12-month parameter monitoring testing.
I think my concern, and again, I really don't want to spend any more time on this, but if the layout gets fixed through reserve matters and then there's drainage scheme submitted, it might put the council in a difficult position if the drainage scheme that is at the top of the drainage hierarchy can't be delivered because the layout's been fixed.
What we're going to do is we're going to be consulting with others, and if they tell us the scheme doesn't work, then we'll either ask for amendments to it or to be refused reserve matters approval.
So I'm just wondering there, do we effectively link conditions 10 and 5? So
Yeah, that could work.
Effectively, you've got the detail of it coming forward to form part of the parameters. So we can fix it at that point. That will be a part of the first RF. So one can't come before the other.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can move on. Condition number 13 is my next comment. My comments on this were it just seems to lack precision. I'm not sure. Is it referring to a document? And I did give you an indication as to which document I think it's referring to, which is the environmental noise assessment. Does it need to be secured?
That's correct. So, and I think it's a reference in there to section 8, pages 15 and 16 of that document.
So if the condition was to read in broad accordance with the conclusions of said document,
yeah,
or words to that effect, yeah, okay.
Or even section 8 of that document if you wanted it to be more precise.
And just dealing with this now because it's another question later on. This I can't recall. Does this document doesn't deal with the acoustic fence along the railway?
Not the detail of it, so it recommends a reflective acoustic fence.
Okay. So we'll skip on to the comment I made on that. In your view, is a condition necessary providing details of the acoustic fence, which is what I suggested? Do the council have any comments on that? It's at the bottom of my email. I've just made a comment that a requirement for an acoustic screen or bund adjacent to the railway lines not included in the conditions.
No, we think there should be one on the terms that we just suggested.
Condition 15, is this better as a part of the reserve matters or not? That was my only question. Any comments on that?
I would suggest that no, it still needs to be there because it goes beyond the details of landscaping to deal with biodiversity enhancement.
Okay, thanks.
And also the management thereof as well, which goes beyond reserve matters.
Yeah, okay, fine, that's fine. Number 16, a very broad comment. Please talk me through this.
Shall I lead on, sir?
Yes, we should see.
Turn 2 documents up. CD7, which is the statement of common ground of Devon County Council, and also my rebuttal proof and the final appendix to that that's got the extracts from the emerging plan review. And I think it's the first site in that site reference 91, is it from memory? Sorry, I don't have the
Okay, so I think, just from memory reading the evidence, this was actually a request from the county council, and I think you can't deliver what they were actually requested. So I think the suggestion is that you leave some land aside.
So the conversation we had with the county is we had a discussion about was the site accessible? Was it an accessible location? And the conversation we had was, well, just it's not, this site is not dissimilar from the site next door, hence there's no objection on the grounds of is it an accessible location. Now, the county had requested this on the basis that they said, well, they thought it was necessary, and we said, well, hang on, you've got Inspector Henrington's decision there. With the other side of the hedge, what's changed so much in this distance, in terms of proximity to Topsham rail station, etc.? They said, yeah, you're quite right, it's not a problem. So they said it's not reasonable, therefore, to require either a tunnel underneath or an overbridge over the railway should the land on the opposite side of the railway come forward for development at some point in the future. That's obviously the link to the emerging plan review.
Okay.
What this is designed to do, and the reason that it is the shape that it is, it's Mr. Thorne's design team, because one is accommodating the landing area for an overbridge, the other is accommodating the access or egress area if were you to tunnel underneath. So it's safeguarding the ability to connect this area of land to an area of land that could come forward for development on the opposite side of the railway.
So this is not,
it's future proofing.
This is not the framework plan then. This is a different plan to the framework plan.
This is attached to the statement of common ground with the Highway Authority CD7, and it's attached to that document. So it's a Stantec drawing.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I have the document. Any comments from the council? Okay, we can move on from that one. The only other conditions I was thinking about, or a discussion about these conditions, the travel plan, and I know there are provisions in the unilateral, but is there a requirement for an actual travel plan given, I think there was a draft submission, and I think I seem to remember that the comments from the county council suggested they would require a final version of the travel plan, and it would be fairly standard, I think. Secondly, is there a requirement on the limit to the number of dwellings to be no more than 100? You can take an answer to both questions.
So the 106 natural secures the welcome pack and the travel vouchers. I'm not sure what else the travel plan would need to secure.
There is, I think there is a draft travel plan. There's a framework travel plan, I seem to recall. So I assume it'll be based on the provisions of that document.
So if it helps, if it isn't duplication of the 106 to impose a condition, because again, I'll go back to the statement of common ground of the county at 3.2, which bullet points the measures.
Based on what you've said, Mr. Seaton, I could take a view on the basis of what you've said for me to obviously check the documents and make sure that there's no overlap between the UU.
I don't think we particularly object, so we don't understand it's a difficult condition.
Any further comments? No.
Happy to have that condition imposed because I think that it's a document that the condition deals with the document. The 106 is dealing with the actual physical.
Yes, normally the travel plan will include things, and they're not all applicable in this case because of the appeal decision of Jason, which has probably ruled out some of the options that might be delivered otherwise. But certainly monitoring, for example, I'm not entirely sure what there is to monitor on this one, but anyway, it does have provisions like that, usually in travel plan. And a mechanism for delivering things. So I think I will look at the travel plan and cross-reference the unilateral, and if I think a condition is necessary, in the event the appeal is allowed, I'm minded to probably impose a condition. The council have any comments on that approach? And I agree with that approach. And the other question was about a limit on the number of units, which is 100.
It's specified in the description on,
Yes.
on the decision notice, so I don't think it's necessary to have a condition.
I agree applying to establish a case law. The description of development itself establishes a limitation without having to specify a condition.
On section 73, the change in the description.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, thanks. Any other conditions, particularly from the council, that have been missed or that have come to light in the last couple of days?
No, sir.
Okay. Site visit arrangements. I'm going to do the site visit unaccompanied, and it will be based on ID 3, and I will also catch a train 2 ways between Newcourt Station and Topsham. I will probably also visit the general area based on some of the discussions we've had today. I have been provided with a phone number. I do have some hesitation about whether or not I should be accompanied if I am to contact the Taylor Wimpey representative. Although
it's probably more of a to be clear, though he's a contact of actually Mr. Kitchener, who represents the landowners here. The Taylor Wimpey is that they're independent. They're not optioned. There's no commercial interest.
With Taylor,
Yeah,
no, not at all. It's merely
So-
a sort of PPE type thing. That they know you don't want to go into any of the construction sites just to walk around. I think there's a book you have to sign as a visitor, and the number you have is a site agent, and that chap who's in charge of construction. You just want to make sure you've got any PPE you need.
Okay, Mr. Leader, what are your thoughts on this?
My thoughts are, sir, we're here to help you, and you have expressed a desire to go onto the site. It's plainly important you should do so in an uninhibited way. So be our guest, if I may put it that way.
Okay. As long as both parties are comfortable, it isn't a site visit involving an interested party. So in that sense, there isn't a conflict. But I just want to be absolutely sure that you're comfortable with me potentially conversing with someone on the site.
Well,
I will make it clear that my role is.
So you've been doing this, I expect. for
Yes,
some
of course.
time. Yeah. We don't need to worry about
Yeah,
it.
okay, no, that's fine. Well, we can move on from that. Any other comments on the site visit itinerary? Anything else you want me to look at on the site?
No, I think what he indicated it was worth outside of, say, if you could spend some time in the core of Topsham just to get a sense of the separate identity of Topsham itself. It's fairly obvious where to go when you get home to the station, to be honest. I won't prescribe where you go. So I ended up with that.
Anything from the council? Any other viewpoints I need to be aware of, or anywhere else I need to go?
No, if it's not in Miss Prescott's list of viewing points, you don't need to go in there as far as we're concerned.
Okay. I won't be closing the inquiry today, I don't think. I'm going to ask Mr. Banner and Mr. Leader for an update on closing submissions.
I think as per subject to Mr. Leader, as per if it's convenient with you, we'd ask for Monday morning. I don't mind if it's supposed to us 9:30, 10 or some other time. Depends what's convenient for you.
If we can make it 10 o'clock on Monday, sir, that would be very helpful indeed.
Okay, so just for the others who aren't aware, I'm sure everybody is, I am willing to accept the closing submissions virtually. That will take place on Monday at 10 o'clock. The council will need to set up a link. They'll need to provide a link on Microsoft Teams.
Yes, that's all been discussed with those in IT, so it can be done.
Okay. And if you could send that through to the normal inspectorate email address, and it will get through to me because I'll need someone on the office side to set this up as well.
Yes. So we'll do that tomorrow.
And could I have copies electronically as well? If
Yes,
that's too much trouble, thanks.
We'll get that over before we read them out, so you've got to follow as we read them out.
That would be helpful. And on that basis, I won't be closing the inquiry today. Obviously, I will close after the closing submissions for obvious reasons. But I will address the costs issue today. I will ask again on Monday, but is there an application for costs?
No.
No, okay. While we are in the room, because on Monday I won't be listening to any more evidence. I don't want any further submissions. So is there anything else people would like to say in the room today before we leave?
May I just start on this one? I raised in my cross-examination of Mr. Seaton the LDS, and I'm just conscious you don't have the LDS. I'm not sure you really want the LDS, because I can absolutely confirm that the local plan is supposed to be adopted in June 2024. But if you wanted a copy of the LDS for the record, well, we could provide it. I'm not sure it's that important, but there we go.
I'm not fussed either way, to be honest. It's a matter of record.
If you can send that in, as long as you're comfortable with me having a copy,
Yeah.
it would help for audit
If
purposes.
it helps you, so we'll send it in.
Okay, yes, if you can send that in as well.
Really.
Tomorrow I will send an email confirming the submission date for the unilateral, but I expect it to be 2 weeks. I will actually give you an extra day. It can be 2 weeks on Friday. Feeling quite generous.
Thank you.
And is the attendance list anywhere to be seen?
We have one, sir.
Thank you. If I could just have a copy before we leave today. So we are running fairly late, 6:20. Is everybody happy that we can finish today?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for your patience and time today and the last couple of days. And apologies for the start of the inquiry, but we did get there in the end. And I look forward to hearing closing submissions on Monday at 10 o'clock. Thank you. So have a safe journey home, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Right, thank you then.
See you on screen
So
on
I
Monday.
will adjourn now until Monday at 10. Thank you.